He's particular African race. You're saying he has a strong hue and a physical appearance. So
that's
I don't know what this
That's right. That's right. And the reality is, you know, the thing is this. We know that race is a social construct. We know that. We know that it's a social construct based on phenotype, right? So they didn't just randomly say you're black and you're black and you're black, right? It's a social construct based on phenotype. But the reality is, for literally hundreds of years, they've been saying that black people did nothing worthwhile, that black people were slaves, that black people were not the leaders of state, that black people had nothing to do with mathematics, literature, spirituality, of science. And now that we can prove that those people who you have called black did all those things, now you want to say black don't mean nothing.
Exactly.
How does that work? How does that work?
The ultimate moving of the goalpost.
And now we have some people who I think unintentionally are doing the work of their enemies. And, you know, that part is it's offensive. You know, you've probably heard me, we're live so that folks can hear this. You have heard me say several times that when state actors try to get people to do things against their own interest and for their interest without even knowing they're doing that, they call them UIs. Useful idiots. They don't even know that they're working against their own interest. And some of these folks that we're dealing with are clearly in the category of useful idiots.
All right. Woo! You're on mute.
Now tuned into sa.neter Studios.
Warning, the views of the host should be considered radical, offensive, and may cause rage. Parental discretion advised.
At sa.neter Studios, we provide experts that dive into the topics that you want to hear. This includes Islam, Christianity, Hebrew Israelite, ancient Egypt, science, history, health, power, local and international events. We are the #1 channel for debating the hottest topics. Our motto is source up or shut up. So strap in and experience sa.neter Studios live on YouTube.
All right, so here we are. Here we go. Let's start the show. I got Jabari in the building. What's up, Jabari?
Who wrote that little piece for you? I like that. It may cause rage? Who wrote that?
I did. Yeah. So anyway, here we go. Cause you know, so that's what I'm saying. You know, like, you get upset, get mad. So I'm just letting them know, giving them a warning. So, we can't say they didn't know, you know.
I like that. All
right. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think that tonight's conversation is going to be a really interesting one. And first, let me just say peace to the whole sa.neter TV Studios, Black News 102 family. I think that tonight's conversation is going to be a really powerful one because we have been fighting in the last few years, Black folk, people of African descent, that are arguing against their most learned scholars, arguing against people who have been doing the work for decades. People have traveled to the sites, written the books, written the papers, done the work. And they are arguing for the interest of their enemy. And it's absolutely reprehensible that we are here. But the reality is, if someone challenges something that you have been studying, what you do is you respond. And so folks like myself, folks like Smash, folks like Reggie, folks like Asar Imhotep, and others have been responding. We have been responding. And I'm really hoping that folks listen carefully to what is being said on the other side. One of the things that they've tried to do so that you won't listen to us is they've tried to say that there's certain people who are experts and there's certain people who are not. That's what they've tried to do. Doesn't matter how much you've studied. Doesn't matter how much you've written. Doesn't matter where you've traveled. Doesn't matter who you studied with. Doesn't matter whether you teach in scholarly settings. You're not an expert. And they have set up this dichotomy where they are now saying that the only experts are people with Egyptology degrees. That's what they've done. By the way, that line moves wherever they wanted to, because Richard Carey doesn't have an Egyptology degree anyway. But know that what they've done is they've made these really strange lines that they've painted, and those lines continue to fall apart. They continue to move goalposts while everyone is watching. You got two dudes lifting up out the ground and moving, and everyone sees it. Everyone sees it. And so I was actually in Kemetic Ascension this Sunday, and my phone started buzzing. Bzz, 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 bzz. In fact, someone in Kemetic Ascension said, Jabari, I know you're in Kemetic Ascension, but as soon as you finish, you have to look at the conversation that Garfield and Ankh are having with Dr. Cooney. I'm familiar with her work, but I really wondered what the conversation would look like. As soon as I was done, by the time I was done, I had 4 more people saying, you have to watch this, Jabari. So as I looked at it, I was stunned to see them. They've propped up people who have degrees. By the way, you don't see them talking to the Black folks that have degrees in these fields. They've propped up.
Woo!
And they've pretended that the only people you should listen to are people with doctorates, people with degrees. Now, I want to be clear. Neither of them have degrees that can match with mine. Neither of them have traveled to the locations, done study tours in these regions. If I'm not supposed to be able to talk, they shouldn't even be able to be in the chat room with their credentials.
Teach.
But the thing that is so bizarre about this is that they persist. So what did they do on Sunday? They brought Dr. Cooney, a woman of European descent who has an Egyptology degree, and I know they assumed that she was going to do what they always do. They sit there and they constantly berate our community. They act like we're not intellectual. They act like we haven't done any study. They speak down to our community. And instead of agreeing, Dr. Cooney politely said everything that Jabari has been saying, everything that Smash has been saying, everything that Reggie has been saying. In their face. And sometimes when she would say something disagrees with them, they would just go off camera.
Yeah.
They just go off camera. Or she would say something where 9/10 of what she said is what we've been saying, and 1/10 is something similar to something they've been saying. They'd be like, wow, I don't think anybody's listening. Listen to the 1/10. And it's like, wait a minute. She said all this stuff that makes you seem foolish, and you want to talk about that?
We go deal with it.
So what we have to do now, and this is something that you have seen Jabari do 80 trillion times. Let's kill them with their own sources.
Uh-oh.
In this instance, we're going to kill them with clips from their own interview.
Yeah.
From their own interview. And you know what? Some people that were listening, because I've been all up and in the chat on that interview. I don't look at Garfield's videos that often anymore, but this one, everybody said, Jabari, you got to go see it. One of my followers in the shrine said, don't go see it tomorrow. When you finish here, take off your stole, change your clothes, and go watch it. That's what he said to me. He said, don't wait. I don't care if you have lunch, dinner with anybody else. Tell them to wait. You got to look at the interview because you will see them fall directly on their face. So,
Jabari,
yes.
Before you do that, I want you to read this.
Yes. This is a Fair Use Act disclaimer because we are going to use clips from other people's channels and we think that they might get big mad. They might get a little big mad on this. And that's fine. It's okay to be big mad. What they will probably try to do, sa.neter, is strike your channel saying that you don't have permission to use their video. Now, you know very well that once you say, I'm using it for fair use, I'm making commentary, that will fall down. So the worst that could happen is they're going to stop you from showing it for a few days, maybe a week or two, but it's going to be right back up.
Right.
So, folks, what we have to do is listen to the clips. Some of the people in the chat, Smash can actually articulate this as well. Some of the people in the chat were saying, I don't see how they disagreed with them. And I kept saying, wait a minute, time code this, time code that. Are you not listening to what was said? Because some folks they don't have the ability to understand what's being said. So tonight what we'll do is we'll actually explain it clearly. And I would expect, I see Smash there. Smash is equipped to do this. This didn't have to be me. Smash.
This is the first show we did where I can't stop laughing. Right?
He could have done this. And I know Reggie must be, even if he's not in the chat, he's going to be in the chat. Reggie could have done this. All of us are saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. The reality is that I don't understand how they've turned against themselves. Because if you just go back a few years, you will hear Garfield say, I don't know why you're trying to make Kemet be everything. It was wonderful. It was an African nation that did incredible things. Let's let it stay to where it is. Now they're not black anymore. And Ankh said the same thing. And you even heard Chief X saying, I got Kemetic tattoos all over me because I was into that. Now I know some more. No, you don't, brother. You're not reading your sources. There goes Reggie in the chat right now. Reggie should come on too. Because the reality is, listen, this was fun. I could have gone to a comedy club on Sunday. I wouldn't have laughed as much as I laughed at this.
You're right.
Now listen, she was really trying to articulate some things that were different than both of what they said. They're different than what they said. Right? Mm-hmm. That's not always fun. You bring someone on, they probably paid her, and then they end up disagreeing with you. And you can see Garfield doing this, and I'm doing this.
I'm gonna be like, you about to cry.
And then sometimes they just did nothing. It was so strange. Look at that. Look at the screenshot. It was so strange, this discussion, because very clearly they had put certain people up as experts, and the experts are saying what we're saying.
Now, look, go back to that screenshot real quick. I want to point out something that our brother Ankh must have known he was going to make a terrible mess, because he pulled up with a full box of Scott's paper towels in the back seat. So he knew he was about to make a mess. I just wanted to point that out.
Maybe it should have been Kleenex because they were going to be crying in the background. By the way, there was also a section where they cut the video and spoke to her in the back chat and then came back. I wonder what they said. I wonder what they said. But this was bad. It was bad. It was bad. So let's show a few clips. I want to show a few clips. I want you to be able to understand how bad this was, why we're saying it was bad. And I don't want people to tell you what was actually said, because some of the folks in the chat, I'm being really honest with you, they did not understand what was going on. They didn't understand what was going on. And to some degree, we shouldn't beat them up about that. I have spent all of my adult life studying this. All of my adult life. I was literally, you could still call me a child when I started studying this. And I know that based on the scholarship that Smash has put forward, based on the now listen, Reggie and I were both kids when we first started. He wasn't that old and I wasn't that old. We've been studying this for a really long time. Now all of a sudden, they're saying that no one should listen to us. They call us Egyptomaniacs. By the way, they didn't call her that. They didn't call her that. They didn't use that ridiculous term with her. And in addition to all of this, now they're saying that Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark should be ignored. And sometimes people on their channel even say something like, there's new information. I want to be really clear. I listened to every millisecond of this interview. Dr. Kara Cooney didn't cite anything new. This is ancient. This is not something that happened yesterday and we're still waiting for the investigation. This is ancient information. So this is really important so that we're able to understand what is being said. And I saw Sekou. Sekou was one of the people that said, Jabari, you need to go look at this. He was one of the people that told me that. You need to go look at it. Just go look at it, Jabari. He was one of the people.
Yo, Sekou was in the building going in on him.
Listen.
She's saying the same thing Jabari's saying.
He was watching it probably live because he's one of the people that said, Jabari, I don't know what you're doing. You need to watch this. So when I looked at it, I'm telling you, I was screaming. I started writing notes. I started taking clips. I was like, wait, do they not understand how bad this is? And then they would still smile and thank her and say, I don't think our community understands what you're saying. No, you don't understand what she's saying. Stop trying to insult us. We're saying what she said. And I want you to remember, there are a large number of quote unquote Egyptologists, specialists on ancient Africa, who are now coming around to what we are saying. Remember when I played for everyone? Yes, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Look at this. Here it is. And here's the deal. sa.neter, I wish you would do this. I want you to find the video where Ankh, I came in, Ankh was already there, and he was reading this book. And I said, Ankh, I see you reading a book. Great minds think alike. I'm using it in my class. And he just nodded at me. So either he's pretended to read the book or he's read the book. If he's read the book, then why is he never saying that this expert is disagreeing with what he's saying?
Whoa, shit.
Why does he never say that? He makes it sound like, well, experts don't agree with you. And I know Reggie says he was the first to go over the book for the community. Brother, I got a preview copy and I was sharing it with my students in Hunter. This is not about who did what first. The reality is we need to find this. And we need to make sure that folks see it. I showed you several scholars. Listen to before we go into them, remember what he said. He said ancient Egypt was in Africa. More important, ancient Egypt was of Africa. That is not the way that the previous 2 centuries of Western scholarship have presented this story. I want you to understand what he's saying. He's saying the arguments that I'm sorry, Reggie, I got you. The arguments that Ankh, the arguments that Garfield, the arguments that Chief X are making are the dated information. That's what he's saying. Let's continue. For too long, ancient Egypt was portrayed as if it were an offshoot of earlier Middle Eastern developments, as a region of somehow intrusive peoples coming from somewhere outside of Africa. It is long past time for us to discard these old notions rooted as if they were self-serving racialist presumptions of 19th century Europeans' notions that too many people still simply assume and never think to examine. The most recent generation of scholars and scholarship on Nubia and Egypt have been uncovering extensive new bodies of evidence that are casting aside the older assumptions and following where the evidence leads. The older ideas do linger on, though, and scholars from other fields of study, not versed in the newer findings, and older Egyptologists as well, may still presume those views. There is, for example, a recent genetics article proposing that the ancient Egyptians were of Levantine background. By the way, I analyzed that article when I was last here talking about the blackness of Kemet. But those findings come from a solitary northern ancient Egyptian locale, a site dating to more than 2,000 years after the foundational period of ancient Egypt, and located in an area of Egypt that had by that time a history of more than 1,000 years of recurrent immigration of individuals and communities from the Levant into Egypt. These immigrants included, among others, communities of artisans and producers of valued goods, settlements encouraged by the rulers of Egypt. The military invasion of the Hyksos, coming from Levantine in the 17th century BCE, and their rule for more than a century over large parts of northern Egypt would also have brought an additional genetic component of Levantine background in those northern Egyptian regions. He's trying to say to you that Kemet and Nubia are related. I explained this when I was last here. This book came out last year. Jabari, your information is dated. Really? Show me which information you're using. This is from last year. I showed you another article, a scientific article from 2003, where this woman, Sonia Zaruski, actually looked at body proportions. And she came up with the term that I don't even like. She said that Kemetic body proportions were super negroid, not just in like on the outer skirts, on the outer fringes of the geometric the measurements that are usually given for people who are from the region. She's saying they're dead smack in the middle. They were super negroid, is what she said. I'm not going to read this whole thing now. And then, of course, you can go, by the way, I showed you where, this is an important part. I showed you which period she was looking at. She compares people all the way from the Badarian period. She's talking about people in Kemet before Kemet was Kemet. And she compares them with people going all the way to the Middle Kingdom. And in looking at their body proportions, she's saying these are Africans. When you do these studies, when people compare the ancient people to some sort of measurement they have for modern people, you have to always ask when and where. Because if you don't know when and where, you can't even cite that study. It doesn't make sense. Because we know that Kemet actually ended up having the misfortune of several foreign invasions. We could start with the Hyksos, but they aren't even the oldest. But let's start with the Hyksos, people who were kicked out of Kemet by a native population from further into the interior of Africa. And then when you go further, you actually see that later on, we're going to see the Persians, we're going to see the Assyrians, we're going to see the Greeks, we're going to see the Romans, and we're going to see the Arabs. And we're talking about a period of invasions that go easily over 1,000 years. And then what they expect you to do, what these people who are making these poor arguments, folks like Garfield, folks like Ankh, folks like Chief X, what they want you to do is look at the people who are there now and say they are exactly how they've always looked. That doesn't make sense. So what we need to do now is we need to show you an expert embarrass these two brothers. Embarrass them. This was embarrassing. This was embarrassing. She actually says that according to, and here's another thing that they've said. They've tried to say, this is the reason why I didn't end up having a debate with Ngozi yet. Because when I was on the phone with Ngozi, his definition was changing. And I said, sa.neter, there's no way for us to have a real debate if the definition is going to change. He said in that conversation, the people that lived in that area didn't consider themselves Black. And I said, well, brother, I'm not arguing that they did. Now, let me be clear. When I say Black in this instance, I'm talking about Black as a racial concept. They were able to notice their phenotypic difference from people in Greece, people in Rome, and they commented on those differences. But the concept of race is not one that they considered. It doesn't exist the same way. No one is arguing that their ideas of race are the same as our ideas today. No one is arguing that. But this is what we are arguing. We are arguing that according to today's definition of Blackness, the ancient Kemetic people were Black. That's it. Period. Thesis statement. Thesis statement. Don't try to pretend and say, yeah, brother, but you're not even understanding that they didn't consider themselves Black. Boom. That's not a boom. You're saying what I'm saying, but that's irrelevant. After all of these years of Western scholars actually saying that Black people did nothing, that Black people weren't nothing, that we didn't contribute anything to human civilization, now that we can debunk them, now you want to say that Blackness doesn't mean anything. Take a look, for example, at this. These are words from the man that is considered, even today, the title he usually has, he's usually called the father of American Egyptology. His name is James Henry Breasted. He was the founder of what was called the Oriental Institute in Chicago, the first space in the United States truly dedicated to studying the ancient world and particularly ancient Kemet. He is an extremely important person in the field of Egyptology. In fact, when he gets his degree, he can't even get his degree in the United States. He has to go to Germany to get his degree. And after he gets his degree, he comes back to the United States, and the field of Egyptology in the United States then becomes a thing. But listen to how he describes the Kemetic people in his book, The Conquest of Civilization. He says, the population of the great Northwest quadrant from the Stone Age onward has been a race of white men of varying physical type. The evolution of civilization has been the achievement of this great white race. On the south of the Northwest quadrant lay the teeming Black world of Africa. By the way, I want you to notice when he writes great white race, he capitalizes it. I didn't capitalize that. That's what he did. And when he talks about the teeming Black world of Africa, it was his choice not to capitalize that. He's telling you something. Let's continue. On the south of the Northwest quadrant lay the teeming Black world of Africa, separated by the great white race, capitalization again, by an impassable desert barrier and unfitted by ages of tropical life for any effective intrusion among the white race. His capitalization again. The Negro and Negroid peoples, his lack of capitalization again, remained without any influence on the development of early civilization. This is his argument. This is his argument. So I want you to recognize that these sorts of things that were being said were constantly said about people of African descent, that we had no effective intrusion. Well, a number of scholars, most of them in our community, thoroughly refuted the concept that Europeans, that white people created ancient Kemet. They did such a thorough job that they went to a fallback position. What was the fallback position? Now they're saying, sometimes you will hear some of these old scholars say, well, Egypt was multicultural. That's one thing you'll hear them say. Or they'll say, it was essentially the same ethnic makeup of the people that are there now. That's their fallback position. That's their fallback position.
Like the video, thumb up the video.
We're still on the case, and we're still fighting them. The difference is this. Now we have people who are UIs, useful idiots, that are trying to make the case for them. And unfortunately, they're the same people that were arguing the same thing that we are arguing just a few months or years ago. What made them change their mind? Did they read something? They need to produce what they read that made them change their mind. They're saying they have new data. I showed you the new data. I've shown you what the scholarship is today. And I want you to be clear that the discussion that is occurring is the same discussion that Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark had. See, some of the people who are speaking ill of them never studied with them. They just saw a video on YouTube and they've heard other people tell them what they've said. They haven't read any of their books. Do you remember I challenged Garfield once? In fact, it was Garfield and Chief X, I think, at that time. I challenged them to show me one of his books. I said, go to your library and show me at least one of his books. And they never answered. I kept saying, well, since you know so much about what he's done, show me one of his books. Because all you've done is listen to a video on YouTube. I'm telling you that I studied with them. How do you think the little few seconds you're hearing on YouTube trump someone who studied with them? How can you say that? Can you say that you read their books and they've said that what I'm saying is incorrect? Of course not. We have to call them out for what they're doing. So let's show you one of the clips that was created by Dr. Cooney in her discussion with Garfield. And I want you to be clear. Notice he has all these white scholars on again. You know why he has them on, right?
Yeah.
Black History Month.
Crazy.
What happened to this brother? Did he have a stroke or an aneurysm or something and he just got confused? Should we be sending him flowers and condolences or something? What happened to him? I want you to listen to her. First of all, talk about why the people who live there today look differently. And I might even play a clip of my conversation with that same dude that came on, that's a modern Egyptian. Remember when he came on when I was doing my presentation on Black Kemet, sa.neter, and he wanted to argue? And I kept saying, if you were going to talk, you're going to have to stop and we're going to have to listen to each other. I kept saying that. But you said, sa.neter, Jabari, why aren't you telling him that those are not his people? And I said, sa.neter, I may not be able to tell him that because first of all, you have to understand, I'm not suggesting that everybody that was in ancient Kemet, this whole black mass of people moved when these foreign people came in. Part of what happened is there were some people who moved, and we know this because when civilizations fall, there are usually great migrations. But I want you to understand, I'm not arguing that everyone was supplanted. What happened is you had lots of foreign people come in and they intermarried with people and they increased the population. So I'm not saying everyone that is there now has the blood of the ancients in them, but I'm saying that there's some people that don't look black, that if you did their DNA, you'd see something a little different. If you looked at my 8th great-grandfather, he wouldn't have this same mocha latte complexion I have. He wouldn't. My complexion is the result of admixture, and I'm being polite. Let's be clear. My complexion is the result of the rape of African women during enslavement. I don't call those people my ancestors that did that heinous act to women in my lineage. But that's why I look partially the way I do today. So we know that with admixture, so one's phenotype, the phenotype of descendants, will change. Especially if there's admixture from people that look radically different than the people that were already there. This is not a surprising argument. So when you said to me, sa.neter, why won't you tell him those aren't his people? I said I'd have to see a DNA sample to know that, to know better. Because looking at him, I said, you know, I believe that he may actually have some DNA from some of the people that were there in the ancient world. Does he look like them? No. No. That's because he has much more DNA from people from outside now. That's the argument that we should be explaining to people. I'm not saying every African in Kemet, as soon as the Greeks came, said, oh, show's over, and they all left. That's not what I'm saying. But when you have the Persians, the Assyrians, the Greeks, the Romans, when you have all the Arabs, when you have all of these groups come in, the population changes. So let's listen to Dr. Cooney say exactly that. Let's listen to her say exactly that. The same argument that I made in the conversation with that, with the modern Egyptian, just a little bit earlier. Take a look. Let's see. Maybe I should try to share it as a video. Let's see if I can. Maybe that'll even make it clearer, sa.neter. And you are right to put up that fair use.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107.
Yep.
Of the Copyright Act of 1976. All right. So that's our copyright disclaimer. We are teaching fair use. And that's where we stand. Brother Jabari, what you got?
Listen to this. You got it? Can you put it up, Sa?
I don't see nothing yet.
It's there as a video.
Egyptian people are so beautiful because heterogeneity. Why Egyptian people are so beautiful because heterogeneity is shown to make a more symmetrical face, but it's just a lot of mixture. And then one could ask the question: did the ancient Egyptian phenotype of skin color, which seems to be something people are very interested in, change through time? And the answer would, of course, be yes, because Egypt is occupied so many times after the Bronze Age by different types of people, starting with the Bronze Age collapse, and you get all these sea peoples coming in from across the Mediterranean, northern Mediterranean, Greek mainland, places like that. You're going to make Egyptian lighter, at least in the north, but probably in the south too. And then you're going to get an invasion from, or an occupation from Ptolemaic peoples in the 3rd and 4th centuries. That is going to make BC, make Egyptian lighter in a sense. And then you're going to get the Arab invasion, and you're going to have that occupation from West Asia. You're just going to bring in another admixture. You're not like changing the population, but you are creating a different dynamic mixture within the population. And how you track that, I mean, good luck with genetic tests. But that was a lot. That was a lot. So
I want you to hear that is what I have said. You heard me say it. Does that make me an expert?
Good point. Good point. But what you should have did was cut your pieces out too, with you saying that.
Oh, I did.
Oh.
Come on now. Here is, now listen, I say it all the time. So I did not cut every piece out, but take a look. I'll show you me responding to the modern Egyptian, and even you challenging me a little bit, going, Brother Jabari, why are you not saying this to him? Listen to what listen to my response to Nader. Take a listen. Now, this is before Cooney. I had this conversation before this Sunday, right? Listen. You got it, sa.neter? Go ahead. Ancient Africa. Is it stopping for a reason?
Yeah, I pulled it all the way back.
About ancient Africa. I will clearly say to you that some groups on the continent have an admixture of some people from outside of Africa and some people within Africa. So what I would love for you to do, for us to have a fuller conversation, is I would love to see your DNA analysis. Have you done one?
No, I haven't. I don't need to prove it to anybody.
Okay. No, I'm not. Listen.
My culture goes back thousands of years.
Listen.
I don't need to prove it to anybody, including myself.
Okay. But when you speak like that, it sounds like fanaticism, because the reality is,
yes, I'm very proud of being a Coptic. Yes.
Nader, you have to stop.
Why?
I listened to you. I did not interrupt you.
Okay, but you're asking me a question
and you answered the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you answered the question. You just don't get to talk forever. So what I'm saying to you is, in a minute, I'm going to ask you to leave.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
So, as we have this dialogue, we're all trying to reach back 3,000 to 5,000 years. And the knowledge that we have about ourselves may not be well based, because the detail that we're looking for is so aged. And so in order for us to have a fuller conversation, I would love for you to be able to give us some analysis of what you are saying. If you're making a comment, this is in this environment, when you make a comment, you have to back it with something. So you can't just say, I don't need to prove it to anyone, because then you're in the wrong conversation. Then you would need to go to the neighborhood bar and have that kind of conversation. But in a scholarly environment, if you are going to come in here and make a claim, it must be backed by some sources.
Jabari, why are you not telling him that those are not his ancestors?
Because the reality is this, sa.neter, listen to what I'm saying. And I said this in the beginning. They may be. When I look at that guy right there, he has African ancestry.
North Africa.
But he won't do any DNA. Listen, but he won't do any DNA study. So that's why I asked him about it. And I knew he was going to say no. I knew that he said he hadn't done it. Because the reality is, all of us have admixtures. If you go to and I said this during my presentation, if you go to my fifth great grandfather,
you don't know my culture.
He's going to look radical.
You don't know my culture.
He's going to look radical.
You don't know my culture.
He's going to look radically different than I do, because I have other DNA within me. And so what I want him to do in order to have a fuller conversation is a DNA analysis, so we can really have a conversation. That is how we'd be able to have a better based conversation. But that's just the reality. If he's not willing to do that, it's hard for us to prove any points or to make any cases, because one of us
believe what he says.
Is using sources and the other one is using belief. So if that's where we are, there's almost no room for what he's talking about. And he's saying that I don't know Coptic culture. Well, I would argue to you that you probably know Coptic culture better than I do, but I know Kemetic culture better than you do. And Coptic culture and Kemetic culture is radically different. It's radically different.
Hold on 1 minute. Time out. Everybody, time out.
So what I want you to do is hear me say, I didn't tell him, you're an interloper. You're not from there. I mean, because that's an overly simplistic argument. The reality is, looking at him, I would not be surprised if he does have some ancient DNA. But his phenotype has changed radically because of the influx of people from outside of Africa. That's what we're saying. And you know what? If he would actually say, I don't know why you're saying this, I'm black too, we would have a completely different argument. This would be an interesting conversation. But instead he's saying, I'm not black, I'm not African, and I'm the ancient people. That's what he's saying. So we have a lot of work to do in understanding this argument. Let's go to the next clip from Dr. Cooney, because you've now heard her explain the different admixtures, just as I did.
Egyptian people are so beautiful.
No, not that one. Not that one. I haven't put, that's the first one that's still there. I don't know why it's like that, but I'm going to put a new one in. And as we go to her, what you're going to hear her now, and I'm going to say this very clearly, because some of this might be too complicated to you, right? Some of this might be too complicated for you. Listen to her make it plain. She is literally going to say the ancient Kemetic people were black by today's standards. That is what she's going to say.
There you go. There you go.
She's not going to stutter. She's not going to say something other than black. She's not going to get newfangled and use a different word that means black. These people were ebony. No, she's going to say black. And I don't know how people watching didn't see it. This is probably what Sekou saw, and when he said, Jabari, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to go. He was almost telling me, I know you're in Kemetic Ascension, brother, but, cut it short. Because you're going to just fall on your floor for the rest of Sunday. And he was right. So take a look at what, and by the way, let me just respond to what someone said. Kwaku DID said, the modern Egyptians are the closest genetic relatives of the ancient Egyptians. What am I going to say to him? It's interesting you've made that thesis, brother. Where is your source material? I'm going to tell you what Dr. Clark said to me. Brother, you have to earn an opinion. Don't just spout off flights of fancy. I don't know if you're in the bar typing that or on the bowl typing that. To prove it.
On the poll.
To prove it, or where?
On the poll.
to prove it, you need to show some sources. And the other challenge with the genetic information is anyone should do this. Ask yourself, what are they comparing and from when? This is why I went through that long example in my last presentation. If you looked at the DNA analysis of Boston for the last 200 years, and you tried to say that genetic diversity, that genetic profile in a very popular city of the United States was now representative of the rest of the United States, you would say that the Americans come from Ireland. That's what you would say. Because a large number of people in Boston come from Ireland and Scotland. This is a particular hub where people went to. Are they representative of the United States? And what period are you looking at? What if you did a DNA profile today in 2024 and then said, this tells us what the Native Americans look like? Every one of you would be laughing out loud. But that's precisely what some of these DNA studies do. Read the paper. If you're going to be a scholar, read the paper. Don't just look at the headline that you see on some website. They're going to link to a paper. If you really want to read the paper and you can't get access, call me, because I'll use my university creds to get it for you. Some of these papers, and I can't even blame them, some of these papers you can't get access to. You got to pay $300, $400. I'll either use my University of Chichester credentials or my Hunter credentials. So when it comes to the papers, I read them all. I read them all. Don't come with me with those statements without having something back it. If you're going to do that, I'm going to call you on it and tell you this is not the place for your flights of fantasy and your tomfoolery. Because that's what you sound like. Let's go. Let's listen to Dr. Cara Cooney describe the ancient Kemetic people as, let's be really clear what she's going to do. She's going to describe the ancient Kemetic people as black by today's standards. Okay, I just put it up there, sa.neter. Go.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black. Not maybe all of them according to our definition, but certainly most of them. And if you go to modern day Egypt today and you go to a place like Luxor down in the south, you'll be like, these people are black in our definition, our American definition of what black is, Jamaican definition of what black.
Woo!
Sa.neter.
Come on, man.
You got to play that again. Let's just play it again.
Egypt. Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black. Not maybe all of them according to our definition, but certainly most of them. And if you go to modern day Egypt today and you go to a place like Luxor down in the south, you'll be like, these people are black in our definition, our American definition of what black is, Jamaican definition of what black.
I want you to hear what she said. By the way, to make it make sense for Garfield, she even said the Jamaican definition.
Wow.
Did you hear her say that?
Yeah.
The Jamaican definition, she says. Because she's like, well, I don't know. I'm not sure if you really get this. Maybe you're confused because you think I'm talking about something in the United States and you ain't been here that long. By the way, Garfield has been there long enough to know what the heck she's trying to say. He has been here long enough to know what she is trying to say. So the reality is this. We have to simply listen to what people are saying. And when you listen to what they're saying, the quote unquote experts, the people that they want you to listen to over us, they're saying what we've said. And you know, I'm going to say something else. If I was saying it, I would have given you more sources than she did. If Smash was going to say it, he'd have showed it to you, the source, and showed you the language. Reggie, too. And you already know what Sekou would have done. Sekou has read the greats. He's going to give you quotes from the greats that I forgot 20 years ago. This brother has an encyclopedic memory for the writings of our great ancestors. How dare they try to say that we're not experts? We spent our entire life studying this. But when their experts say what we say, now you have to actually go back to them and say, brother, you said that they were going to say this and they did not. When will you be issuing your apology and retraction? When you go to Garfield's channel, to Ankh's channel, I want you to just simply type in the chat. I looked at the discussion with Dr. Cooney. When will you be issuing your apology and retraction? And they're going to try to say that she didn't say what she said. The time codes are clear. Just look at the time codes. We're not arguing that the ancient Kemetic people had the same concept of race that we have today. No one has made that argument. Sometimes we talk about the fact that they may have contrasted their complexion or their phenotype with other people in the region. They have done that. Sure. But the fully developed concept of race that we have in the modern world is not the one that they had. It's just not. For example, I believe on average, they may have been a little bit lighter than people that were a little further into the interior. Not all of them, but lighter than the Nubians probably. Listen, some of the darkest black people you will see even today are in the Sudan. You will see blue-black Africans in the Sudan. And the ancient Kemetic people sometimes contrasted the way they looked with the way that the Nubians looked. That doesn't mean that they weren't black. By the way, the Sudanese complexion is not even the oldest African complexion. When you go even further down and you look at the Khoisan people, they're lighter than the Sudanese. Africa has a large range of phenotypes, but no one's confused about whether they're black. No one here or in this entire channel standing here listening to my voice would look at someone from South Africa and say they're not black, they're not as dark as someone from the Sudan. You wouldn't make that argument. You want to say, look at this sister from Ghana. She's not as dark as someone from the Congo. You wouldn't say that. Don't let them use slippery, ridiculous arguments on you. And then the coup de grace. One more clip from Cooney. Garfield asked her questions. Ankh asked her questions. By the way, when she disagreed with them, sometimes they didn't even acknowledge that she said something different than they believe. They just kept going. They didn't ask very good questions, partially because they thought she was going to say something else. They thought she was going to say something else. She didn't. She didn't. So as you look at this, they thought that she was going to disagree with them a little bit on Black Egypt, on Black Kemet. And then maybe she would agree with them on religion. Boy, I'm telling you, you could hear Garfield lacing his Nikes when she started saying that the idea of the virgin birth was from Kemet. He started lacing his Nikes, ready to run.
Man, Jabari, you killing this shit right now.
He said, is there direct influence from Kemet to Christianity? And she said, that's a really tough word. She speaks for like 2 minutes and then she says, well, you use the word direct. I would say yes. Bow!
Oh my God. God damn.
And the only thing that poor Garfield could lean on is that Dr. Cooney said, well, I think that Jesus was a historical character. That was it. He wanted to talk about that all day.
Yeah. He had to switch it up.
She said, but the religion is different than whatever that guy did when he was alive. The religion is influenced from ancient Kemet. And as someone who studies Kemet, I can see it. That's what she said. I disagree with her on whether Jesus was a historical character. But the reality is, if you've seen me, I don't argue that as much as I argue that Christianity comes from Kemet. One of the major things you'll hear me say is that if you argue that there is a guy named Yeshua that lived, but he didn't do all those things in the Bible that were attributed to Jesus, then you're not talking about the same guy. I guarantee you I could find someone named Peter Parker who lives in Queens, New York. He doesn't walk on walls. He doesn't rescue people, and he doesn't shoot webs. Is he still Spider-Man? Or is he just a dude named Peter Parker? I want you to recognize what I'm saying. Let's listen to her correct Garfield on Christianity. I'm going to put up in a sec, sa.neter. Take a listen. Up.
That's it?
Wait, no. It says I can only share 3 videos at once. So can you remove some? Oh, I can remove some of these. I can remove them.
Okay.
I'm removing them right now. Let me share this video. Here we go. It's there.
Exactly. So it starts there with the Jesus who is crucified. This is a Roman imperial dispatch method. So he's taken out, if there's a historical Jesus, and I do think there was, by people who saw him as a political threat and a problem to maintaining their control of this space and of this Judean space in there as a province, as a Roman province. Now, the cult of Jesus, once he's martyred, then spreads, and it spreads to Egypt right away because it's right there. And, Jesus himself as a child was in Egypt. This is a place where people are going back and forth to. There are no borders of these lands. There's no nation states. There's this is all part of Rome. So you can go back and forth between these places. Once the stories start to spread, because Jesus is dead once the cult is ongoing, right? He's not spreading the stories. A bunch of dudes who are walking around spreading his stories, his gospel message are going out there and they're writing things down. They're connecting with religious thought leaders, cultural leaders, and things are always going to get parsed through different lenses. And one of those lenses is the Egyptian lens. There are other lenses. There's a lens from the farther east. There's a European lens, but there's also an Egyptian lens. And Egypt is right there. So as the Jesus cult is moving and forming and shaping and things are being written, and remember, all of our Bible, New Testament stories are written after the death of Jesus. Some of them 40 years, some of them 60 years, some of them 100 years after the death of Jesus, but they're written after his death. The religion is shaped after his death by people all over the Mediterranean region. And Egypt is then a part of that game of telephone, if you like. And if you're a scholar of early Christianity, Egypt is a treasure trove for you because you have gospels there that don't exist in other parts of the world, like the Gospel of Thomas. There's even a Gospel of Jesus that's in Coptic Egyptian. There's old gospels that are showing you how the Egyptian cultural trends then translate and become part of the Bible that's made scriptural with the Council of Nicaea, right? So all of these ideas of Jesus's birth, which is only written about in one gospel, I do believe it's Luke, I think. I'm not an early Christianity expert, but that one gospel, and I'm not going to try any gospels because this is not my jam. But what is my jam is talking about things like the idea of a birth of a god that is Egyptian, that does not involve a woman having anything to do with it except being a vessel, and a god who creates himself. That is something that I know as an Egyptologist from texts that go all the way back to the pyramid texts, that the god creates himself. And so this idea of a virgin birth, as we call it, a god who implants himself into a body, this is a very Egyptian idea. And I do think, now I'm going to come back to this very charged word of yours, direct.
Oh, man, hold up, y'all. Did y'all hear that, man? Come on. Hold on, listen up.
I do think, now I'm going to come back to this very charged word of yours, direct himself. That is something that I know as an Egyptologist from texts that go all the way back to the pyramid texts, that the god creates himself. And so this idea of a virgin birth, as we call it, a god who implants himself into a body, this is a very Egyptian idea. And
stop right there. I'm gonna let it go, Jabari. But yo, this is an Egyptian idea. She's showing y'all that, all that concept of Mary having the Immaculate Conception, she's showing you that the ancient Egyptians did it. You see, so they just sick. Now what they gonna say about that, Jabari? What they gonna say now?
I have no idea.
But you don't see none of them telling them, nah, you wrong. I don't agree with you on this.
I have no idea.
Oh, man, let's go.
I do think, now I'm going to come back to this very charged word of yours, direct. I do think that Egyptian cultural influence directly influenced that notion that Jesus just came into this womb of Mary through a Holy Spirit, through a channeled movement of power. So does that answer your question?
Killed you.
Bam! Does it answer your question?
Punk. She wanted to say punk. You feel me? Like that?
I do think that Egyptian cultural influence, this idea of a virgin birth, as we call it, a god who implants himself into a body. This is a very Egyptian idea. And I do think, now I'm going to come back to this very charged word of yours, direct. I do think that Egyptian cultural influence directly influenced that notion that Jesus just came into this womb of Mary through a Holy Spirit, through a channeled movement of power. So does that answer your question?
Bam!
God, woo! Oh man,
Does that answer your question?
go ahead, Jabari.
So when the experts
Uh-huh.
say, the same thing that those dudes that you want to say don't know anything are saying the same thing, and they're showing you the sources. I guarantee you that if he asked Cooney to show sources for the virgin birth, she would struggle a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ask me, I would show you sources all day long.
Well, you know what, Jabari? They actually asked Rebecca Wang to show a source for the black silt. She struggled live and hasn't returned one yet. So I think you're right.
I mean, the reality is that they have ideas. She's been reading this stuff, and she understood something very clearly. But the reality is that when you come to our game, our side of town, we're going to show you why we have made the position that we took, the position that we've taken.
Now, you know what, Jabari? I want to say this too. And this is no disrespect to the Egyptian, right?
Who? Banoob?
No, the sister, Carrie.
Oh, she's not an Egyptologist, you
Right.
mean?
I mean, the Egyptologist. Check this out. It proves that even the scholars make mistakes. Even the scholars could be wrong. What I mean, she's knowing for a fact that Jesus exists. She knows for a fact that Jesus exists because she's not denouncing him. She's saying, yeah, I know Jesus, but she ain't denouncing none of that. So right there can prove that even the best of the best can be wrong as well.
But the reality is this. I'm not challenging her on that.
Right.
The reality is that it's a really challenging thing for you to get to the point where you no longer believe in historical Jesus. And I'm going to tell you that when I got to that point in my life, I could have had a nervous breakdown. That was a difficult thing for me to conceptualize. Because my entire life up to that had been built on that concept. When I got to the point where I saw so much in the Kemetic text, and I began to read Christianity Before Christ, I'm looking for the book. When I read Christianity Before Christ, I've been doing so much study, and I had a lot of work to do, sa.neter, but I was fixated. I was having dreams. I was reading. When I got to the end of the book, it was so scary. Some of you have heard me say this before. I dropped the book where I stood. I wasn't even sitting anymore. When I read the past few pages, I was reading it, standing in my dorm room. When I finished it, at that point, I realized it was not my plan to no longer be a Christian, but I was no longer a Christian. And I was terrified. I dropped the book where it was. And I'm talking about January in Ithaca. I didn't put on my boots. I didn't put on my coat. I had my little flip-flops, my slides on. I walked into the snow. That's how difficult this was for me. And when I came back into the dorm like this, freezing, my roommate said, "You dropped your book." I said, "Uh-huh." He said, "Where were you?" I said, "Outside." He said, "You didn't put on your boots?" I said, "Uh-uh." He said, "You didn't put on your coat?" I said, "Uh-uh." And my roommate stopped and looked at me, and I know he was thinking, is my roommate losing his mind? It is very difficult when you confront this difficult truth. It's very difficult. I'm not arguing with anyone and saying that there's something wrong with them if they have not come to that point. But I do want you to recognize, regardless of whether you think there was a dude named Yeshua that did anything, the tradition has its origins in Africa. And they predate the date that some of you would like to believe that Jesus walked the earth. I would think that that would make you feel even more connected to the tradition. But instead, what you do is you argue that we're demons, and I get the death threats. After saying that tonight, I'm probably going to get more death threats. I was joking. I wish I was joking. This is someone who actually studies ancient Kemet, and she can see the archetypes. And she went out of her way. She went out of her way to say, "Oh, the virgin birth." He didn't ask her about the virgin birth. He said, "Did Kemet directly influence Christianity?" She brought up the virgin birth and used the term virgin birth. And then when he said, "Did it directly?" she was like, "Oh, that's a really tough word." 2 minutes later, she says, "Yes, directly." I mean, it was like, wow. So let's look at the scoreboard. The Kemetic people were black. Dr. Cooney and the Egyptomaniacs won. Garfield, Ankh, and Chief X0. The people that live in Kemet today, in Egypt today, look radically different. Some of them may actually have the DNA of ancient people, but they look radically different because of over 1,000 years of admixtures of people coming to the region. They no longer look black. Dr. Cooney and the Egyptomaniacs, as you like to call us, 2, Ankh, Garfield, Chief X0. And then was Christianity influenced by ancient Kemet directly? Dr. Cooney and the Egyptomaniacs, 3, Ankh, Garfield, and Chief X0. The game is over. When you see them, you should be asking them, when are you going to issue a retraction and an apology?
Woo!
That's all you need to ask them. On your interview. And when they try to say to you that they didn't say what they said, I'll give you the time codes.
All right, hey, Jabari.
Yes.
Let me move over to Smash real quick. Smash one.
Absolutely. And I already know Smash is going to make this worse.
Oh, we about to have some fun real quick, right?
Smash.
We about to have some fun. Jabari come with the scholarship. You know I like to have some fun with it now.
He going to make this worse.
I put the E. When I say Chief X, I put an E in front of the X. Because he's a former chief. You understand me? When it comes to this Kemetic information. But here's one thing. I got to give him credit. Chief X is the leader of the Mediterraneanites. Those who say that Kemet was Mediterranean culture and not an African culture, because we've seen him maintain his erroneous stance over the past 5 years, while we've seen our brothers flip-flop.
Yeah, he's the first one I heard say that. Chief X is the first one.
Exactly. While we've seen our brothers flip-flop back and forth. So let's be not confused. Chief X is the champion of that erroneous argument that our brothers continue to maintain.
So
Now,
Smash, is it fair to say that Chief X is their teacher on the down low?
Chief X is their leader.
Oh, God.
They are behind a brother who is as wrong as Chief X Austin is. In all due respect, it's nothing mad. You can be in error, you just shouldn't maintain it, right? That's the problem. Now let me show you guys, if I can share the screen, what the leader of the Mediterraneanites thought about Garfield and Ankh's presentation. You see him almost in tears. Right? Now, I'm just going to let Chief X tell y'all I have nothing to say, and this is pure comedy. So grab your popcorn. Shout out to Chief X for keeping it real. Let's watch this video.
Ankh and Garfield Reed, Bobby Banger and Garfield Reed, you niggas set us back 3 fucking years with that fucked up bullshit ass interview with Cara Cooney. Oh man, you gave these Afrocentrics ammunition to use for the next few years. You niggas set us back. You know why? Because you niggas got your own motherfucking agenda with this black as a social construct bullshit.
Even Chief X know that.
It muddies the waters, you stupid fucks. And them niggas, Mr. Imhotep, whatever Afrocentric, Mr. Imhotep getting hundreds of thousand views on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, and all he got to use is clip up Cara Cooney, and you niggas is done.
All right, so now it's 4 more minutes of that, and the language doesn't change. I will spare your channel.
Wait a minute, you gonna stop it?
Okay, let's keep the topic.
You niggas fucked up with that interview. I told you hoe ass niggas, man, never to use Cara Cooney. I told you bitch ass niggas that a year ago. I told you bitch ass niggas that 3 months ago. Stop using Cara Cooney. She's gonna placate you. She don't know if Afrocentrics believe in the 1-drop rule or not. All this people of color bullshit and confusing shit and muddying the waters and her saying they black because she think you niggas think because a person is melanated, that means they black. You dumbass niggas. You set us back.
So let me pause.
Never use Cara Cooney.
I'm going to let it play, but let's be clear. A statement is put out by the leader of this silly-ass argument that they are set back by what you guys manifested. Let's keep going.
That interview sucked. That interview was horrible. I was trying to be nice with my presentation earlier today. But once I seen Smash Rockwell put up a video and shoot fire on you niggas, I knew it. You niggas fucked up. Trying to be cute and shit. Oh, well, they came from the South and some of them were black, some of them wasn't black, some of them was this. It was just one nation. We all Africans. Whether you're Nigerian, you're an indigenous African. Whether you're Egyptian, you're an indigenous African. Whether you're fucking Tunisian, you're an indigenous African. Whether you motherfucking from the tribe in South Africa, we all the motherfucking same.
So let's put that out. Now he doing it in his drunken style, right? But let's give Chief X credit for having a good argument. What he's attempting to say is indigenous African is another social construct that is further removed from the ones that ancient Egyptians would have chose. They called themselves Kim, which is black. And so no ancient Egyptian would have had any concept of indigenous African. But let's keep this going. I'm getting some... It's trying to repause, so I guess I'm gonna refresh my screen.
Here in Africa,
here we go.
It's one African. We all the same motherfucking people. That's y'all niggas' argument, and it's a bunch of hogwashing bullshit. You niggas set us back. I'm so pissed off at you niggas. That shit was horrible. Cara Cooney was all over the goddamn place, and you niggas was leading the witness.
Damn.
I wouldn't say that if you wasn't. On my mama, listen to Chief X. You niggas was leading the witness. You guys fucked up that interview because of your own personal agendas you wanted to push. You wanted to make it seem like what you've been saying.
Yo, he's right though, because of their own agendas.
Oh, exactly.
And their agendas is we got to stop Jabari.
Exactly.
We got to stop Reggie. We got to stop Smash. We got to stop Sekou. Their agenda was to stop the truth. I don't know if they trying to hide the truth or really try. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, you can. All right, let's get. I unshared it. My bad. Let me reshare it. I didn't know what was popping. Here we go.
You know where we was at?
Yeah, it's right at the same spot. Let's keep it. Can you hear it?
Like, see, I told you, you fucked up. Because you niggas won't make shit plain. Because you niggas ride the goddamn fence. You turned it back over and gave Smash Rockwell, Reggie, and all these pseudos ammunition against you, you stupid motherfuckers. Get some motherfucking balls, take the motherfucking gloves off, and let them niggas know what the fuck Chief X is saying, and follow my goddamn lead.
Woo!
Niggas can't lead the motherfucking thing.
And I agree with him.
Because you got your own agenda. This whole motherfucking time, and even this interview, you fighting and arguing against Chief X, low key. Nobody else know it, but you arguing against me, low key, and you boomeranging yourself trying to do it. Because you don't want Chief X to win, you gotta muddy the waters and fuck up shit. You set us back with that Cairo Cooney interview. Cairo Cooney is gonna cater to you niggas. Cairo Cooney, if she's interviewed by Afrocentrics, yes, and you niggas is Afrocentrics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief. Damn, Chief.
She's gonna manipulate her words to make it fit what she thinks you niggas think. It's a social construct. Shut the fuck up. When I'm trying to figure out who the shooter of this elementary school is, it ain't no biological thing we talking about.
Thank you.
We ain't trying to figure out if we universe or niggas is trying to figure out if this shooter is a white man or a black man. That has nothing to do with motherfucking science, nigga. That has to do with society. You niggas set us back. I'm sick of you niggas being fake. You fucking frauds.
Damn.
Oh, and that's the words of the leader of the Mediterranean ice.
Wow.
And you guys have lost stripes. You've been demoted.
No.
Wow.
Smash. You got to say the leader of the pseudo killers, bro. The pseudo killers.
Wow.
Chief X is like the coach that get mad after his team play bad. You see how he is? He's just like that, like coaching them, like, yo, y'all niggas, what the hell are y'all doing? You ever seen the coach get mad like that? What the hell are y'all doing?
By the way,
Smash, that was powerful, man.
I thought that Smash had taken a screenshot of his face. That was just the pause of the video. He was like,
that's legendary. That's legendary.
By the way, you should know Chief X is in the building.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Chief X.
He's in there.
Jack E. Johnson said Cooney.
And I've been looking at some of the comments. Sister Tiffany, listen, I've known you for years. Personally.
They got Tiffany. They got her.
Dr. Cairo Cooney said nothing negative against black people in that video. Nothing negative against black people in that video. Nothing. So please don't say that she said something negative. By the way, Chief X is saying that she's manipulating what she's saying because she could conform with what you're saying. No, they asked her, is it red? And she said, well, it's blue. Is it green? She said, no, it's black. They weren't leading her. She was disagreeing with them.
Right.
She was disagreeing with them. And here's the other thing. Chief X, you're here so you can hear this. Have you read her articles? If she is simply manipulating her comments, does what she has written conform with what she said on his channel? I have her edited book. The one that she kept saying we should get, I have it. Mm-hmm. Is she saying something different in her writing than she says here? See, that's the problem. Some of you just watch videos. When I'm here, well, I'm always telling you, look at this book. Are y'all getting the book? You have to read it. This is about you becoming the scholar. This is not just about coming back and listening to us. You read the book. That's part of the problem. So if you think that she is manipulating what she's saying simply to conform with what they're saying, first of all, I don't see that because she's disagreeing with them. And second of all, her writings conform with what she said. Did she write a scholarly text just so she could get shine on Garfield's channel when she's disagreeing with Garfield on Garfield's channel? That argument doesn't make sense, Chief X. That argument doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. So I want you to recognize she even talked when she started. She said, these questions. She almost said you should actually ask Shamarta Keita. Mm-hmm. He's an African American who's an Egyptologist and an MD, so he's a unicorn. This is his idea. He's a PhD Egyptologist. How come you haven't asked him to be on? Mm-hmm. I wonder. I want you to be really clear that they are not representing the scholarship properly. There was a point where the scholars in the study of the ancient world disagreed with the quote unquote Afrocentrist. But the thing that happened, and I'm going to tell you this because I'm a student of Dr. Ben, I'm a student of Dr. Clark, I'm a student of Don Ohadike, I'm a student of James Turner. I had to read the text and then disagree with them. I didn't just go up there and say, you saying bad things about Black people. Do you think that I could do that at Cornell? I had to read the text and then argue with them. That's what I had to do. This is not just, we're not trying to give you something that should make you feel good, but it should make you feel good. Is it possible the truth might make you feel good? Because the lies have been making us feel bad for a long time.
All right, hey, Jabari.
How about we get a dose of truth for a change?
All right, Jabari, we're gonna let Smash finish real quick, and then we're gonna hear from Sekou.
Yeah, we just building back and forth, so we could do it like dialogue style. And
yeah.
On this issue of experts, they also pulling the wool over your eyes because they act like it ain't no experts that agree with us.
Right.
Now, here I have my brother Sandro Capo-Chichi, and I want to show us a few things. I've been corresponding with Sandro Capo-Chichi for a while since we've been having the riparian argument. He makes himself public, and he also writes on his blog. Now, he is up for his second PhD at Harvard, where it says here he already received his PhD in linguistics from the University of Paris 7 in 2019. I'm about to open up my email. I thought I had it open already. Here we go. So, and now just to be clear, I'm not tacky like that. I talked to Sandro and asked, I told him he retained the rights to our correspondence, but if I could share with the people, he like, oh yeah, brother. And you can even see him returning edits in the email so that when I show the people, everything would be okay. And so now I'm just going to a correspondence from 2022. Because that's what I'm trying to say. Cats is acting like and I never had to really, this is for me to confirm what we're talking about Kimmit. And we can see he wrote me a lengthy email, which is far more tedious than coming on and talking on YouTube for an hour with sources in our
man.
And I will read the conclusion. In conclusion, I would say that looking for the determinatives is only one among many other tools used by philologists and lexicographers to retrieve the meaning of the ancient Egyptian words. One must also rely on grammatical analysis, professional knowledge of ancient Egyptian, as well as general linguistics at its various stages of history, the use of an up-to-date biography, an actual study of the text and words, which is what we all perform. He says their degree of variation in time and space, there are different registers and context used, socio-political and cognitive considerations. The study of written language is contemporary and in contact with Egyptian, etc. This is the use of the combination of tools that allows Egyptologists to state that the etymology of Kemet means the Black One. Now notice, Sandro put the and one in parentheses and simply has black outside of his parenthetical statement. And so therefore we can see he closes with me by saying, I don't even understand how people can seriously argue against that. And so this farce of coming in front of y'all and putting people in y'all face that they're having no serious in-depth correspondence with. They're simply like, oh, we're laymen and we need you to answer questions in a way that you can find them in any Egyptological coffee table book. Every Egyptological coffee table book will say the Kemet is the black land because of the fertile Nile silk. As soon as you asked one Egyptologist who's supposedly an expert, she could not recall a primary source for that. You want to know why? Because we told you there's not one. The ancient Egyptians never said we call this place Kemet because of the fertile Nile silt. And I also would share Sandro's request to, I don't need to share it, but y'all should know he requested to peer review my book. And so some of the things we do on YouTube is strictly for show. And I don't mind people wanting to get views. They'll even form some type of a response to this video, even though it's clear to everyone watching what Kara Cooney said. And so again, I don't intend to filibuster. I'll just show things as we continue. And I see Brother Sekou in the building. You still there?
That wasn't filibustering. That was powerful.
Oh yeah, well I got a whole bunch more.
That was powerful, Smash.
Sometimes when I get to rolling, now let me go back into this correspondence with Sandro, because the deepest thing he did actually, and again he's telling me here how he's correcting things. But if I could share this, sa.neter. Now, we had an attack on Kemet, meaning the black land, that was mounted by some of our brothers recently in the professional academic way that it should be done. They manifested books, they went to symposiums, and they came to the conclusion that Kemet did not mean black. Our brother said Diop was wrong and that there was no substantiation to the root. Now, I share the screen. Now, one of the sources, now wait till you see this tedious work my brother Sandro shared with me. Whenever sa.neter comes back,
sa.neter share sa.neter.
He'll see it in a minute. It doesn't. I'll just keep talking about it. There is one named Jean-Claude Mboli who is behind some of the academic brothers who manifest the fact that no, Kemet does not mean black, and then we cannot tie that to the black people. It's more about a riparian or agricultural type of things. They manifested a lot of good things in that argument, but as we banged it out and then started referring to the scholars, we started to see that that argument wasn't as sa.neter. I'm trying to get your attention. I'm gonna call him and interrupt that phone call.
Oh my goodness! You keep talking, I'll reach him.
Okay, that's what's up. And so what Sandro Capo-Chichi did here was he wrote like a 23-page email, and after he read a 700-page book. Oh, there you go, son. There you go. Share the screen, son. Share the screen. Oh, there you go. Now, again, everything I'm sharing with you is public. This is his public email on Harvard. So, and if any scholar told me that I didn't have the rights to share their information, you wouldn't see it on public on YouTube. Now, again, we could get out of the sorry for the late reply, but here, Sandro Capo-Chichi uses his linguistic prowess to let us know some of the source material people are using to say Kemet does not mean the black land is indeed pseudo and erroneous. Now, he went far in this analysis, unattested words and meanings in Mboli's comparative analysis. Okay, that's just one section. Trust me, there's no way I could read this interaction. So what I'm showing you guys this for, and I'm gonna show you one more thing after this. I'm showing you this to say, because people think that if I get on a screen with a scholar and show you our limited 10-minute, the only conversation that we have ever had, that I can fool you into think that our correspondence is worthy of some type of in-depth research and me and this scholar, Karen Cooney, has gotten to the bottom of things. That ain't how that's transpiring. She's offering good. I mean, shout out to her. But since you guys present yourselves as laymen, she's answering the questions like you never even read an Egyptological book. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know what to say.
Can I also say I'm also looking at the chat, Smash, and I see Banub in there again. I see him in there again. And the last thing he said was the ancient Egyptians hated dark skin as much as they hated tribal primitives, since they had no tribes either. Banub, I really don't want to be disrespectful to you, but the comment you made is ignorant. It's offensive and ignorant. And you have not done any study whatsoever to even type. So unless you're listening, I want you to stop typing and learn. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? They hated dark skin. Show me why you think that. And when you show me why you think that, then I will show you that you don't know anything about the place that you claim to be from.
Let's kill him with a pyramid text. Sa, share the screen. We keep the arrows in the quiver, Jabari. Anything they say is going to be on the screen in the next slide.
This is simple. I mean, why is Osiris, Asar, the Lord of the perfect black if they hated dark skin? Why is
share
that?
The screen.
sa.neter, you got to pay attention now, man. Come on now, brother. Your conversation can't be more important than your live. You got to share the screen.
Trying to talk. Ankh and Garfield on the phone trying to make him do something.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was happening, but I'm calling it.
I'll share the screen. All right, well, what we're going to put up here is the Pyramid of Pepi II, right? Just to address directly what Dr. Banob just said in the chat. Now, see, if you would like to read this, Dr. Banob, go ahead, but it is transliterated and translated. And this is in the act of the Neter rule coming down to pick up Pepi, okay? And it says face falls on face because of the black skin shoe picks up. Directly in the text, we can see the word anej here, right? And we see anem here, and we see the hair determinative, which lets us know they wants to focus on the color, and the color we should focus on is Kim. Now, I'm in talks with one of the leading Egyptologists who focus on demonology right now to indeed see if they're trying to talk about a state of existence where he was black. But we've done plenty of research into black petrification, and we understand the process was warded by mummification. And so they are directly addressing the black skin of a pharaoh right here on the primary text.
Right.
So to say that ancient Egyptians detested black skin, you'd have to show a primary to say something like that.
It sounds to me like you detest black skin. And by the way, Banub, have you ever read, and I'm going to even use the Greek word, have you ever read the pyramid text? You claim to be an Egyptian. Have you read the first spiritual text? Because if you hadn't, you said to me last time, you don't know my culture. And I said, yes, I would argue that maybe you know Coptic culture better than I do, but I know Kemetic culture better than you do because I read the pyramid text regularly. That's the world's first spiritual text. Have you read it? If you haven't read it, why don't you sit down and learn?
All right,
Sit down and learn.
Let's hear from Sekou. Jabari, text message. Let's hear from Sekou.
Yes, peace and blessing. Peace and blessing. Peace and blessing, Smash, Rockwell, Brother Jabari. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, man. And thank you all for sharing your knowledge. Here learning and taking note is very, very interesting. First of all, I will start with this issue of race. The Cairo Symposium. I'll be doing a presentation on Saturday on sa.neter to commemorate the 50-year anniversary of the Cairo Symposium since Sheikh Anta Diop and Obenga destroyed the Eurocentric view of ancient Egypt and they recenter ancient Egypt back into its African context. They did it, and since they did it, there has been confusion in the camp of the Eurocentrics. They've moved the goalposts 3 to 4 times, and people don't realize this. And I would take you back to the Cairo Symposium to see the original position of the European scholarly consensus. And after the symposium, how that changed. When they came to the symposium, they said one ancient Egyptian were white, Caucasoid. That's what the original position. 2, they said they could have been dark Mediterranean, but their dark could be brown, but they were not Negro. That means, in fact, one of them even said they were white people with dark skin. Have you ever seen anyone like that? White people with dark skin. Then they said they were Hamites. They used all of those names. And Diop said, I have not seen any white person with a dark skin. If you see a black man working in Africa with a dark skin, how do you call him? So this is how they destroy the argument of these people. So I'm bringing back the Cairo Symposium to be able to tell you guys where we were and how we got here. Now they are using multiculturalism, multiracialism. They were mixed. Well, we don't care that they were mixed, but who were there first? They got mixed with who? With aliens? No, they got mixed with people, and those people were indigenous, and they were indigenous Africans. So this is the game they've been playing. Another thing that Garfield did recently, he brought somebody on, I think today, to say the Greek word melas, which the ancient Greek who saw the late Egyptian, in fact, because the ancient Greek, people don't understand, they were not the contemporary of ancient Egyptians. They are not contemporary. People sometimes make that mistake. They think the Greek civilization was at the same time of the old kingdom of ancient Kemet. No. By the time the Greeks were coming into Kemet, it was at the end of the civilization. A lot of invasion has already occurred. But even at that time, the Greeks used only one word to describe the people they saw, and that word is melanchores or melas. And they've been playing game with this word. They said, no, when they describe the Ethiopians, they use the word Ethiopian. No, there are several places where they use the same word melah to describe both Ethiopians and Egyptians. They never use the melahs to describe just Ethiopians and then not the Egyptian. They use that, and then they've turned around and said that word doesn't mean black, it means dark red. And we've been searching dictionaries upon dictionary to look for the word dark red in ancient Greek, and we can find it. The word for black has been melas. So what I'm going to do tonight, I just want to go to ChatGPT, okay? Just for fun. Let's go to ChatGPT. It's an AI, which is not complex for Garfield to find. And I'm going to type in, I'm going to ask ChatGPT, what is the word for black in ancient Greek? Let the ChatGPT tell us. Because that's an AI and it's not Afrocentric website. So maybe it will tell us something.
Hey, Si, real quick, Si, I'm gonna tap back in. I gotta make it run, but let me back in when I hit the phone about 5 minutes.
Go ahead. Hey, what I'm gonna do, Jabari, is I want to open up the lines in case people got any questions. Is that
sure?
Cool?
Let's let Sekou finish what he's doing now.
Yeah, finish. Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, share it, sa.neter.
It's up and sharing.
Okay. So here's what I typed. I said, what is the ancient Greek word for black? And ChatGPT replied, the ancient Greek word for black is melas for masculine and melana for the feminine. This is the word. These words are often used to describe black color or objects that are black in color. So if the Greek used this word to describe ancient Egyptian, use what are you looking for? What do you want them? What else are you guys looking for as evidence? The word for white.
Good point. Sekou.
The word for white, it exists. Look at them. It exists in Greek. The word for brown is phaios. It exists. Do you know Greek more than the Greeks? They use the word melas. And ChatGPT is an AI. And you can use the word and plug it into any dictionary. It gives you black. This is eyewitness. All Greeks are Afrocentric and they are Egyptomania. I am
Is that Milana? Or melans. What you said?
So the ancient Greek word for black is melas.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
masculine form.
Oh, the other
Melana
one.
is the when they use the word melancres, is applying to skin, and they have used that consistently to describe ancient Egyptian and both Ethiopian. In fact, I think it's Aristotle, so he used it. He said dark hue is the Egyptian or the Ethiopians, that they are coward and this and that. But he used the one word to describe both of them, their skin color. In fact, he used the word agam melanin, excessive black. So these people are confused. They said, no, the Egyptian were brown, where the Greek word for brown is phios. Why didn't they use it?
Woo, go ahead, man.
So
say cool.
This is the problem. And I want to touch Ankh a little bit when they say, let me stop sharing my screen.
So say cool. When you say melans, is that close to melanin? Think about
yes, that's the where the word melanin came from.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
When you hear the word melanin, that's black. That's where the word melanin came from. It's the Greek word. Melas.
Opening, grand closing, man.
But the Greek continuously used this word to describe ancient Egyptians. And they are saying, no, it could be brown. I said brown is phios. Show us a dictionary of Greek language that have another word for black. I'm talking about ancient Greek. You can't find it. And the people went there and said, this is what we saw. And you said, no, the way you didn't see it, we have to retranslate it. I'm saying if these people look like, they said Mediterranean race. If they have their Mediterranean race, I don't know what such race exists, then the Greeks should have just said they look like us. The Romans should have just said they look like us. Because all of them should be Mediterranean race. Why would they describe them differently? So I'm saying that Diop told us something very important. We're talking to Garfield and Ankh now. I mean, stop sharing, sa.neter. Let me stop sharing my screen. When it comes to Garfield and sa.neter, I'm sorry, I always use the word Negropean, and I apologize when I use it. But such people exist. Negropeans. They are coward. They are coward. They are real coward. But you want to know when a black person becomes a coward, he becomes very violent towards his own people. That's where he shows his strength. That's where he likes to show his muscles. Because why? They think by attacking black people is inconsequential. They don't want to face the real people. Because when I come to our community to teach race as a social construct, I said, who brought up the issue of race? Who benefited from race? It's the white man. Who's benefiting from race? So you come to teach all the victims that we should stop race as a social construct. We should start talking about it. Go teach the white man who put it into books. Go teach the French. Go teach all these people who have written books about race and benefited for thousands of years. Now, when it comes to modern, they say race is a social construct. I don't disagree. But I say it's also a power and a political construct.
Yes.
And that's what Dr. Cooney was telling them. He said the reason modern Egyptians hate the word black is not because of the issue of melanin. It's because black is associated with low class. Black is associated with, that's what they have during the Arab war from the slaves. So now when they say you are black, it means that you are low class. That's what their brain is interpreting. It means that you are not that rich, you are not that intelligent. It means you belong to the lower caste. That is the imagination they have when you say ancient Egyptians were black. That's what they are interpreting. That's what they are adding. And that's what Europeans were doing. They said, we believe that black people couldn't have built this civilization. Why did you come to that conclusion? Because their skin is black, so they couldn't have done it. So we got to just call them something else. They are Hamites, or they are white people with black skin. All sort of nonsense. So the idea today, they said they are confused. Ankh said he doesn't know what black is, but he's a real black atheist.
But he's a real black atheist.
Yeah, he's a real black atheist, but he doesn't know what black is, what black people.
Yo, that's crazy, Sekou. You dropping bombs on these dudes, Sekou.
He's a real black atheist, but he doesn't know what black is.
That's a good one. I like that one.
The position of the African school of thought has not changed. Obenga said during the Cairo Symposium, what we are arguing is that those who built this civilization were indigenous to this continent. One, they did not come from the Mediterranean. They did not come from Greece. They were indigenous to this continent. And they are part of the different groups of what you will call Black people on the continent. And Black people have different color ranges. So we use the word Black generically to describe everyone, but there are brown, there are all sorts of the Khoisan, I'm from Liberia, I'm Mandingo. I don't look like a Somalian. I don't even look like the Fulani in my own country. The Fulani, I have a light skin as anyone, or more than anyone on their screen, and have all the alkalinos, and they live right there in West Africa. And they are with us there. So we understand when we say Black Africans, we understand that all these ranges exist, but the people who built those pyramids, who built that civilization, did not come from outside the continent. Now, Ankh is trying to say that people who are in Egypt today are the same people who were there. Well, the definition of race as given by the US government, they've included North African as white people now.
Yes.
Do you know that? They believe that Egypt, Tunisia, and all these people are now considered white under American definition. And they define Black as people who have come from the different ethnic groups in Africa. So the white people who are in Egypt today definitely were not the ancient people that was in that area that we call the Nile Valley. So I'm coming, sa.neter, on Saturday to discuss the Cairo Symposium, how it has destroyed all these. They have now moved their goalposts to mixed race. We said, well, we don't have a problem with that. People get mixed, people get married, people intermarry. But we said the indigenous people of that continent, they came together and built that civilization. No, let me tell you something before I end. No white scholar today can come out and say ancient Egyptians were not Black. To say it like that, only a Negropean can say it, and only a Eurocentric neurotic who is a psychopath can say that. Anyone who can categorically stand before academia and say ancient Egyptians were not Black, they got to be Negropean and they got to be a YouTube Eurocentric. Actual scholar will escape that question. They will escape it since the end of Cairo Symposium. I challenge you to find one.
Oh my goodness. Woo! This is 3 the hard way tonight, sa.neter.
They seem like babies when y'all come up in here.
Oh my goodness, 3 the hard way. My goodness, gotta go back to an old Black exploitation film.
Yeah, man.
Man.
What's up? You got a question, brother?
Yeah. So good job tonight. Brother Sekou right about that symposium too, to the point where I noticed when I read about it, when I read the book African Origin of Civilization and some more books, where Diop said, yes, okay. Well, they said at the end of the symposium, yes, that's Theophile Obenga, yes. So at the end of the symposium, they said that when it comes to although we gave out the letter and told them exactly what to do, but when it comes to who had the most information, Diop and Obenga brought the most. Now, with that, though, they also said, now you guys know how it worked. If we knew something more, we'd have been banging out to try to get that information sent down there later. Oh, no, I forgot to send you. They all knew they didn't have no information. They knew Diop and them was right. And this to Jabari. Jabari, here we go again. This is the second year we're supposed to do these cards that I got. This Black History Month almost go. I had to throw that up there. Maybe make it big, son. Woo. But these is about Black women. Volume 2, women. So maybe we'll get it next year, but I got them.
Wow.
Yes.
You gotta go, that's like we do the Africana History Challenge. You gotta come forward and do that.
Oh, positive. Okay. Yes,
yeah.
Sir.
Let's schedule some time and do it.
Yeah. Well, you think doing it since it is Afrocentric? I'm sorry, since it is Black History Month, we should do it later in the next time.
I think we could do it in March because I mean, we're almost done.
Okay, positive. Let's hear Brother Ankh, Brother Bobby Banger. Take it off.
I think the first question you need to ask is, who read this book? Who read it?
Ooh.
Ask who read the book. That's the first
read
question
it.
you need to ask the people on the panel.
All right. Do you have a question, brother? A question?
No, I don't got a question. I want to be able to respond to Jabari and Sekou. Scam Smash well already gone. I can't respond to him. But I want to be able to respond to these two individuals.
No,
Jabari,
brother, no,
I heard you. Jabari, I expect more out of you. You are a professor. You already know that book in your hand, right? I've read that book. Matter of fact, behind me, right? I got the first one right there, the big one behind me. Okay. You already know that in that book, it does not use the terminology that y'all trying to push. You know it, and I know it. They do not use the word black in that book you held up. Let's get this straight. Nowhere in the book. Don't make me pull it up on Kindle, type in the word black, you won't find it. You know, and I know that. The next thing, you know, and I know, right? I expect more out of you, Jabari, because you're a professor. I don't appreciate the fact that you would actually have conversations with your colleagues differently than you would have conversations with us. So I see you ain't read that book, huh? So I'm saying the conversations you have with us is totally different than you would have in your university, and you know it. The first point, when anybody come amongst us, right, and you're supposed to be an educator, and they say, yeah, based off of the American standards, during the Jim Crow South, right, that the Egyptians what we black. I don't expect Sekou to figure that out. Dumb as the doorknob. Sure as hell don't expect Smash to figure it out because he can't read. But you, Jabari, you're an educator, and I expect you to be insulted when that lady did that. It's not a compliment because the first thing you're supposed to do as an educator is go back, well, let me check what the racial standards are in the 1930s. Let's see what it is. We know what it is. It's Ku Klux Klan standards. It's the Jim Crow standards. It's the one drop rule. What the hell is the one drop rule? The one drop rule is very simple. If you got a grandparent or great grandparent that's black, then you're black. Right? It puts you in a category to the point where you can't feed your family because when you black, right, you're going to get a low income job. You're not going to be able to move in place you need to move, right? It's a wild ass racialized standard. As a matter of fact, it's the standard that enslaved us. You know it, and all y'all supposed to know that, specifically Jabari. So when a person says that they're black based off of American standards, well, what's the American standards? It's called racism, white supremacy. So I cannot believe in the middle of Black History Month that you, Jabari, would actually promote racism, white supremacy just to win a wild ass argument when all you would have to say is that the Egyptians in the Nile Valley are indigenous Africans and let that shit go. But nope, you come on here, you rant and rave, right? And I ain't forgot you, Sekou. Hey, Sekou, check this out, bro. I ain't never been a coward. See, you said that about Garfield and all that. I'm trying to figure out, I beat the brakes off you in that conversation with the wild religion you was talking about. You already know that you don't even understand the conversation because if you did, if you understood it, you would say the real analyzing of the conversation is trying to figure out, do she think that we might not understand what she's saying? She's really trying to say, well, I'm going to hit him with the 5-year-old package, right? I'm going to say, yeah, if they was in America, right, then in the time of the 1950s and the 1930s, where you get put off the back of the bus, where you couldn't drink out of a water fountain. Look, sa.neter, look. Share my screen. So let me show you what they agreed to. Look, this is what they all agreed to. It's the wildest thing ever. I had no idea they would actually do this. Look at this. Here you go. This is Jim Crow. Look, this is Jim Crow. This is what they doing right here. I cannot believe y'all did that to us. I mean, why would y'all do that? Why would y'all do this? Look at this. Look, color. Like, I mean, why would y'all do that? Look, here you go. We switched to here. I'm not making this up. What's the one drop rule? Here you go. Look, the one drop rule was a legal principle of racial classification that was prominent in the 20th century in the United States. It asserted that any person with even one ancestor, black ancestry, one drop black blood, right, is considered black, Negro, or colored in historical terms. It is an example of, look, hyper descent Watch this. It says the automatic assessment of children of mixed union between different social, economic, and ethnic groups to, watch this, to the group with the lower status, regardless of the proportion of ancestry in different groups. Y'all supposed to already know right now, yo, we know that to be pseudoscientific, man. So I'm trying to figure out why an educator, I ain't worried about you, Sekou, because you dumb as bricks. I ain't worried about Smash because he can't read. But you, Jabari, you got that book in your hand. You know it don't use black, and you know better than do this just to win a conversation. Oh, by the way, Jabari, you do not understand evolution. That lady was not in agreement with you. You don't even know what she said. You think you know what she said. She talked about what? She talked about why you raising your hand. That's distracting, Jabari. Stop distracting. Let me finish my point. You're not in school. You're not in class. That is a distraction, holding your hand like this in the middle of me talking. And you do that on purpose.
Hand is distracting you?
Yes, it is. Because it's like you ain't got no damn sense.
I hope that you have a better intellectual...
Let me finish my point.
I'm raising my hand because I want to speak.
Okay, but an intellectual would not do this.
What?
Yeah, intellect would not do that. You would let me finish my point. And let me finish what I'm saying. I'm going to wrap it up.
Nope, you're not.
My point is that you got plenty of people with PhDs of African descent in anthropology that do not agree with y'all.
Yep.
What I want y'all to do is go find them and bring them on here to say what y'all saying. The lady totally disagreed with everything y'all saying, but this is what I've learned. When a pseudo is on their way out the door and dying, the last thing they say is, they saying what I'm saying. Jabari, I would not even be engaged in this conversation if y'all was saying what I was saying. How is it that all of a sudden the experts are saying what y'all was saying? That is a wild thing y'all doing right now. So all this, the Africans, the mixed DNA and all that, Jabari, they've been mixing DNA since 300,000 years in Africa. There has not been a time in the history of Africa when they wasn't mixed. And oh, by the way, now, this is something for the people, right? Based off of the location where Egypt is, it's in an area of confluence. It intersects 3 continents. Now, if the Egyptians was like the people on the Adam and Eve island, when you ran up on them, they still got spears because they have been isolated, right, for 2, 3, 5,000 years, then you may be on point. You may be on point. But in reality, the Egyptians never was isolated. They wasn't isolated before they became Egyptians, and they wasn't isolated after they became Egyptians. And so the real statement is this, that the populations in the Nile Valley right now, fundamentally, they're more closer to the ancient ones than anybody on planet Earth. Y'all looking for a fake population. A fake population would be a population that you would go back at 2500 BCE, freeze them up, and bring them forward. That's not how population work. Populations are very fluid. The population is there now. They're still African. Yes, they have mixing, but they never acquiesce to a faulty premise. What's the faulty premise? I'm going to end with this. The faulty premise is that there is a such thing called a pure African. No such thing. Diop's messed that up right there, and y'all messing that up. With that, yo, I appreciate that, but I ain't never been nobody coward. Smash the one fumbling, bumbling in front of the experts. And since he ran his mouth, I'm going to play, hey, sa.neter, I'm going to send you that clip. When he got on there and started rapping, I was like, dog, just ask the question. Yo, why are you rapping? Ask the question. Have some heart. Say, is Egyptians black? Ask that real question. I ain't seen it yet. Jabari, am I wrong when I say they're saying that Nile Valley Africans said they called themselves black people? That is actually a racialized statement. Am I right or wrong, Jabari?
You're wrong.
Nope.
Okay, I'm done. I'm out of here. Hey, Saul.
Jabari, you want to go first?
Yes, I'd like to go first.
Okay, go first. Because I like to talk and say nothing.
Appreciate you, son.
No, don't run, bro.
Don't run.
I ain't got time. I got to work on my book.
Oh, that's
I give y'all 5 more minutes. I give you 5 more minutes to hit a fumble bumble. Tell me to answer my direct question on that statement. Can we deal with that statement? The super Sekou and super Jabari, can we deal with that racialized statement that was made about being black at 1930s? Can we talk about that like gentlemen, yes or no? Make it make sense.
I think you said a lot. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to respond to what you said.
Yeah, please.
What I'm going to try to do, in fact, I'm trying to put it on my slide so you can actually read along with me right now. What I'd like to do, I'm doing this on the fly, so forgive me, but it's going to take just another 30 seconds. You've actually said that the book that we're reading, that we read, does not say what we are saying. And
so what? You said what, Jabari?
So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you where you're wrong. That's what I'm going to do. Because what I want you to do is recognize that what we are saying is what the folks who have written this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make this move. Let me fade it out. Good. Give me 1 second. Add, fade. Good. Okay. Because what I want you to do is I want you to read it with me. Part of what ends up happening in these debates is we actually say that something says something. We say it doesn't say something. And the person that actually has said it is not actually page 84 and 85. What the person that actually said that it didn't say that it did needs to show that it doesn't.
Go Trojans.
Now let me say this to you. First of all, Ankh is trying to insult us by saying that we are using the word black. That black is a word that is antiquated, that fits more with the Jim Crow South. Yet he's the real black atheist. So I don't understand how, when we are contrasting what has been said and actually saying what he used to say, now we should be offended because we're saying what he used to say before he got himself turned around. So let's look at what Christopher Ehret says. What he says is even more powerful than the term black. Listen to what he says here. Listen to what he says. I want you to read what he says.
Oh man! So you got
he's not saying he's. Listen, I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, Unc, he didn't cut you off.
I did not interrupt.
The hand serves as the same thing.
No, the hand was me raising my hand saying that I wanted to speak. That's it.
No, go ahead.
That's it. And if you want to raise your hand, you can. It doesn't distract me. So look, this is what is said on pages 84 and 85 in this book, Ancient Africa, A Global History from 300 CE, Christopher Ehret. It would be weaker for him to just say the ancient Kemetic people are black. Listen to what he says. Does he agree with Ankh and say that the people that are there are always the people that were there? Listen to what he says. In any case, the geographical setting of the foundational developments of ancient Egyptian society, in fact, lay in the lands well south of the single late northern site considered in the genetic article. Do I have to read more?
Yeah.
Or are you going
to
to
read
that right now?
Yeah, I thought you wanted me to read.
Let's go. That was a rhetorical.
In any case,
question, brother. It was a rhetorical question.
I thought you said we was going to read it together.
It does not demand your response. Here we go.
I thought we would read it together, Jabari.
Brother, stop. These lands extended from several hundred kilometers south of the confluence of the White Nile and the Abai or Blue Nile rivers, northward to the archaeological sites of El Badari in Middle Egypt, 1,500 kilometers farther north. It was this vast stretch of land and not the northern areas of later Egyptian history that constituted the foundational cultural regions, foundational cultural regions and the cultural heartland of ancient Egypt. The physical anthropological findings from the major burial sites of those founding locales in ancient Egypt in the north. Come on. In the fourth millennium BCE, notably El Badari, as well as Nagada, show no demographic indebtedness to the Levant. They reveal instead a population with cranial and dental features with closest parallels to those of longtime populations of the surrounding areas of Northeast Africa, such as Nubia and the northern horn of Africa. Members of this population did not come from somewhere else, but were descendants of the long-term inhabitants of these portions of Africa going back many millennia. He is saying to you that the foundational cultures of Kemet, the people of Kemet, come from the south in Nubia and the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia. He is not saying that the people that are there now phenotypically or culturally represent ancient Kemet. This is even more powerful than simply talking about their phenotype. He's saying that and I want you to be clear, he is also talking about phenotype. Notice he said they reveal instead a population with cranial and dental features with closer parallels. In other words, that's what we could say is a phenotype. He's saying their phenotype is similar to those in Nubia, Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia. That's what he's saying here. I question, brother, whether you read this book.
We gon'
This is from pages 84 and 85 in the book. If you have
can we
the
do
book,
what you promised then?
I'm
Can
not,
we read it
I'm not
together?
finished yet. Wait, I'm not finished yet,
Right.
brother.
And then we're gonna read it together, right?
I'll
Like
stop.
you promised.
I'll
I
stop.
I'll stop. No, I want to read it together, like
so
you
what
said.
So what you're going to do if you get this
I got
book?
the book. No, I got the book, nigga.
Turn it right side up. Turn it right side up.
No, I want it upside because you read it upside down. What you just did was upside down. So I want to do this with you.
So what you need to do when you read the book is understand that Christopher Ehret is saying that ancient Kemetic society comes from the south. It comes from the area around Sudan. It comes from the area around Ethiopia. It comes from the area around Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia. That is what this scholar is saying.
Still wrong.
So he's not making, I don't know who's speaking. So if you are making an argument, I want you to understand that is what the article says. That's what the book says. And that's the same thing that we hear from Dr. Cooney. The scholars are now agreeing with Sekou, agreeing with Jabari, agreeing with Reggie, agreeing with Smash. I want you to find an article, find a source that says that ancient Kemetic society is exactly, let's even go phenotypically, that the phenotype of ancient Kemet today is the same phenotype as it is in the ancient world. And let's read the sources. Let's read the sources and say, well, how did they come to this conclusion? Because the experts are now agreeing with us. And I know that you said at one point that I'm trying to insult us
never changed.
So by using the term. I'm gonna ask you to get kicked out in a second if you can't wait. Because if you're gonna speak over me, you're gonna have to leave.
Crazy man, can you kick him out? He's disrespectful.
You're gonna have to leave.
Yeah, he is of no value. Get rid of him.
Get him out.
So what I'm saying,
he has a hat on his head like a muppet. Get him
what
out.
I'm saying to you is that the experts are now saying this. Cooney said that the ancient Kemetic people, according to today's definitions, were black. That's what she said in the interview that was for your birthday. I didn't call her. I didn't put her forward. I didn't sick her on you.
Hold up. She did that for Unc birthday?
It was for Unc's birthday.
Oh my God.
This is an act of self-immolation. If y'all don't know what self-immolation is, please Google. This is an act of self-immolation. For those of you who don't have time to Google, that is when someone douses themselves with gasoline and lights a match. They did it. I didn't do it. And you come on here angry with me because your scholar said that the ancient Kemetic people were black. If you're so angry with me and you have all this venom, why didn't you share that venom with her when you brought her forward? You know why? Because you're the real black atheist. That's why. How dare you try to put Jim Crow on me? How dare you? By the way, Cooney said, we have reclaimed the term blackness. She was very clear about that. She said, we say positive things now about what it is to be black. Now you're going to try to make it sound like she used a slur? Really? Is that what you're going to do to her? Because she did not say that that it was negative.
Jabari, I didn't say that, Jabari.
Well, listen,
So
that's
what I
how
want to
heard
do
it.
is I would like to go back.
But I
Listen,
want you to understand.
I would like to go back and put that back. Your source. I want to go over your source, Jabari.
I want you to understand.
Jabari,
that
I don't want to hear that.
look,
Are you finished, Jabari?
I want you to. I'm not finished, or else I'd stop speaking.
Keep going. But keep that up, though. I want to keep. I want to go back over the material you just did.
When what I want you to do is recognize that there are plenty of scholars that now agree, and they're saying the same thing. The phenotype of the people that live there now has changed.
You're lying.
Why? Because of foreign invasions. And if you have the nerve to sit here and insult me of calling me a liar, why didn't you call Dr. Cooney a liar? Because she said what I said.
She was correct. No, she didn't.
You didn't call her a liar.
Because she wasn't. She told the truth.
And so if she told the truth and she's saying the same thing I said, what's the difference?
No, you're just dying on your sword. No, the difference is that you're flim-flamming.
The difference is that you like to say negative things to black people.
I know.
But you smile
right now. I know. Jabari, keep talking. Don't let me talk, Jabari. Keep going.
That's the difference.
Keep going, Jabari.
And so I want to be really clear. I can play the videos again. I can show you the clips again. I want
to go over the material you just showed.
Show you quotes again.
No, you can't.
But I read this book.
No, you didn't.
And I'm questioning whether he did.
So we get ready to figure it out, though.
I use this book. Okay. I use this book in my
time.
So I've been studying it for a long time. And don't make me get Christopher Everett to come in here and critique you.
I don't believe you.
Because I've been speaking to him.
I don't believe that neither.
I know you don't believe it, but there's a lot of stuff you don't believe.
I know.
Like God. So what I basically have
to do
is say to you, I now need you to show your sources and explain.
No, I want to use your source. I'm fine. Go back, start from the beginning.
Don't use my source.
Yeah, start from the beginning when you start.
I have to speak though because
no, you don't. We don't need you right now. Don't get in the middle of this.
Who just came to our show? You have to keep quiet,
bro.
You need to keep quiet. You came to our show.
Hey, sa.neter, he said he wanted me to read the source with him, yo.
You just came here to talk. You met us on our show.
Hold on,
don't start telling us what you want.
Come on, yo. I didn't even have to stay here, sa.neter.
If you want to stay, you can go.
Hold on. Listen, this is their show.
So then why you make me stay here then, dog?
Bro, you gotta let
the nigga just misread his source and you gonna let that fly?
No, you're gonna speak after him. You gotta
then I gotta deal with that nut. Come on, bro.
No,
it's right here in front of their face. This nigga misrepresented that shit.
The brother wanna respond to you.
No, he don't. Let me deal with Jabari, and then let CQ run his wild mouth.
I have to speak now. You address both of us.
Oh, man. All right, I'm out of here, yo. I'll just run the video back and show all the geographical features that he lied. All that shit is in Egypt. And then we'll talk later. I'm out. I don't gotta deal with this foolery, yo.
What?
Hey,
you didn't know that, Jabari? You didn't know that's in Egypt?
All right, hold on.
You didn't know that?
Jabari, why are you responding, brother?
I'm not responding. I'm not responding.
You ain't know Nakata, all that's in Egypt.
I'm not responding.
Listen, I read the book. Okay, I have the book right here.
What are y'all doing right now?
Listen. No, you think we are all babies here? I read the book.
Let him go, Ankh. He got the book.
Yeah.
Ankh gonna run.
This professor tells you that everything in Egypt, including the people, come from the Horn of Africa. The Horn of Africa, even the animal. In fact, he said there are two ways you can approach ancient Egyptian history. You can use the prehistoric time of the settlement of people, and you can even use the what he called the modern, when the starting of agriculture and animals domestication, all those times. You can also start from that period. He's mentioning Horn of Africa, Nubia, that this is where these people are coming from, and you are even arguing the word black. He threw out Levant completely. He said there was no population coming out of the Levant. Are you going to sit there and say people out of Ethiopia, Nubia, and the Horn of Africa are not black? That's the joke you want to play. That's what this professor said. He said everything moving southward, coming from the Horn of Africa. He repeated over and over. In fact, the genetic result, the so-called genetics that show that ancient Egyptian would come from the Levant, he said it's nonsense. He used the word nonsense. You can find it in the book. It's the first time I even see a professor insulting. He said that genetic result is nonsense. It's in this books, Ankh. You think we are illiterate? Now, let me go back to the game you played when you came in here. you started crying that this lady used Jim Crow law to define black people, but Ankh, you were there clapping for her. Aren't you a coward? You were a coward, brother. When I said the Negropean a coward, you showed that you were a coward. She mentioned the Jim Crow. You were there. You didn't raise an eyebrow. She used the one-drop rule. You were there. You were clapping, brother. But you come to the black group that you want to throw venom. That's not what a brave man does. You should have challenged her during during her presentation.
She was right. Why would I challenge her being right?
He said three things.
I'm challenging you, Sekou.
I took notes.
You the freedom fighter, Sekou. I'm challenging the freedom fighters.
You got to finish. I'm gonna let you go next.
Yeah.
You next.
Wait. This is the first question Ankh asked her. Let me to tell you how I take note. Ankh said, is it better to call them the indigenous Africans with ranges in skin color or black? What term is better? That's the question Ankh asked. Yes, in the beginning, she said she preferred to call them Africans. Then she went down and said, I am not saying the ancient Egyptians are not black. They were. She said it very clearly. They were black. Then she said, using the American slang. No,
didn't say
then she said, using the modern American understanding. Wait, on,
bro.
Then she even said Jamaican.
Yeah.
She used the Jamaican definition of black. Do you know the Jamaican definition of black? Is it one drop rule also?
Yeah.
So now in Jamaica,
yes.
Okay, now she said the modern definition of black of America. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the US government definition of black. That's what I'm going to do. I'm sharing my screen.
Come on, sa.neter, man. See,
Yeah.
Supposed to get all these just coming up with shit, flam, and then Reggie got to go for an hour. This niggas don't know geography. I'm sitting up here with a professor who don't know geography.
So the
smiling,
office,
and the conversation was black.
Stop him. That's an play game.
Wow,
he didn't do that to the white lady. He didn't do that to the white lady. He was clapping.
The white lady was genuine, yo. Y'all disingenuous.
So the Office of Management of Budget, Directive number 15. This is the U.S. government. This is how they define black. Let's go down here. They said black, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. A person having origins in any of the black. This is your government, not my government, Ankh. This is how they define black people.
Yo.
And even 2023 is the same definition. And in fact, the 2023, they have added. Wait, listen, you were saying Jabari was not behaving scholarly by raising hand. Now, what you are doing is the kindergarten. Okay, so they've defined white to include North Africa now and Middle East. So this North Africa that your government called white, they were the ancient Egyptians. What Dr. Cooney is saying, the people of having origin in Black Africa are the people she's calling black, because that's the definition of the U.S. government today. So you are saying you don't know what black is. You are confused. No scholar is saying black, because black to you is some type of a social construct. Therefore, we don't know what black is. But then tell us why you are a real black atheist and you don't know what black is. And we know in Africa, there are different ranges of skin color. Different. In my own country, I don't look like the Fulani. They are an ethnic group. We don't even have the same phenotype, but we are all called black. But it doesn't mean we look the same. The Fulani don't look the same. Even on this panel, I and Brother Reggie don't have the same skin tone. Are we all black people? Yes. So you play this game to say because they had different skin tone, therefore we don't know what black is. What Christopher Harry has done is to tell you what Diop said, what Obenga said. Their civilization, this culture came from the south, from the Nubian south. It comes from the Horn of Africa. It did not come from your Levant. It did not come from Europe. It did not come from the Middle East. That's all we are saying. You can play game with the black what you want. The people who are indigenous to the Horn of Africa, to Nubia, they built that civilization. What color were they? Yellow?
Well, they gonna support me. I birthed you bitch ass niggas.
So,
Can I talk for a few minutes here?
Come on, Reggie, come on, Reggie. Come on, yo. Why y'all doing this, yo?
All right, let go ahead real quick.
Why y'all doing this? All right, I just want to talk to you on this right now, right? None of that shit they just said, I said. What I said was, Jabari, in that book, that man is not using the term black. He faked y'all out for 35 minutes and talked about some other shit. I don't even know what Jabari was talking about. He has not showed you in that book that they're using the term black. Now, Jabari, do they use the term black in that book? Yes or no to describe the Egyptians? Yes or no, Jabari? I'm asking you a direct question. Huh?
What he says, he does not use the term black.
Thank you. Okay, that's enough. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That's a sa.neter. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, okay. Sa.neter, that's actually all I said. He went on to showing a slide about this and that and the other. He ain't read the book. And then, based off his source, the sources actually, when you're reading like the Jabari and the Nakata, that's actually in Egypt. He's not telling y'all that though. What the guy is saying is actually there's 3 regions, right? There's Upper Egypt. Watch this, right? There's Nubia, but actually probably Lower Nubia, right? And then like Khartoum. And he's basically saying that those regions in ancient times kind of coalesced with each other. That's what he's really saying. So these guys fuck with the wrong nigga. I'm on my A game. Jabari, I got you, bro. You know what you just did to these people, yo. And as for you, Sekou, why y'all playing with me like this, yo? Once again, the geographical regions that he read, the Jabarian, right? Reggie, can you confirm that Nakata and the Jabarian, right, is in Upper Egypt? Can you help me out with that? The Middle Nile and all that. Can I get that? Is that a yes or no? So why did he misrepresent that to the people like that? Yo, he's supposed to be a scholar, right? But he actually played with me. He ran around the word black, and then he act like it was something like, what are y'all talking about? Second point, Sekou, I have never said, and Reggie can confirm this, I have never said that an outside group created Egypt. As a matter of fact, Brother Reggie sent me something from the Brooklyn Museum. I just got back from the other museum. Nobody says that the Egyptians came from the Levant and built Egypt. Why are you trying to put that on me, Sekou? You call me a coward. You're a goddamn liar, bro. I've never said that. Now, as for me calling myself the real black atheist, I am black and I'm proud. I am black and I'm proud because I am a result from my ancestors that was racialized and their name was stolen from them. And so we make it the term of endurement. But those people back in ancient times, yo, I can't put that on them. I can't put that baggage on them. They had their own indigenous names. As a matter of fact, the word Kimmit actually, see, y'all African deniers, because the word Kemet actually puts them in a rightful place in Africa. Last time I checked, the Nile River is in Africa. So what they named themselves tied them to their economy. What's their economy? It was a beautiful African farming community. And they understood based off the black soil, things grew like wildfire. As a matter of fact, people on the outside world was acting like they wasn't farmers. They'd be like, shit, you just throw some seeds to grow. Y'all not real farmers. So what I'm telling you is, as y'all try to change the name that the indigenous people name themselves, you're actually removing them out of Africa. Having brown skin don't make you African. Anybody living around the equator will have brown skin. So I'm going to close with this, Jabari. At the end of the day, when the lady made this statement that the Egyptians would have to move to the back of the bus, right? Or if you was in the South during Jim Crow time, they would be considered black. What she's really saying is at that point, everybody would be black. At that point, the majority of people on earth are people of color. At that point, all humans are fundamentally African. That does not help y'all. I'm trying to figure out, is it me? I know it ain't me. Now, Chief X, I actually expected a little more from you. I actually did. I thought you would actually take her statement, right? Listen to her words real closely and then look the stuff up. Once you look the stuff up, our freedom fighters are actually pushing Jim Crow standards to a 24 population, That's crazy to me. If you tell me that the Egyptians would be black based off of American standards, what are the American standards? In the 1930s, it's called Jim Crow standards. I don't care how many times I tell you, I don't care how many times I say this, somebody got to recognize it. Damn, he kind of right. That's pseudoscience. So y'all a bunch of pseudoscientists every time y'all say that. And yes, I'm black and I'm proud because I'm an African American. The Egyptians were not African Americans. The Egyptians wasn't black and proud because they never had to be that. I'm done.
Oh. Can I respond? He said a lot that I didn't.
I had to say a lot.
Can I please
By the way,
respond?
just quickly, Jabari, I want to tell him that Christopher Herod agreed with the two cradle theory of Diop, the African are matrilineal.
Yes, he does.
Boom.
Boom. Yes, he does. Can I show you sa.neter?
Yeah, he agreed with the two cradle theory.
I have to say, wait a minute, don't show yet. Wait, hold on one second. Don't share it yet. What I want to do, because my screen is still setting up. What I want to do is show you that he claims that I misread the source. I read the book. And he actually says that he's trying to tell me where El Badari and Nakata were. I've actually been to those places. I know where they are.
Where's it at, Jabari?
But the problem that he's doing is he doesn't understand what he read. I want to ask him two quick questions and I want him to answer. Number one, Ankh, without looking, what does the word confluence mean? And number two, do you consider the Nubians black?
The area of confluence is the area where people come together. That's the area of confluence.
No.
No. So that's not an area of confluence.
Now let me show you why he didn't understand what he read.
What?
Let me show you why. Let me show you why he didn't understand what he read. Now watch this. Let's do this slowly.
I know. So Jabari,
this is what this says. Look at this.
I know, but what is it? Though,
it says, brother, stop. I listened to you.
What's the word?
You. Listen, it says these lands extend from several hundred kilometers south of the confluence of the White Nile and the Abai or Blue Nile. Let me show you what this means. Because clearly, if he had been there or studied history like I had, he would know what this is. Look at where the White Nile and the Blue Nile meet. And now let me take you zoom out and show you what modern country that would be in. Can you tell me, sa.neter, I'm asking you, can you see what country these two lines merge in? What country is that? Can you read this word? sa.neter, can you see it or is it too small?
No.
It's too small. Open it up.
It's blurry, bro. It's blurry.
Yeah, it's blurry.
You should be able to read this right here.
Do I see it?
It says Sudan.
It says Sudan.
Yeah.
Confluence is where two rivers meet. It actually says, listen to this, these lands extend, in any case, the geographical setting for the foundational developments of ancient Egyptian history, in fact, lay in the lands well south of the single late northern site considered in the genetics article. These lands extend from several hundred kilometers south of the confluence of the White Nile and the Blue Nile. He's saying several hundred miles deeper than this in the Sudan.
No, Jabari,
he does not know what he read.
Jabari, you asked him what does the word confluence mean, Jabari?
Let's continue.
Am I wrong on my definition, though, Jabari?
Listen, if he had known what
I'm saying, am I wrong on my definition of confluence?
Brother, I did not speak when you were speaking.
No, we're talking about the word confluence.
I did not speak when you were speaking.
You can't do that, huh? Come on, he didn't speak with you,
man.
bro.
This nigga here's a
he has to know what the Abai refers to.
This nigga's a flam.
But he did not understand what it meant. And so then he said, all that stuff is in Egypt. He is correct that El Badari and Nakata are there, but he's telling you that the foundational sites of Kemet lay several hundred kilometers south of this confluence. You have to understand what you're reading. It says confluence of the White Nile and the Abai or Blue Nile. And then it goes northward to the archaeological sites of El Badari in Middle Egypt. So he's giving you a space. All of these sites are not in Kemet. He went from Upper Kemet down all the way into the Sudan, and that's not the end. He claims I didn't read it properly, but he had no comprehension because he doesn't know what the word confluence means. You would get an F. F. Because it's right there in the passage. You didn't read it clearly. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm reading. And let's go further. They reveal instead a population with cranial and dental features with closest parallels to those of longtime populations of the surrounding areas of Northeast Africa, such as Nubia and the Horn of Africa. Members of this population did not come from somewhere else, but were descendants of the long-term inhabitants of these portions of Africa going back many millennia. I read it. He read it. How did he get it wrong?
Right.
How did he get it wrong? He has the darn book. Reading is fundamental. I read this book, and I spoke to the author about his findings. You think I misunderstood when I talked to him? Wouldn't he say, Jabari, I think you've misinterpreted that. I want you to understand that we have someone here who, when you read the source with me, he tried to tell you that I read it wrong. That is embarrassing. Stop it. I would not read a source wrong just to benefit me. That would violate my sense of morality and scholarly ethics. Do you think I would put a source on the site without reading it and understand it? And finally, with all of this talk about blackness, from a brother that calls himself real black atheist, he says it's proud. Now he wants to insult us because we are saying that according, and Sister Tiffany, listen to what I'm saying. I said it before. It's like you're not listening. The ancient Kemetic people did not have the same concept of race that we are familiar with today. However, no one is making that argument. What we are saying is, according to today's standards, they would be considered black. Please don't let them move the goalpost so much that you get dizzy. That's all we are saying. Cooney said it. I said it. Reggie said it. Sekou said it. Smash said it. Asar Imhotep said it. There's a large line of people who have said it. And now he comes on here and tries to say that we are following something from the Jim Crow South. When the white scholar said the one drop rule on his piece, he did this. He didn't say, oh, that's an offensive term. Why is he now insulting us because she said that? How does this make sense? Don't make me play her quote again. Because all it's going to do is make you look worse.
Play it.
All it's going to do is make you look worse.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't saying something negative about black people. She was saying if an ancient Kemetic person was magically transported to the United States in 2024, we would say, what's up, brother?
She didn't say that.
And that's what she is saying. She's saying that this person would have looked like the people on this screen. That's what she was saying.
This is hard.
And I don't know how you could be confused about that.
Before Aunt go, can I ask him a question, Jabari?
It's up to sa.neter.
No, come on, yo. Let me just say this, man.
Hold on for a minute. Reggie's time, though.
Hold on for a minute. I just want to deal with the one word that he tried to play silly on me about. First of all, he wouldn't even actually let me read the damn source. He asked me what did the word confluence meant. He didn't say what does the word confluence mean in this particular paragraph. It's simply the coming together. I said when populations come together, no. That is a confluence, Jabari. I can't believe you danced and screamed like that. Whether it's rivers coming together, Jabari, or populations coming together, it's called an area of confluence, bro. Why would you do this to me, yo? Why would you play the game and got niggas cheering on that dumbass shit? Why are you doing this, dog? You know I know what the word confluence means. You know, matter of fact, I said Khartoum. Watch this. I said Khartoum. I said Upper Egypt. I named the exact same things you just named, brother. I just use different terms. Why you doing it, Jabari? I'm going to say this real clear. We're going to rewind this tape, bro. I'm going to play it on my show. I say Khartoum. That's down there, right? Where that's at. You know what Khartoum is, right? I said Nubia. You know where that's at, right? And I said Upper Egypt. I said he's talking about those areas because he has a chapter in here talking about the deep roots of Egypt, and he talks about those three areas. So I read the book, bro. So I'm saying, you say, well, what does the word confluence mean? I didn't even know you was talking about on this source, which I didn't read, which you misread. I thought you just was asking what the term mean. Matter of fact, you supposed to know what the term mean. It can deal with rivers coming together or populations coming together. So the area where Egypt is located is called an area of confluence where different populations come together, bro. So can you take that back, yo? Can you take that back, yo? Take it back, Jabari. Was I wrong in the definition of the word, Jabari?
With water.
Brother, you never mentioned rivers. And by the way,
I know. Why didn't I mention rivers, Jabari? Jabari, why didn't I mention rivers, Jabari?
I read the source. Then you told me put it back up, and you read the source.
Why didn't I mention rivers, Jabari?
Then when I said what's confluence mean, it had already been read twice. You had no idea what we were referring to.
Jabari,
you never mentioned rivers.
Jabari, did I get the definition wrong?
Yes.
Jabari, a confluence is an area where things come together, whether it's water or populations.
That's not what you
or birds or bees. I said that.
You also said that all of this is in Egypt, and you asked Reggie about 2 places.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Reggie was
Folks,
here.
if you heard him say that all of the sites that I was talking about are within modern Egypt, put up a 1 in the chat.
No, look,
put up a 1 if you heard him say it.
Look,
and watch the ones flow.
Hey, look, the white now and the blue now is obviously not in Egypt, bro.
Brother.
But
you're
Jabari,
what you said.
No, bro. Jabari and the one is in Egypt.
In the chat.
Okay, man. Now you playing crazy. You know what, yo? I had no idea that you would scheme this hard like that. I know
I'm scheming. I'm scheming.
You have no, like everybody know the blue now and the red and the blue now and the white now ain't in Egypt. Now everybody know that, bro. So
then why did you say that all the sites in the piece were all in Egypt? Why did you say that?
The sites I named, the ones I named, Nakata and Jabari. I said that.
El-Badari. Not Jabari. El-Badari.
Badari. It's in Egypt.
Brother, you said all of the sites in the quote are in Egypt.
Of course, the blue now and the white now ain't in Egypt.
So then why did you say, so then explain why you said that?
Because
why did you say,
because
why
that's
did
down
you
there,
say,
because that's down there near
contradicting yourself?
I don't got to protect myself, Jabari.
I didn't say protecting, I said contradicting.
I didn't conduct. Hey, Jabari, if you think, hold on, Jabari. Hey, Jabari. So you actually think that I don't know that the blue now, with the blue now and the red and the white now is? Bro. Bro,
you said all of the sites in the quote. You said I was misrepresenting the quote.
You are.
Because all of the sites in the quote are in Egypt. That is what you said.
Fine, except for the blue now and the white now. Okay.
So
everybody knows that already. Jabari. Hey, Jabari, I don't have a problem with that. Hey, Jabari, but El-Dabari or Bari and Nakata is in Egypt. You didn't tell nobody that. You play like everything was in the deep south. You played the game,
brother.
And I explained that that's not true. And I asked Reggie that.
The quote says they reveal a population with cranial and dental features with closest parallels to those other longtime populations of the surrounding area of Northeast Africa, such as Nubia and the northern horn of Africa. That's what the quote says. You are either misrepresenting that you didn't understand the quote, or you're trying to flim-flam. I would rather
believe up top. Can you read from the top, bro? What does it say? The millennium BCE.
I read it from the top 3 times now.
Why you yell? Yo, hold on, yo. Why you yelling, yo? Now
because you are frustrating me right now.
Okay, good. It say millennium BCE, notably El-Dabari, as well
here's the first part of it.
Why you change it, dog?
This is the first part of the quote. You want to only see the second part?
No, hold on, Jabari. You playing games right now. You just read the other page. So let's start from the top.
Both of them,
let me finish this. The physical anthropological findings from the major burial sites of those founding locales of ancient Egypt. Look, in the 4th, turn the page, yo. 4th millennium BC, notably El-Dabari is in Egypt, as well as Nakata is in Egypt. Then it goes on to say, show no demographic. What's this, yo?
Indebtedness.
Okay. What? To the Levant. What is he saying right there?
I don't think you understand the quote. Let me explain.
Wait.
Stop. I'm not even arguing anymore.
Just let me say this. He's trying to say right, that there's no debt paid to the Levant there, meaning those people are not from the Levant. That's
but where does
saying.
he say they're from?
Let me finish.
Keep reading it.
Let me finish, because this is not my argument. Let me finish. It say they reveal instead a population with cranial and dental features with the closest parallels to those of other long-time populations of the surrounding areas of Northeast Africa, such as Nubia and the Northern Horn of Africa. We all agree with that, bro. That's not nothing.
What?
Yeah, we all agree with that.
What he is saying here, listen, let me explain for those who are not, and not even just for you. El Badari and Nakada are two of the oldest sites in Kemet, in Egypt. So he's saying if you look at the people in these oldest sites, you're going to see that phenotypically, they don't look like the people of the Levant. They look like the people of Nubia and the Northern Horn of Africa. That is what he's saying.
No, he's saying that none of them look like that.
Brother, that's not what the quote. Read the quote again, Now, wait a minute. We're not arguing anymore. Let's stop arguing.
He says none of them look like that, brother. He said none of them hold no debt to the Levant.
Wait, let's not argue. I don't think you really read. Now, listen, I just put this on the screen, so maybe you didn't read the quote.
He needs to define the word instead.
But I think you're not understanding the quote.
It say they reveal. Hold on. It say they reveal. Stop.
Let's go back to where you started.
We can just do it right here. It say they. At this point, we only got 2 damn sites when they say they reveal. We got El Jabari and Nakada. It say they reveal instead a population with cranial and dental features with the closest parallels to those of other long-time populations of the surrounding areas of Northeast Africa, such as Nubia and the Northern Horn of Africa.
So what is he saying? What is the quote?
He's saying that El Jabari, come on. He's saying that El Jabari, he's saying Nakada, right? As well as the Horn of Africa and Northeast Africans. Bro, it's a they reveal instead. What are they talking? The sentence before that. What is the they? It's the El Jabari and the Kada.
Wait.
He said none of them have affinities.
No, wait. No. Wait.
Are you kidding me, Ankh?
Maybe we're not arguing anymore. Maybe we're not arguing. Maybe you just listen. I want to give him some pause for a second. I think maybe you didn't understand the quote.
What do you mean? I understood.
Because listen to what he's saying.
Listen for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Listen to what he's saying. He's saying if you go to the oldest sites in Kemet, we know that the 2 sites that most historians say are the primary sites of Kemetic culture before what some people call Pharaonic Egypt. Kemet after Namur, after Dynasty 0. They usually look at 2 sites, El Badari and Nakada. So he's saying if you look at the burials in these sites, these are the people that actually literally created Kemet.
I agree.
Listen, wait, I'm not finished. When you look at their phenotypic variation,
okay,
then what you realize is they don't have any similar traits to the people in the Levant.
Dude,
their traits,
I agree, Jabari.
Listen, I'm not finished.
Why are you telling me like I can't read?
Because you keep misinterpreting it.
What am I misinterpreting?
I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're speaking over me.
Come on.
You're speaking over me. Listen. He's saying if you look at these 2 oldest Kemetic sites and the people who are buried there, and you do measurements of their cranial and dental features, you can see that they don't look like anyone in the Levant. They look like the people of Nubia and the people in the Horn of Africa. That is what the quote says.
So I'm saying it's saying something different.
Wait a minute. So when you all, I'm just trying, this is for clarity. I'm not even arguing with you. I just want to clarify it.
Let's deal with
everyone
right here, yo.
For everyone listening, when people say the people in that region always look the same, we call them MENA, Middle East, North African. What they're saying is they don't look like the people who are sub-Saharan Africans. But in fact, what Christopher Everett is saying is if you look at the people in the earliest sites of the folks who created Kemet, you will see that they do not look anything like the people in the Levant or the people outside of Africa. They look like the Nubians and the people in the Horn of Africa. The Horn of Africa is where Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea are. So he's saying he didn't have to use the word black.
No,
He's saying
man.
that because everyone agrees that the Nubians and the Ethiopians and the Eritreans are black.
Who agrees with that with you? Jabari, I just want to stay on the point. I'm saying I did not misread that. I read the sentence and it said exactly what you're saying, exactly what I'm saying. I don't even know why you started yelling at me, bro. It said, oh, no debt to the Levant. I automatically know what that meant. Right? And for the record, if you want to get super slick, by the time you get the Nubian and Ethiopian, well, how does the Ethiopian look? How does the Eritrean look?
What?
Like, what are we saying right now, bro?
What?
Yeah. How does the Eritrean look? How does the Ethiopian look? We can pull them up. Like, I'm not mad at them people. So I'm trying to see who's arguing against that. My argument is very clear as you took us around the merry-go-round. Them people do not refer to themselves as black people, dog. Because they're not black people before colonialism.
Hold up. sa.neter, let me ask you a question.
Move on, bro.
Okay, let me ask you this. It's a tribe in Ethiopia called the Suri tribe, and it's another tribe. So who are you defining as the true Ethiopian? You got Oromo. They do look like, what is he talking about? You're just talking about the Amharic?
Exactly, and it will be arranged.
What's going on with you, man? Come on, you smarter than that, man.
No,
I mean, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Hey, back to the presentation when we came.
Hold on. Dr. Reggie, are you there? Dr. Reggie, are you there? Dr. Reggie, calling on Dr. Reg. What's up,
Reg?
Reg?
I'm sorry that took so long. I know you're waiting to speak. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, the chat been saying they want to hear Reggie.
Yeah, I'm sorry that took so long.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, hi. Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Peace, brother. Go ahead.
The energy just got sapped out of me. All right. Okay. It's complicated and it's really, really not complicated. So if I can just have, I think, 6 minutes. Okay. Now, arguing that the ancient Egyptians called themselves black. They did not. They called themselves Kem. Kem translates to dark and black. So did they ever call themselves black directly? No. Skin color or clients, right, is in Africa, of course, they are Africans, right? And they vary. Okay. Did the ancient Egyptians call themselves Kem, which meant dark, black, which was associated with the Apis bull, right? And the Apis bull was related to Osiris, or Osiris was related to the Apis bull. Yes. Okay.
That part right there, Reggie, that's the goddamn part right there. Because when you got these brothers saying and asking these Egyptologists and these scholars, yo, did the Egyptians call themselves black? They're going to say no, because you're using the English word, man. But if you say what Reggie, see, Reggie knows the questions to ask them. But if you ask them about Kim, and if you ask them about all of that, they will say, oh, that's meaning dark or black, or the day's word would be black. You see, and that's what she said, right, Jabari?
So now I got to put you on the big screen, sa.neter.
Hold on. Reggie, go ahead, continue, brother.
Okay. So what we do is the first thing that we do.
Hey, Reggie, hold up, man. I got to do you right, brother. I got to do you right.
I get a trigger, right? And so I get a trigger and a bomb, and so y'all know the bomb is coming. And you know what? I don't get too many of those. So thank you, Brother. And in May, Dr. Cairo Cooney is coming on the show.
No, Reggie. No. Nuh-uh.
No,
none of that. Because these faggots, man, they do all kind of stuff.
No, listen
to me, follow my lead. These chumps do all kind of stuff to stop stuff. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. These are chumps, man.
Okay, so let's just
I'm not talking about Ankh. Ankh is not nowhere included in that. I'm not mentioning Ankh at all, not him.
So let's just take it here first. Okay, so I want to share the screen. So, okay, So anthropologists have weighed in, and they weighed in a long time, a long time, right? So if we go to the National Museum, this is the National Museum of Natural History, right? Anybody know where that is besides Jabari? The National Museum of Natural History. Anybody
That
can
look
guess
like
where
that's
that
back
is?
in the 60s right there.
Okay.
For something
So
you about
that-
to bring up, boy.
It
that paper?
doesn't matter. It's
No,
in
when is that paper written?
1989.
It's from the library.
So
It's
it's
when
in
where?
1989.
What did it say?
Wait, no, I'm not. Listen, no. See, they've
No,
been
I say
arguing
what
these
it's saying. I didn't say
questions.
nothing.
The
I didn't
point
say
is,
nothing.
they've been arguing these questions
Just let him go so he could be
since
finished.
1989. So, yeah. So, everybody should read this article, right? And you know what? It helps because it's what sa.neter said. The people called themselves Kim, right? Now, what this article does cover, right, is without the language, and that's one of the things that myself and Smash Rockwell and Christopher Wizards and Sadiq and Ankh and others who have some ideas of the language, we can discuss the textual sources in the record that give a description. But at the same time, we have the first peoples that were writers that met them. So, who were the ancient Egyptians? Should the origins of the magnificent achievements be sought in the Middle East or is in Africa? Were they themselves white or black? The questions have been disputed by scholars since the beginning of written history. Most recently, anthropological studies of human remains from Northeast Africa, together with new archaeological evidence from Egypt and Nubia, offer us a new understanding of the Egyptian origins, in which Africa played the major role, right? Early writers described the Egyptians as dark-skinned and woolly hair. That's Herodotus, with origins in our close ties to the ancient peoples and cultures of Ethiopia. The Diodorus of Sicily, Strabo, right? Of the 18th, I don't know what happened, of the 18th century civilization, was rediscovered by of the 18th century. Let me see. Of the 18th century, ancient Egyptian civilization was rediscovered by travelers and plunderers from Europe, whose view of the ancient Egyptians was drawn largely from Egyptian art in the absence of scientific archaeology or a code for deciphering hieroglyphic writing. After viewing the undamaged profile of distinct French author Debunking described as Negro in all of its features, he wrote, "Just think that this race of black men today, our slave and the objects of our scorn, is the very race to which we owe our art, sciences, and even the use of speech. Just imagine finding that it is in the midst of peoples who call themselves the greatest friends of liberty and humanity that wants to prove the most barbarous slavery and question whether black men have the same kind of intelligence as whites." So that is where is talking about the views and the scientific racism, but we go deeper into analysis, and so our government, right? Our museum, our national museum in this land, has this picture of the Sphinx with the face chopped over, right? A cartoon, and they say, "Oh shoot, it's a black civilization or a dark-skinned civilization," right? So they're making a cartoon, right? Pay attention. This is for teachers, right? So they will go on. I don't pick up all the time because I want to just show this is what Ankh is talking about. The idea that ancient Egyptians owe nothing to Africa was reinforced the view that the ancestors of the most present-day populations of Eastern and Central Africa arrived in these regions within the last 2,000 years. Their predecessors in the Nile headwaters area were ancestral, primarily, watch this, this is what they're saying, primarily to Caucasians, right? Leakey said that. This is the evolutionary, right? Or Kalahari Bushmen woodwork. As a result, even if archaeology could show the Egyptians had migrated down the Nile from its headwaters areas, any black contribution to the cultural link to most of this present habitations of sub-Saharan Africa could be discounted. So they're talking about how arguments are discounted even when they are influence of the rivers, right? And on the bottom, this cartoon, not Reggie's cartoon. This is not Jabari's cartoon. We have Sudan, right? Then we have the joining of the Nile in Khartoum. And then we have places in the Western Desert like Nabta Playa, right? And then we have Nakata. We have, right? So we have this confluence of just not the river, but a confluence of the people. Here's Badari, right, up here, right? So they go and talk about the first.
You're breaking up a little bit,
settlers,
Reggie.
Farmers, 7,000. I'm giving this to you as a source that you should, that they are black. We have to be a little bit more complicated, right? What did they call themselves? Now I'm going to my point. And why did they call themselves that, right? And we know that they are symbolic people, right? Why is there symbolism, right, venerating dark and black? Why are there gods dark and black, right? Why is that? Those are other questions that we can ask. But now let me get rid of this, right? Because you should get this article. It's National Museum of Natural History, Bulletin to Teachers, right? And the title of this, right? Because this is what we do in sources. And in this article, they talk about Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop views, right? And wait, let me just show you that our National Museum talked about Cheikh Anta Diop, right? So let's go down every time where it says black, and I'll get to Cheikh Anta Diop. All right. So let's go to they talk about pharaonic kingship in Nubia, right? What else they do? I should just say Diop. What did they say about Diop? So this is what scholars read. So when we go and we start talking about anthropology, right? Okay, then we deal with anthropology. Then if we talk about language or philology, right? Then we go to that area, right? And if we talk about mummies or how can I say genomes and stuff, we go to that area. All those areas converge, and they give, yes, an African Southern connection to these people, right? White or black. The physical appearance of the ancient Egyptians. Now, physical appearance is different than race, right? It is based on two types of evidence. Indirect evidence from Egyptian art and contemporary accounts of the ancient Greek and Roman authors, and direct evidence from skeletal remains and mummies. The indirect evidence summarized by the Senegalese scholar Cheikh Anta Diop, 1974, suggests that the ancient Egyptians were dark-skinned, often depicting themselves in dark red than Europeans, and that some of them had projecting lower faces, thick lips, broad noses, and woolly hair, often styled in ways still in use in the Sahara. Diop's examination of a mummy revealed a considerable degree of melanin within the range of people considered black today, particularly those living on the edges of the Sahara. Other mummies examined have shown a range of hair colors and textures, blonde to dark brown and straight to woolly. A diverse population, but still African and still dark skinned. Most of the direct evidence, however, is in the form of skeletal remains, particularly from pre-dynastic times, while some authors point to alveolar prognathism, projecting lower face, short, broad noses, lower, narrow skulls, broad nasal apertures, and long graceful limbs as Negro characters. Most physical anthropologists agree that there are no skeletal characteristics that unequivocally diagnose Negro ancestry. But what does that mean? There is no perfect Negro, right, that we know of in Africa.
Good read, bro.
Right? There's no perfect. There is no perfect Negro in Africa. I'm just trying to help us understand, but the racial classifications we actually have to get rid of. But the article is talking about, right, generally, right, all of the arguments. Okay, so I'm going to go on, but they said something important. So then they said, well, we have to rely on the Greeks, right? So this is part of my presentation that I was going to do, and I'm still going to do. Did Herodotus ever go to Egypt, right? So now, when you look at the Greeks who actually saw them, Herodotus begins on the defensive, right? Even though they're challenging whether he did or did not go to Egypt. He himself saw that the Colchians were Egyptians even before he heard it from others, because they were black-skinned, woolly hair, and circumcised. The black skin and woolly hair were not decisive as others may have suggested. The conclusive link was circumcision. And here, as in the case of the 3-day addition to the priest gift of the river, Herodotus implies that only he took note of it. Only the Colchians, Egyptians, and Ethiopians had always been circumcised. So there's a complicated argument. Now we're talking about ethnicity and culture within the groups of African people. And skin color is important, but there are other important factors, right? But we have other groups of people who went there, okay? So then we go, Herodotus. Now we have this word, melacros, black skin, swarthy, and likewise, because they did say that. J.E. Powell translates that word as swarthy in 1937 and black skin in 1949, but Herodotus seems to take it for granted that just as the Egyptians, Ethiopian, Colchians all had circumcision in common, so also did they have black skin in common. How black does not really matter. How black does not really matter. The combination of black skin and woolly hair makes them blacks no matter what their precise shade, nor does Herodotus merely assume that the Egyptians must have woolly hair because of the color of their skin, right? But then we go on over here to some other words. Okay, so Achilles believed that the Egyptians had black limbs, right? And Pindar believed that the Colchians were black-faced, but they do not claim to have seen them for themselves. Likewise, the blacks who appear more frequently in the Greek art of this period may have meant to be Egyptian, and later to be also seen to be full of black Egyptians. But here, again, we are continuing with what is literally an artistic tradition and not autopsy. Now I go on to another section.
Not too much, Reggie. Don't give them too much.
I gotta stop.
We gotta, we want to move around.
Okay.
And I want to go to Smash.
Right,
Smash
but everybody else
did appreciate that.
Everybody else did talk.
Right. I'm gonna come back to you, Reggie.
Can I?
2
sentences, sa.neter? 2 sentences.
No. Hold on, because I'm only gonna give you a couple of sentences.
This is based on what Reggie just did. 2 sentences.
All right, go ahead.
He's really trying to force a really important presentation into a short period. The reason why he showed the first source is he's trying to say to you, this argument has been settled for decades now. That's what he's trying. Some people say that looks really old. He sees the new stuff too. He's trying to say this has been settled for decades. That's it.
Okay. This is very important as well with our young sister in the building. She is also a pseudo killer. And I speak of Miss Tiffany. I don't know why the pseudo killers ain't been teaching her this. She says, why are we so concerned with labeling everyone with dark to light brown skin?
That's exactly what I was going to address.
Shaking my head. Miss Tiffany, you have to understand, my sister, is that they have always tried to erase Black history. They have always tried to delete us from history. And so if they're going to be so concerned with stripping us of our culture and our history, we have to be concerned with putting us back on the map for our future generations to come. That's why that's very important. You will never see a Jew saying, yo, why are they so concerned with trying to label them as little Jews or whatever? Because that's what we have to do. We got to be concerned with it. Because if we're not concerned with it, Miss Tiffany, who's going to be concerned with it? We can't just let them wipe us clean, take away our culture, take away our history. You see what they're already doing? So that's all it is, Miss Tiffany, with all due respect. Let me go to Smash. Smash?
Can you share the screen side? I want to also address this statement about she said the Egyptians didn't call themselves Black. And as Reggie pointed out, obviously we know they didn't use English, but they did use the term Kim. So let's actually listen to what she says real quick, and then I want to show her something real quick.
Call the land black, not themselves. Say that again, please, for the people in the back.
Okay, so the Egyptians called their land black. They called it Kemet, but they didn't call.
Hold on, can we stop people from talking in the back while this presentation is happening?
Let them go. Huh?
Nigga, that wasn't me.
Oh.
Come on with that shit, man.
Come on, don't get all upset, brother. It's all right.
It what you?
My apologies, brother. My apologies.
And she's always depicted with a deep black, carbon black skin. And people ask, is that because she was from Luxor? She was from Egypt South.
Back from the beginning.
It's possible,
no.
but it also
It's about to come from right here.
means that she, as a divine figure, was
Here we go.
associated with black, but they didn't call themselves black. And then one more thing, when people
Hold on. That's important.
Which part?
Well, you said that
Everything
they
you just
call the
said.
land black, not themselves. Say that again, please, for the people in the back.
Okay, so the Egyptians called their land black. They called it Kemet. But
I want us to know what she just said. She said Egyptians called their land black. They called it Kemet. Now let's listen to what she says.
they didn't they did not call themselves black. And there is a reason.
Now let's start with her reasoning. And I just want to share some. She said Egyptians called their land black. They called it Kemet. Now I'm sharing my screen one more time, right? She just told you that Kemet mean black. She said Egyptians called their land black. They called it Kemet. Let me share the screen real quick, Sa. Now we're talking about what people called themselves, right? This is a personal name that denotes as you see, Herman Ranke, the scholar who did the work, said these names denote a physical quality. We just heard her say they called their land Kemet, which means black. And I'm showing you they called themselves Kemet, which means black. So just because she might not have come across this data or probably not willing to acknowledge it, anyone with a brain can hear the scholars say they called their land Kemet, which is black. And then we see personal names spelled the same way, which other scholars say denote the dark one in the feminine attribute, as we see the egg here. And this name is a physical quality, and this period is the middle of the 12th dynasty. So Cooney, right there for anybody watching can see, that's debunked with primary sources. And it's not just one person. The masculine way a person would call themselves black, they would call themselves Kim. These are personal names. So if you ask what a person called themselves, you would have to first refer to personal names, in which we see they call themselves the dark one. I didn't write anything on this screen. This is straight from the P&M. It's Herman Ranke's work. It has been digitized, and we can see persons and names of the Middle Kingdom. All of these attestations of these people were left on stelae and in tombs. If we continue, we can go to other work. Excuse me, this is actually the website. So let me, I'm not trying to stop, so just hold up. I appreciate having the floor with no interruption. One second. So let me get, now we've seen plenty of other names, right? Look at this. Someone is going to listen to her say, well, they didn't call themselves black. And we can go to this scholarship right here and show you. And this is another scholar, Albert Blackman, in the rock tombs of Air, where you could clearly, and I'll make it bigger because some going to act like they cannot read what it clearly says in the book. Members of Ankh Pepi the Blacks family. So we don't toil because we can read the language. We know how to confirm when it comes over here. It actually does say Henny the Black, and it does have black in the adjectival position. As we look at Henny the Black here, and we can even look down here, Happy the Black. Okay, and so I just wanted to address what the good sister Tiffany was pointing out, that she said that they didn't call themselves that. When we do philology, we look through the text to actually see what they really call themselves. And let me end by saying this. Cooney is over the Egyptological staff at UCLA. But she don't do the sa.neter. I got a meeting with Jonathan Winterman coming soon, and we gonna bang this out. Jonathan Winterman is her epigraphist, but we should all know a new hire at UCLA is Solange Ashby.
Woo!
Hired by Cooney.
I didn't even know that.
Yes, sir. I mean,
I thought she was still at Barnard.
Well, I just got this from the head of Egyptology at
What?
so maybe I'm, I might have too much information, but my ultimate point is to say that they are right in line with what we are teaching. All right. And so again, they definitely called themselves black, as we see attestations of people, Henny the Black and others. And we've been showing this for years.
Yeah, can I respond to that? Yes or no?
I'm gonna let you respond to that. Can you read the sa.neter?
I don't have to read the sa.neter.
All
As
right.
a matter of fact, that's an actual distortion of the truth. Herman Rank, that's an outdated source anyway, and it's not saying that he's calling himself a black person. Everybody get disrupted and crazy when we get to having this conversation. Nobody is saying that the Egyptians don't range in skin color. So if they're saying he's dark, then everybody already agrees to that. The Brooklyn Museum, which you have not went to yet, sa.neter, I don't appreciate that.
Do they call themselves Kim?
No, it doesn't mean black person. Now I'm not gonna keep saying.
What does Kim mean?
It can mean dark. Okay. So they never called their land the land of black people. Now Jabari will say, yeah, it do. Everybody else will say, yeah, it do, but it doesn't mean that at all. So I don't know why we playing this wild game. Acting like you can read the sa.neter ain't the checkmate piece. The checkmate piece is putting in this proper cultural container. And once you put it in this proper cultural container, if you fixate yourself on their skin, you actually take away their indigenous Africanness. Why am I saying this? Because anywhere close to the equator, which goes around the globe, not unless y'all flat earthers, you will always find brown-skinned people all over planet Earth. So if they called themselves the land of the black people, then you would actually get lost. You can't find them. You cannot sell black skin. You can't sell black skin. You can't make a mythology. In their culture, the soot, the black soil gave them mythology. It gave them a tie to the land. It made them exquisite in farming. That's why they call themselves Kimmit, the land, the black land. That's important. That's very important. So at the end of the day, we take away from their Africanness.
Yo, we saw something over here, brother. We saw something over here, brother.
No, you're not. I don't got a source up. That's well known with that.
I'm gonna share my screen because I got a source. I got a source. Look, y'all.
Oh, let me finish my point though. Yo,
you can't. There's a rock bag on the panel tonight.
You doing the exact same thing you said I'm doing.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, come on, dog.
Go ahead.
Don't make me pull up the sources. What I'm telling you is those people never named their land the land of the black people. It makes no sense. The mythology comes out of their farming.
Yo, all I'm gonna tell you is, as my brother,
that's what you're doing, though. So I'll never come over here again. You didn't do all them like that, bro. You didn't do all them like that, bro.
You slipping up.
No, but you didn't do all them like that, though. Regardless if I'm slipping or not.
You are slipping. You are the number one that always say source up. You are number one in sourcing up. And now all of a sudden you don't have to, you're hanging out with these Europeans too much, bro. And you don't have to source up now. Come on.
Of course, that's gonna kill everything you said.
Finish up, brother. Go ahead.
I'm done with this whole shenanigans, brother.
He done, so let me talk.
Would you cut me off?
Go ahead.
Filibustering.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I don't got no source. Y'all gotta stop this, man. What the hell is wrong with y'all, man? Y'all, you know what? Y'all doing something wild. Y'all wild. and I know y'all wild, yo. And y'all at the end of y'all rope. And I understand that to be the truth. I truly understand that to be the truth. Yeah, this is easy work. Y'all tripping. Y'all gotta be tripping. So we're gonna come to here, right? Serious work. William H. Schrinebringer. Okay. It's called Ancient Near East History and Culture. Serious book right here. Debating the evidence of race and ethnicity. come down to here. All right. Deal with the skin color real fast. All right. Come to this position right here. Right here. All right. So they use people like Ivan Van Sertimer, Ashanti, all that. And so this conversation right here, the question of whether the Egyptians was black or not is harder to tackle, right? It is not uncommon to see the comments and articles on the internet and in popular forums that assert that this or that pharaoh was African or Negro features, or that Cleopatra was a black queen. Now let me move on right here. All right, I want to get you this part right here. It's important.
I can't believe Ankh has not read nothing.
Let me finish. I mean, are you serious right now, Sekou?
Ankh, I'm very disappointed in you.
I mean, are you just
a lot.
ignorant as hell right now, yo? Do you see me in the middle of what I'm doing and you just talking, yo?
Is Egypt Near East? Are you kidding me?
I mean, Sekou, are you serious right now?
From Nile Valley to Near East?
Okay. Wow. You just an ignorant ass nigga now, yo. Yeah, you ignorant. And I know you hear me, yo. You just ignorant right now.
Let him go, y'all. So we
nah, sorry, you put me all down in the back, yo. You go, yo, you let them niggas dive in, you throw bombs and shit, yo. That's why I don't be over here like that, dog. You don't play fair, yo. You don't, yo.
Damn,
that's a bunch of bullshit to me, man. That shit ain't right, dog.
And respectively, is my name in the title of this video? Because I've been being hella humble while motherfuckers running their mouth.
Come on, man. Let's not go. Let's
stay humble then.
Yeah, finish, brother. Come on, man. So
in this view, Egypt is essentially an African culture that developed many ties to the Mediterranean and the rest of the Near East over the course of its history. It follows that the ancient Egyptians are the same original population group as the Nubians and other Saharan populations, with some genetic input from Arabia, Levant, and North Africa, and the Indo-European groups. Who are known to have settled in Egypt during a long history. This bore out by studies of cranial measurements and to determine biological relationships between the populations. Simple as that. So everybody always agrees with what y'all saying. I'm trying to figure out, we all been saying that. All of a sudden now, because I hit y'all with the real shit that they didn't call themselves black, which is the racialized terms, y'all acting like I'm not saying indigenous Africans. Y'all the one that's anti-Africans that can't stand the word African. That's the terminology they use in anthropology. Then you get mad because I bring a book that says Middle Eastern Studies, but yet it confirms the books that we read. So I'm trying to figure out why everybody y'all jumped before. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Because we all agree with you that they did not call themselves black. That's
nigga, nigga, you know how long that took? And then they play the little sneak game and say, well, you know the word Kimmit means. No, they land was not. Can none of these niggas prove that the Egyptians called they land the land of the black people? Not a near one of them. Not near one of them can bring an expert on the show, right? And make that point right there.
Too much on the show that my name is on.
I mean, we'll get your name out the damn title. If that's the point. You're talking about me, though. I'm talking about me then. So then stop talking about me then.
We talked about doing this show.
But you talking about me. So stop talking about me then.
It's so easy to falsify they pseudo ass information.
Yeah, you pseudo.
Sitting here, can we please mute people out because I'm not trying to do that little kid shit.
Okay, well, nigga, stop talking about me then.
Where you at now, Si?
I'm here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Smash.
Thank you, family. We talking about a word, Kim. They have no sources to discredit anything they're seeing on the screen. We're in Crumb's Coptic dictionary here, where we see Cami in the variation Kam, Kim. Y'all see that? The adjective means black. He lists all the things that you can describe: horses, fowl, bulls, sheep, ravens, snakes, and we can proceed over to here. In 3 different dialects for Kemet, Badark, and Fahumic, where it's a nominal noun for a male and a female to mean a black person or a thing. They will tell you anything on YouTube because they ain't studied. We sitting here putting sources in your face that agree with us. They go to get scholars. Their scholars agree with us. Damn. How can you deny this?
That's
All
capping
you
right
do
there,
is
though, yo.
and flim flam, show
Bible
no
dictionary,
sources
brother.
discredited, and when you finally go get a source,
Bible
it's
dictionary.
still going to agree with us, like you just did.
It's a Bible dictionary.
He's telling people the Crumbs Coptic dictionary is a Bible dictionary. You see this, fellas?
Absolutely.
This is a shame. Am I the only person who see that cam can mean a black person or thing?
Yep.
No, he's not. I agree with him. He ain't the only one.
And it also says like black hair, showing you black hair. It's showing you.
Now, what does it say down here, sa.neter?
Color of body.
Body. Okay.
You funny,
black. Color of body. So, I mean, all the heckling just make cats look stupid. This scholarship we doing, it ain't about what you say the moment or whatever the hell.
You gotta stop following
scholarship.
Leave us alone, bro.
That's fooliship, yo.
Stop following Garfield, bro. Leave it.
So you just hate Garfield, nigga. That's what your problem is.
Say black person or thing.
So that don't say that on the screen or something.
So all y'all just, so y'all gonna look at the page, right? And call. Well, why don't you pull out the thing that say the black land? So what we gonna do to that?
Nothing in the
that's moving the goalpost.
Right there, move it. Move it up. It say it right there. Move it up.
Show us where it says the black land, since you want to use everyone else's source and humiliate yourself publicly all the time.
Come on,
show
dude.
us.
You know what page it is.
Show us.
Hey, Smash, you gonna sit here and act like
show us. You said move it up. I moved it up.
Yo, come on, yo. You know in that dictionary talk about the black land. You did a video.
Look at this mug. I'm gonna do you a favor.
Go to the page.
And go to it, and it ain't gonna say what you saying. You're gonna further.
Okay, go to the page. Go to the page then.
No.
Okay.
Don't do no favors.
Thought not. The point I want to make is y'all cannot sit here and look at the stare of the dictionary and see some words. And say, that's the word. Hold on, hey, sa.neter.
Tonight, brother.
Hey, sa.neter. Hold on. That's fine. Let me make my point though. I don't mind losing. You learn something when you lose, right? Hey, sa.neter. So you're gonna sit there and look at the dictionary entry, right? And see the word meaning different things, and then don't have enough word for all to say, well, wait a minute. When they're actually translating it in their language, what is the proper cultural context? See, this is the game he's playing. If you put the word in its proper cultural context, right, the way they're using it has all to do with the geographical features, which perform, which actually produce data. Come on, yo, hey, Zoo, you shouldn't do that, Zoo.
Let's put it in this proper.
Hey, Zoo, you know you're smart at that, right, Zoo?
Let's put it in this proper cultural context. You can read that, huh?
No, I don't have to read
so
that.
Let me put it in this proper cultural context for you, right?
I don't trust you.
All right, well, then let's let the training wheels go on. You can read English. Go ahead, read it.
I don't trust
it says, while you have taken a bed in a wrapping, being like a black toothless ox on his limbs, suckling with your tongue, being like a great black Nubian in your appearance.
Oh, man.
Now, what word did they use for great black when they was talking about Nubians here? Would it happen to be Kim? Would it happen to be Kim? Do you know the glyphs? Do you see when they put Kim with the hair determinative, it means to refer to color?
Wow.
You know that, right? Cooney told you that, right? Right?
Are you talking to me?
You know when you see Kim Moo with the hair determinative, Sir Simon Ron said that means black people. If you don't know it, I got it open right here on the screen.
So we not talking. I thought we were talking about what I thought we were talking about what they call the country, though, bro.
So I hold it down. That's gonna.
I'm saying we're talking about what they call the country.
Look, Professor,
you said did they call themselves black people
in the course of a lively exchange on views of linguistic matters between.
So man, we're gonna say they call themselves black people off of this.
Man,
I thought we was talking about them calling their land of black people.
I have a question for you, Smash.
Hey, sa.neter, am I confused though, sa.neter? I thought we was talking about that they called the land of the black people.
On the show,
Smash, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So I'm asking you a serious question. Yo, am I missing something here?
So, hey, Sekou.
Yeah.
Sekou, I know you visited this document before. You see what Sarasana says.
I know, but I got a question for you though.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes,
I've been reading my brother Asa Imhotep book. He's one of the brother I really love and I respect him a lot. And for me, the evidence to prove that ancient Egyptian was black, one of my evidence is not the word Kem, because maybe I'm not a linguist in dealing with it. But there's an argument in this book which I want you to debunk or try to agree to it. Asa Imhotep said the word KM most of the time can mean black, and sometimes it doesn't mean black.
Mm-hmm.
Can you confirm or deny?
No, that's definitely true. There are like tons of other instances where Kim doesn't mean black. The most other common use of Kim is complete, right?
Okay.
And so, but if you got to do when we look over the text and do the philology, we start to do statistics, and the most common use of the term is to say black. They have instances where Kim was used to say a dorsal fin, but it occurs in the text corpus one time. And so we wouldn't put that into our data as others have injected. I'm pretty sure you've seen dorsal fin also used by good brother Asar in that book. So
yeah, I hear people say don't use this work. No, I don't. In science, we don't do that. I read every book. It's not. We don't. It's not a religion thing. Don't read the Quran. Don't read the Bible. Even if you disagree with someone, you need to read their work. So Asar is a good researcher. Even if I disagree with him, I have to read what he's saying, because this is science. You can't say because I disagree with this person ideologically, I'm not going to check his work. So people are telling me, don't read his work. No, I disagree with you. I will read his work.
Me and Asar have healthy disagreements. I don't agree with some of his stands, but it remained healthy. Can I continue just showing this real quick, Si, so we can get the gist of this? This word is found here over in about 14 attestations. It is Kimu. All right, it ain't. Now Herman Ranker did not say much about Kimu. He didn't describe it.
Smash. I think it's enough, man. We need our brother. Keep him breathing, man. We still love our brother, man.
Okay, just for the people, I ain't even focusing. I swear I'm not focusing on Bob right now. I want people to look at this, right? Just real quick, and I'm gonna do it quick. Now, this Kimu is a name that we found since Diop's conference, right? And we can say, I know if he had this, he would have pulled it up, because when I click out and go to the symposium book, Sarasana says right here, to intervene in the course of a lively exchange on views of linguistic matters between Professor Abdullah and Job, stated that Egyptian Kim, feminine Kemet, meant black, and that the masculine plural was Kimu. Kimu is what I just showed you. We found that he's saying that these are names for black. And the form Kemet to you can only mean two things. Those of Kemet are the inhabitants of the black country. This is the European scholar saying this. But let's look at this, y'all. He further ended by saying, to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kimu, which I just showed you, not Kemet to you. We know they say Kemet all over the place. We know for a fact they say Kemet all over the place. Furthermore, the last thing I'll say, Si, and I'm going to end it, you can go look at the UNESCO conference and put the word
Why
silk.
are you moving that though, Smash?
Because
put that back there.
You can put the word silk in the UNESCO conference and look, it appears red. What does that let us know? No one at that conference appeared gutsy enough to try to mount the black silk argument back. You can put silk soil, all of it. None of those scholars would dare do that in the face of Sheikh and Diop and all the overwhelming evidence they had. Thank you for letting me share that, side. I'm muting.
All right. Hey, I still I want to say without any shadow of a doubt, I respect the man who fight his hardest and fight back.
Oh, just let me show my source then, and we'll finish that.
Fight back. Ankh did fight back, but
let me leave with my source. Let me leave with my source, though. Let me leave with my source. It's the punch you can't see to knock you out. First of all, I would like to say the Smash misread that. Should have. When a person says would have, right? That actually means they didn't do it. Jabari knows that, but Jabari sits over there real comfortable and won't say smash. You kind of misread that. That's not what it was actually saying.
That's actually not true. What you're saying.
Put it
You
back
don't
up. I'll tell you what.
grammar.
Put it back up there and let's
Now,
let Mr.
when you
Jabari
put have after would, you change the would.
Put it back up. Let Jabari be the tiebreaker. Hey, Jabari, be the tiebreaker on this.
He neither said that they did. They neither. He neither said.
Jabari, can I get your help?
Wait, Smash. 1 second.
Go ahead.
Sonoran neither said that they did or they didn't. So you can't launch an argument that says he didn't because.
Reggie, your network's not good.
It's not conclusive.
I don't see nothing. No.
You know what I'm saying. You can't launch an argument when he said neither.
No, man, he did. They never used it though. He said they never used it in that whole thing.
No. He said commit to you, right? He said you can't launch an argument about Kimmit when he neither said they did or didn't.
What does the word would have, man? Mean?
No, would have no.
What does it
If
mean?
you want to be conclusive, you would have said they didn't or you did.
Reggie. What does the word would have?
I understand English.
Well, I'm asking you, what does it mean though? Since Jabari not going to answer it, everybody running the word would have mean. You know what I'm saying?
It meant that he was being inconclusive.
No, Reggie.
Ask Jabari.
Reggie. No, we talking about that sentence that was on the screen, yo.
Because he didn't say he didn't.
No,
Reggie,
you have a college degree. Why are you doing this, bro? Like, why?
Because I got a college degree.
So you saying the word would have mean they actually did it? He said they never did it.
He didn't finish his statement. He left it open.
No, he didn't. He read the whole thing. All right, I'm done. Let me get on my source, man. Hey, Reggie, I'm disappointed in you. I get it. When you're around smashing them, Jabari the only one being just a gentleman because you teaching the college, Jabari, and you supposed to be able to read that sentence, Jabari, and say, you know what, gentlemen. No, come on.
For the people out here, read that to us so we can understand.
Nah, they don't want to do it. The college professor don't want to read the statement, right? So I gotta bring a third grade teacher on to read the thing. I'm gonna definitely do that, man. So we right here with ancient Egyptian society, right? Okay, and it talks about the term Kemet. All right, it says other instances of people going down, right? They use the term right there, into Kemet, right? Occur in the prophecies of Nefertari, right? When 3 MW Southwest Asians enter Egypt, and in the mining expedition accounts when the caravan returns. See, they always try to tell you they don't have evidence. Now watch this. It say in all these cases, the use of the phrase Kimmit conjugated accordingly to the context. See, you got to put it in its proper context, signifies the act of entering the land of Egypt, which is considered distinct from the desert region immediately surrounding it. Alternatively, in all of these cases, Kemet may simply be referring to the literal black oral soil of the floodplain, meaning that the Wadi Naturum and the Eastern Desert mining sites were not in Kemet. It's and necessitating a change in its definition and standard translations from the collective whole of Egypt in the Nile floodplain. So it's simply trying to tell y'all, right? It's in these texts. Y'all see the text. Y'all see all that. When they're using a term, they're not using it to determine any damn people. They're talking about the floodplains. They're talking about the area with the black soil. Come on, Reggie.
He said May. He was also inconclusive.
Reggie, what are you talking about right now? I'm reading a whole different source, Reggie.
No, but I read the sentence that you read.
Reggie,
and when he's talking about the floodplains, right? He says May.
Reggie.
This is sad. Let me go next, sir. I got this, Reggie. Trust me, I got this, Reggie.
If I could just say something really quickly.
After Jabari, I got this, Reggie.
The point I want to make right here, right, is in here they're showing you where they use the term in these texts. Okay, the New Kingdom theme scene, again, set in the Wadi, separated from the foreign of Egypt. They're showing the prophecy of Nefertari. They're showing you, right, when they use this term, it's referring to the land.
The challenge, but Ankh, here's the challenge, though. Here's the issue. First of all,
no, Jabari.
You asked me to weigh in. I'm weighing in.
No, I asked you to put that sentence up there and ask us what that means. It's what I asked you to do, and you refused to do it. Reggie playing some wild
You asked me to do something, and now I'm trying to do it, and now you don't want me to do it.
You don't see the sentence to do it.
Just don't let me body him, Jabari. Hey, sa.neter, share my screen. Let's go ahead, Jabari.
I think that what you have to recognize is, it seems to me that Sauron is making a possible argument. That's the reason why he says it may mean this. And in addition to that, he says, I'm looking at these three sources. So unless you are saying that Smash is, wait a minute, let me finish. Unless you're saying that Smash made up the sources that he put on the screen, I mean, that's the only way that you could say that.
You know what I'm talking about right now?
Because listen, Sarge Sauron says that he's looking at three sources.
Yes.
Smash just showed you other sources that were not in his three sources.
No, we're talking about the sentence that he keep mischaracterizing. That
the sentence says may. He's making a possible.
No, and then he said they never did it. If you read the next sentence. He did.
And brother, it says in these sources. He gives you the sources.
God. Come on, man. Come on, yo. Hey, I expect more out of you. No. You know what, dog? Y'all wild for that.
Sa.neter, this is about to be crazy because the source I have on the screen is the same exact one that Brother Ankh only perused and showed you a mere section of.
But wait. Before you say this, can I say one thing?
Because I asked you to look at some sentences and tell us what it said.
We're even losing the audience. I want you to recognize that even tonight, we have to be careful because what Ankh has done is he shifted the argument.
I never shifted
the reality. I'm about to explain how. So listen. The reality, you have to listen to my comment so you can see what I'm saying.
All right, what?
So the reality is, from the beginning, we have truly been contesting what Garfield, what Ankh, and what Chief X has said, and a few others. They have said that the people. Brother, will you listen so I can make what I'm so I can explain what I'm saying? So what he is saying, what they have said, is that the people who live there now are the same as the people who live there in the ancient world. That's what started this debate.
I never said that. I never said that.
Please don't make me pull up the quote. Please don't make me pull up the video.
Pull it up. Please pull it up.
Okay, I'm going to ask you politely.
If you let me talk.
Are you telling me that you have never said that the people who live in Kemet now are phenotypically and culturally the same as the people who lived there during the ancient world?
Jabari, the people who live there today aren't ethnically the same as the ancient people. They do not speak the language. They do not.
But that's not the question I just asked.
You just said culturally. I would never have said that.
I said phenotypically and culturally. Answer phenotypically.
And what I said is phenotypes can change, right? So they're clear. I just read a source that clearly says that their phenotype is there. There's mixed phenotypes there. So what I said was populations aren't frozen in time. That over time, of course, the population shift back and forth. The population was already shifted on the Nile Valley before the formation of.
You're not answering the question.
Jabari, there is Jabari.
You're not answering the question.
What I've said was that the population that lives there today is more closely related to the ancient population than any other population on Earth. That's my statement. That's what I said.
But answer my question. You can say yes or no.
That the population is in the Nile Valley now is closer related to the ancient Egyptians than any other population, brother.
Now, let me say this.
I'm saying no than any other place on planet Earth.
I have heard you say many times that phenotypically, the people that live there now are the people that live there in the ancient world. That's where this whole argument came from.
You mix me up with Chief X. Say that.
Brother, your question to Dr. Cooney was, were the Kemetic people black?
What did she know?
You didn't say, wait a minute. You did not say, the question was not, did they consider themselves black? The question was, were they black? And then when she said yes, then you switched what you asked her.
No, she said they wasn't black.
Oh my God.
She said based off of the daggone racist rule, right, in the South. In the 1930s, they would be considered black, is what she said, bro. And I said, being as though you're a professor, you already know that's the Jim Crow laws.
I'm feeling like you. I'm feeling like you are saying that we should ignore our ears and our eyes because we heard you say.
No, hey, Jabari, I know what my conversation is, right? You the one don't understand my conversation, right? When I say the populations are very fluid over time, there's no stuck population in the world. There's no stuff. I'm saying there would never be the exact same. Jabari.
Go ahead, Smash. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play the question. That's what I'm gonna do. You do what you're doing. I'll be back.
Somebody must have served Ankh a source that he thought he could use without reading. It always happens.
I read the whole source.
Now, in this article, Danielle Candelora is trying to say, we need to look at the definition of Kemet as the black land because it don't work when you look at primary sources. This is our overarching argument. Now look, I just quoted y'all this part, right? But let's read the line right after it that contradicts and shows what her stance is. She says, slightly later, during the wars of reunification at the end of the second intermediate period, more evidence can be found which challenges the standard demarcation of Kemet. What is the standard demarcation of Kemet? If y'all
place that
only this black now silk. Let's keep going. In his tomb autobiography, a soldier called Amos, son of Abana, records his deeds during the siege of Avaris under the Theban king Amos. After the defeat of Avaris, the soldier describes that there was soon another skirmish to the south of Avaris, this time in Kimmit. Hold on. So is Avaris not in the Delta? Does Avaris not have fertile Nile silt?
Yes, it does.
Listen to what you just did it yourself. Again, now listen to what she says.
I can tell you what it says before you read it.
Listen to what she says. Again, a marked contrast is made between the town of Avaris, located in the eastern Delta, and Kemet. This is an important distinction, since if the most accurate translation of Kemet is literally the black land, and the term actually refers to fertile agricultural land, then the Delta and the city of Avaris should still be included.
Absolutely. Keep reading.
You see, y'all?
Smash, keep reading. Smash, keep reading. Smash, keep reading. Smash.
You to keep reading when you did not even continue to read.
I did. I can tell you what all to say. I read the whole thing. Smash, keep reading. Smash. I did.
You can keep reading.
I did. You
can go right ahead. You got the book.
I did. You Smash.
You got the book.
Oh, you took it all.
Hey, that just proved that she was writing that article to show that Kemet, the black land, ain't just the Nile silk.
Okay, so can I explain that, please? Because I read the whole chapter. Can I explain that?
sa.neter.
Hold on, say cool.
Ankh has come to
disrupt the show. Say cool.
No, wait, let me speak quickly.
I want to finish the source, brother.
Ankh, you can comment.
Can I finish? Hey, sa.neter, can I finish the source you just read? Yes or no?
I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead, make your comment. Let me finish the source that he just tried to scam us with. Y'all wild for that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, say cool.
You came here tonight to just raise all these questions on the word Kemet, and we were in this show discussing most of the things that Professor Cooney debunked in front of you guys, and then you refused to see it.
Appreciate you.
Man. You asked Professor Cooney very clearly whether we should call the ancient Egyptian black or we should just call them Africans. And she clearly said both. She said she would prefer to call them Africans, but that doesn't mean they are not black. They are definitely black. And she continued to say, now you are saying the people in the Nile Valley today are closer to the ancient population. But in that same interview, the doctor tells you the people in the South today will be called black, different from those in Cairo and other areas. So when you say the population there now is closer to the ancient population, are you referring to the people in the South, in Aswan, that she referred to as black today, the Nubians there, or you are referring to those in Cairo? Because she made a distinction. And you were there. You didn't ask her why she made that distinction. She didn't say, she said today, if you go to the south of Egypt, you will meet those dark-skinned people, you can still call them black. And there's a BBC documentary on it, on the general history of Africa, the conference deal. There's a BBC documentary where they went to the South and interviewed the black people there, and they said, we are black Africans. And they look just like us. So you are playing games with the Cairo people and smashing them together with people in Aswan and say they all look the same and they will look like the Asian population. You are playing game, bro. You are playing game with the
Can
people.
I answer that?
And now, lastly, the article you show, it was calling Diop and other people started Afrocentrism. You know it's a lie, right? And you should show it.
That's a great article. That's a great article there.
Diop never mentioned the word Afrocentrism once.
That's a
Ivan
great
Satima
article there, bro.
never used it. And that fake article you put up there that called Egypt Levant or the Near East history.
It didn't do that.
Egypt is not the study of Near East.
It didn't do that, yo.
Once you open an article that put Egypt in Near East, as a wise man, you should know it's already fake.
All right, man.
It's an
you don't even count. You don't even count. I won't get smashed. Smashed. I won't get smashed. I don't even care about you.
For me, from tonight and the last time I listened to you, I find out that you can't even read. You couldn't even understand.
Let's see who can actually read. Got you.
You couldn't even understand. Well, if you don't allow me, that's the same way I won't let you talk.
Got you, bro.
Because you came to our show and you tried to make
our show now.
Look like
you
couldn't even read.
Fun. You want nobody to challenge
you couldn't even read. You couldn't even read clearly.
I know.
You couldn't even read clearly.
I know.
Where Christopher Ehret said the civilization came from the south, and the people of the ancient time look like Nubians, and they come definitely from the Horn of Africa. That is very clear.
Hey, you didn't know. You heard that.
You were still confused. You are still confused with Nubian.
I'm reading the source.
Okay, that's why Jabari asked you, do you believe that Nubians are black?
I never answered the question. No, they're not black. They're not black.
The Nubians are not black.
They're not. The Nubians aren't black.
Are you black?
sa.neter, can I share my screen?
No, I gotta finish this thing right here. So now let me finish this source.
Stop reading. For the record, he said the Nubians are not black.
All right. Let me.
Nubians had their own classification of black.
Zoo ain't speak yet.
No, you said let me finish the source though. Before Sekou dove in.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got to put it up. I'm already in there.
Where you at? Oh, okay.
So here's the source that he claimed I didn't read. Of course I read this. Had it highlighted in my Kindle. So of course I did. He cut y'all off.
Show us another page.
No, this is right here, yo.
Show us another page.
And look, let me finish this. It says slightly later during. Come on, yo, you filibuster playing games right now. It says slightly later during the wars of reunification at the end of the second intermediate period, more evidence can be found which challenges the standard demarcation of Kimmit. So they're not challenging what the actual word means, like he just tried to play the game. They're challenging the demarcation, like where's it actually located. What they're basically saying is that every place, whenever you find a spot, like in a delta, where they had that black, so they can call it the Kimmit. So they was trying to say that it's not just on a delta, it's not just in Egypt itself, it can also be in a delta, can be Kemet, right? Let me finish this. It says slightly later during the wars of reunification, the end of the second intermediate period, more evidence can be found in which challenges the standard demarcation in Kemet. It say in his tomb, the autobiography of a soldier called Ankh, son of the Ibiana, recorded his deeds during the siege of Arvius under the Theban king after the defeat of Arvius, right? It goes on to say, hold on, after the defeat of Arvius, under the Theban king Atmos, it say, after the defeat of Arvius, the soldier described
Avaris, bro, fall down some. Read at your level. Avaris.
Arvius. I said it's Arvius. Okay. It says soon another skirmish to the south of Avaris. All right. Goes on to say, this time in Kemet. It say again, right? A marked contrast is made between the town of Arvius, located in the Eastern Delta, and Kemet. It say this is an important distinction, since if the most accurate translation of Kemet is literally the Black Land, and the term actually refers to the fertile agricultural land, then the delta and the city of Arius should still be included within the territorial limits. Now, this is where reading comprehension comes into play. It's a complicating the conception of Kemet further is a near.
It's a bigger problem.
Can I finish
You're
reading,
about
bro?
to illustrate a
Bro,
bigger
can I
problem,
Yo, can I finish reading, yo? You running now, yo. You running. You don't want me to read this, yo, because you know you done fucked up. You know that, right? It's a complicating the conception of Kemet further is a near contemporary excerpt from the first stela of Cosmos. This text was set only in a generation before, under the rule of Akhmos, the Theban predecessor of Cosmos. Who found himself hemmed in by the Hyksos, ruled in the north, and Kerma controlled to the south. The renowned that he was associated with the Southwest Asian, and the Nubian. Each man has his slice in Egypt, Kemet, and so the land is partitioned with me. Goes on to say, certainly Cosmos, or the author of this text, believed the region of Arius to be part of Kemet, despite the fact that it was held by the Hyksos. Indeed, this text is claimed that the ruler of Kerma held a slice of Egypt, either some portion of Nubian north of Kerma was ideologically considered to be part of Kemet, or possibly his Nubian king controlled a small portion of Egypt, territory north of Elephantine. Watch this, we're closing out. However, in the following response from Cosmos, the adversaries, they urged the restraint, stating that as far as Kasul, it is the waters, right? And he, Apet, has the land of Southwest Asia. We have Egypt, right? You see the different terms. See the discussion in the translation, right? It goes on to say,
none of this supports what you're saying,
clearly,
bro.
let me finish, yo.
You just doing readership.
Hold on. Clearly, the members of Akhmos Council regarded the land under the Hyksos control to be ideologically distinct from their Egypt, despite the fact that both territories contain stretches of fertile land in the valley, well into the middle Egypt. Therefore, these examples demonstrate the changing understanding of Kemet, even within a single source between the black fertile land and the traditional geographical boundaries of the state and the actual political reality of what land of the king control. Apparently, the conception of Kemet and the geographical area it encompassed fluctuated in the political fragmentation of the second intermediate period, and according to different individuals' point of view.
Now, how did that support?
Let me finish my point. So the point is very, very clear. The conversation never was on whether they was calling the black soil Kemet. It was saying would they also include the delta black soil with that.
My God, you have no comprehension.
It never was what he said.
That the black soil
why
and
is
the
you
virus
talking in the middle
was
of me
outside
talking,
of
though,
this. I feel
why
like
is you talking in the middle of me talking, though, yo?
My show, you
why are you talking in the middle of me talking, though, dog?
Out of here
Why
right
is
now,
you talking?
because he's just being disruptive.
Why you let that nigga do that, yo?
Now he calling names and stuff. He just being disruptive.
You let that man go in like that.
I don't come on no shows that got his name on it.
Nah, I didn't come on this show because you on here, nigga. Sa.neter called me to get on here.
Just have some respect.
Oh, so you mad because you can't read, yo?
Back when you
mad because you misread that, yo?
Everybody know you wrong as fucking.
Yo, you mad because you misread that?
How is that supporting what you're saying? That's really supporting this.
You mad because you misread that, yo?
I'm even disappointed. I thought Ankh has something else to show. It was very disappointing. You showed.
I want y'all to be disappointed. Hey, Zoo, you smarter than this, Zoo. Don't do that, Zoo.
I am. That's why I'm telling you. You really supporting this side.
Hey, Zoo, what was that talking about, Zoo?
It's talking about the location of Kemet, bro. Don't try to play me, man.
Okay, so Smash said it was saying it was.
Yeah,
it wasn't talking about.
Can I share my screen real quick?
You better know that. You better know that, Zoo. You better play that game, Zoo. I see you.
Share your screen.
Do nothing, Zoo.
I don't know why Ankh is just arguing. The source clearly shows.
Y'all wild out.
Different boundaries.
Hey, yo, Ankh, man. Yo, Ankh, yeah, I agree. You got to throw in the towel at this point.
Yeah, man. Ankh needs to just go and rest. He's not showing anything.
Can we show the question that was asked to Dr. Cairo Cooney?
Yes, let's do that first. Hold up, Zoo, because this is important. I'm gonna run. Come on, Jabari. Where's it at?
Yeah, you gotta. You want me to put it up? Okay, hold on one sec. Here's the question.
Unc said he ain't say that, so let's see.
I didn't say what. What was it I didn't say?
And one of the controversies about that's going on in the community for the past 3 years. I've lost many friends over this conversation, and my brother here is beefing with some of his best friends. The whole thing about who were the ancient Egyptians? Were they black? Should we call them black like we call black today? As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me take a step back. I'm gonna allow my brother Ankh to answer this question.
Now, first, let's pause. Did you hear Garfield framing the question?
Yep.
Were they black, and were they black according to our definition today? That's what we're arguing about. They've tried to muddy this up. They've tried to make it sound like we're talking about all kinds of other things. The argument is whether the ancient Kemetic people were black, and are we using today's definition? That's the argument. Now listen to Ankh. Ankh's going to go on for a while, but he's not going to disagree with Garfield's question. So right now, Garfield has to make a decision. Ankh has to make a decision. Does he throw Garfield under the bus?
I'm confused.
Does he throw Chief X under the bus?
What's your point?
Because they're very clear about what they're asking. Let's listen to
so hold on, I want to say this before you play it. I'm saying that the ancient Egyptians are not black people. They are indigenous Africans with their own names and their own agency to name themselves. That's what I'm saying. And I've said that from the beginning. So I don't know what you're talking about right now. You don't Ankh me. I know what I'm saying.
So let me ask you very clearly.
Yeah, ask me.
Let me ask you very clearly, because you're saying they're not black people.
Why not, though, Jabari? That might help.
So what I'm asking you, I want you to crystallize your argument for the audience and for me.
Absolutely.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, are you saying that if we took someone from ancient Kemet and brought them here today and looked at them, would we say that person is black, or would we say that person is not black?
I'm saying when I go to Ethiopian restaurants and I'm asking you a question, right? I do not put the term black on them because that's an African American thing. I ask them, what are you? They'll say I'm Ethiopian or Eritrean. That's what they tell me when I sit amongst my friends that are Eritrean and Ethiopian.
Are you saying
only Americans say they're black? That's a racialized term, Jabari. You're smart enough to know.
Are you saying that the Ethiopians don't call themselves black?
I'm saying that. Wow. I'm saying right, they don't.
They don't call themselves Ethiopian either. That's Greek.
Can I ask you a question, Ankh?
Yeah,
have you ever heard Ethiopian?
I grew up with some Ethiopians.
Wait a minute. Wait. Have you heard the Ethiopian national anthem?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Do you want to retract your statement before I kill you with this?
I'm saying.
Wait. Don't stutter.
People
do you
live.
want
I'm
to
gonna say
retract
this.
your statement?
No, I do not.
Okay.
No, I do not.
So you are gonna live. You're gonna walk up that hill and die on it. You're saying. Wait a minute. You're saying that the Ethiopians don't call themselves black. Now, do I have to show you the pictures of me taking?
I'm great. Can I make this point? Can I make this point? I'm saying that outside of the influence of colonialism, the Ethiopians did not call themselves black.
Look at how he's now changing the goalposts.
The argument is semantics.
Wow.
Our conversation has always been about ancient Egypt and ancient times. It never was a modern time.
Wait. You just said that the Ethiopians don't call themselves black.
Outside of the influence of colonialism.
Now, what do you mean outside of the influence of it? You didn't say that before. Now you're saying that.
I've always said that. You just don't watch my channel like I don't watch.
That's cool.
Brother.
I've always said that.
We got a cake bake especially for that.
Hey, I don't respect you, because you know that's been my
I don't care what you respect, my dude.
I know you don't.
Even the very word Ethiopian signify is post-colonial. So what are you saying?
Make me turn up in here, bro.
You can turn up, nigga.
Whoa.
Turn up with you.
No, come on, y'all. Don't do that.
Don't do turn up in here. Zoo know the conversation. We've had the conversation.
Let's have a very clear.
No, I'm saying Zoo know I've always said what I've said to you. right?
You ain't
So
never
see in the
told me
middle-
you don't respect me online, though.
I didn't say that. I said I don't respect the fact that you won't tell Jabari that me and you've had this conversation, and that's my position, dog.
Wait a
and
minute.
I said for you not standing up for that, I don't respect that.
Let's
G.
not even go into that. I want to hold him where he is.
Right, hold me where I'm
Why
at,
y'all
Jabari.
let him slide? Stop it.
Hostile escape he's trying
Are
to pull
you
off.
saying, wait a minute, are you saying that the Ethiopians don't call themselves black?
I'm gonna get even technical for you. I'm sure that you can find Ethiopian people now that will acquiesce to that title, and then you also find Ethiopians that don't agree with that title. And then I'm gonna make this point that outside of the quote unquote colonialism, right? They didn't refer to themselves as that, nor did the Egyptians do that. That's exactly what I'm saying. You can always find somebody to call themselves black. It's an arbitrary term. It's not. It doesn't tie you to land. Nothing. That's why we have a wild problem with the people called quote unquote Native Americans, the elbows, because it's based off the skin color.
Wait, you're changing what you said at first.
I'm not. This
you
is what I've
are.
always said.
You
Jabari.
said, and I quote, the Ethiopians at the restaurants I go to don't call themselves black.
Right, and I'm saying they don't. At the restaurants I go to, they don't. I've said that.
Jabari asked a follow-up question. Do you say Ethiopian don't call themselves black?
And
You say
I
yes.
said that of course you're going to find Ethiopians that will use that term, specifically in America, right?
Yeah.
And then you'll find Ethiopians that don't use that term. And then I made the point that outside of the influence of colonialism, they never use that term to call themselves that. That's
What do you
exactly
mean
what I've been saying this for
What do
3
you mean
years.
when you say outside?
What do you mean outside colonialism?
That's pseudo. That's completely fucking
Before
pseudo.
white people came into Ethiopia, they wasn't calling themselves black.
You know what you're doing?
White people came into Ethiopia, they wasn't calling themselves black. That's what I'm saying. Come on, Jabari. That's what I'm
You're
saying.
continuing to shift the goalpost. Remember what my question was to you.
Oh my God.
If we brought an ancient Kemetic person here today,
right,
would you say that person is black? Yes or no?
And I'm saying no.
Okay.
You just asked a different question, Jabari.
So finally, we've got a clear.
Right.
So wait a minute.
Let me ask you a Nubian question. The Nubians aren't black neither. People in
What do
West
you mean?
Africa aren't.
Wait. Say that again. What are you saying?
Nubians aren't black people. West Africans aren't black people neither. The African American are the black people. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. That's what
So
I'm
why
saying.
can I ask you a
I've been saying it
question?
for years.
Why does Ghana then have a black star in the middle of its flag?
I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the influence of colonialism, brother. But prior to white people coming in, they wasn't calling themselves that. That's what I'm saying.
Now wait. I want you to
Am
hear
I
this
wrong?
carefully.
Yeah.
What you're doing is you are playing fast and loose with the goalposts.
No, I'm not. I
asked you. Wait a minute. I'm not asking you if someone in the ancient world would say I am black, although we do see some people do that.
Prove that.
I'm not asking you whether the Kemetic people had the same concept of race that we do today.
Oh, so they didn't?
What I'm asking you is very clear.
Ask that question again.
If the person from ancient Kemet was brought here, if a person from ancient Ethiopia, Aksum, was brought here, if a person from Ouagadougou was brought here today with a time machine, would we call them black? Answer the darn question and stop flim-flamming tonight.
I'm saying I would
it is
call
12:18. Answer the question.
I'm saying I would call them Eritreans. I would call them Ethiopians. I would not call them black. I said it, nigga.
At this point, there is no more
Stop
debate.
asking me this shit over and over again. I said it.
I
said it.
There's no more debate, Jabari.
Thank you, brother.
So you are saying do you see how we just use national definitions?
I haven't changed anything. I've been very concise in my language and what I'm saying. I got a bunch of
they're not black.
Screaming.
Even modern day Ethiopians and Ghanaians are not black.
I said they
That's
are
what he said.
Ghanaians.
The sickness
And
is
I'm
worse than
saying
we thought.
they are Ethiopians, they are Eritreans, they are who they say they are prior to colonialism. That's a racialized term.
No. Now we switch. Now we're talking about even modern day people. They're not black either.
Right.
Ethiopians, they're Okay, hold on, Jabari. Stop. Can I ask you one question?
Of course you can.
Are the modern people that live in Mesoamerica, are they black people?
In Mesoamerica?
Are they black people? Yes or no?
We don't consider, I want to be really clear about who you're referring to, but the modern people who live in Mesoamerica, we don't call them black.
How about the ancient people?
We call the people that have their origin on the continent of Africa black.
No, I'm saying the people that live in the Admixture Island, the people live in Mesoamerica right now, are they black people?
Can they suffer from
anybody?
Now, wait, are you talking about Mesoamerica or India? Which one are you going to two different countries, two different land masses?
Hold on. I'm saying the Admixture Island, I'm saying Mesoamerica, and I'm saying the subcontinent of India. Are they black people?
Now he's asking two questions.
I added everybody to it.
Now you just spun me all over the world.
All right, I just want to say, wait, no, I'm saying you did me the same way. I want you to know you did me.
Yo. Zoo, let me get Zoo in here because I ain't gonna be long. I got to get out of here, man. We got 4 hours in, Jabari.
I just want to read a quick source.
Go ahead.
I think it speaks to
because this is gonna go on for a long time. Go ahead.
Facts. I think
so. For the information, I'm not black. I'm from Liberia. Ankh is black.
Let him go. Go ahead.
Ankh is black. Sekou is not black.
Sekou's not.
So this is a response to, from a PhD scholar. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes, it's up.
Okay, so this is a response to a scholar to another scholar who was making similar claims such as Ankh. Something along the line that black people didn't have the impetus or just did not call themselves black in any capacity prior to colonization or anything of that matter. So I'm gonna just read this real quick. Mamdani extends his South African paradigm or Ankh's Eurocentric paradigm to Sudan, whereby the colonial power is said to have imposed a divide between settlers and natives on the indigenous people and identified the people of Sudan as members of different races, termed Arab and Zurga, black, earlier, right? Not later, earlier, and Arab and African more recently. This rather assumes that the peoples of Sudan are tabula rasa, meaning a clear table, a clean slate where you can just put anything you want, right? So this rather assumes that the peoples of Sudan are tabula rasa, on which external powers can inscribe their own vision. The reality of the colonial encounter in the Nile Valley suggests otherwise, that the colonial power adopted indigenous categories and terms to describe the peoples it governed. The Nile Valley has a long history of indigenous state building going back to pharaonic times, and those states have left a legacy not only of social stratification, but of perceptions of race, ethnicity, and social status, and idioms for expressing them. The Aksumite inscription of around 350 AD proclaiming the victory of King Azana over the black and the red noble indicates how far back the idiom of color was being used to distinguish different and possibly enemy or subject populations. The distinction between black and red is applied right along the Nile Valley, even among so-called Arab people such as the Misriya, which sounds like Misra, often expressing the historical ambiguities of power, status, free, servile, and unfree in relation to succession of expanses and predatory states. He goes on to quote even King Azana classifying a number of his own subjects and those along his border as red and black. And I can take this all the way to
the idiom. It said an idiom, Zoo.
What?
It's an idiom, bro. It's an idiom.
What?
Who's arguing that? It's right there. IDIOM.
An idiom.
Right. Y'all know what that means, right? That's not racializing anything. If I say the black sheep,
what are you talking about?
That's an idiom.
You've been saying that there's you've been saying the whole time that there's no reason for black people prior to colonization to use the word black.
Look, I think we can find a soft spot right here, brother. An idiom is different from a racialized term. The black sheep is not a racialized term. Black people is. Zoo? I've never said what you said, though, Zoo.
What? Do you think I'm slow or something?
It says it right here.
You not see right here where it says black, Zurga, or red people?
That's an idiom.
Man, get out of here, dude.
It's right there. It's
the idiom is just a term, bro.
No, it's not. It's more than just that. It's more than just a Jabari. I don't know what you don't know what the idiom is now, Jabari.
Of course, I know what an idiom is. I can't believe that you're
black cat
rendering it that way.
The black cat, the black sheep of the family. So you saying when white people call themselves the black sheep, that mean that they black people? Is that what y'all trying to play right now?
Are you saying that it's divorce? Are you saying it's divorce from their appearance?
I'm saying no, but it's divorce from the racialization. It's an idiom.
But if they're using it to describe themselves,
it's a term that they have.
I don't even understand the argument you're making right now.
Really,
If you're listen, Ankh, calling black people black is almost always an idiom because none of us are black.
No, it's a racialized term, bro.
Yes, a racialized term. We're using an idiom to describe a group of people that are not clearly black.
No, you're not. You're using a racialized term to okay. Based off your logic,
it is an idiom.
No, it's not, man. An idiom is the use of it, the way you use it, which makes it an idiom.
No,
so when you say, when you say the red
people,
people,
oversimplify the conversation.
No, when you say the red people, and you say the black people, you're not actually talking about their race.
I'm trying to explain what I'm talking about.
All right, go ahead.
You're trying to separate things when you cannot necessarily separate the color of things. The same way that it happens in West Africa. You have the black Fulani, and then you have the red Fulani.
Right. It don't mean it's not talking about.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because you don't know what I'm talking about. The red Fulani are the Fulani who are pastoralists and have been so for a long time. So you can say just like Egypt is associated with.
All right, you won, Z. You got me, yo.
What you mean?
I mean, you got me.
I mean, I already know. I'm trying to make
I appreciate you, yo. You got me, yo. I heard you say it. I want to close out with that statement.
Hold on, everybody. We got my little brother Armin Ra McCarthy in the building. He wanted to make a statement real quick. Armin Ra, what it is, brother?
Peace, family. I just want to ask Uncle a question. I kind of want to make it a little less vague than Jabari's question. My question is the same kind of what he was asking. If we took an ancient Egyptian from the ancient times and brought him to lunch with you, me, and Sa, but you didn't know where he came from, he was just there, would we call him or would people call him black, not knowing where he was from? I'm just saying somebody random ancient Egyptian brother who came here now today, and you did not know where he came from. You didn't know he was even from out of the country. Would we call him black? Yes or no?
You would do that, brother. I would ask the brother, where is he from, yo? Man, I work with people from Ethiopia, yo.
Yo, come on, man. Hold on, Reggie.
I mean, are y'all serious right now, though, yo?
It's
like,
so you mean, am I black?
Hold on, man.
Wow. Hey, Jabari, you're not even allowed in the conversation.
Reggie, yo, come on, you got to stop this, man. Now it's cat now. Let me tell you why.
We in Silly Town now.
Let's say you go to the basketball court and you see the brothers down there, y'all chop it up and meet up. Now the game is over. Y'all go and get y'all a soda pop or soda, whatever. Y'all sit down. You gonna ask them, where you from, brother, or something?
I thought that's because you would automatically know
he's your brother.
No, but you would already recognize that he's not an African American.
It's the same thing that look. Captain Tazoryak made a big mistake. How many of us saw that video when we caught him with me and the African little boy that was outside on the street? Captain thought that he was African American like us. And when he found out that the young kid was African, that's when Captain flipped and said, yo, you can't come to the cookout. How many of y'all remember that video? See, come on, man. Like what Jabari and them is saying, if you take somebody from over there and bring them here, they would blend in with us and we would recognize them as black. So we got to stop.
You can't tell me which ones are.
sa.neter. You know, I asked Jabari a question. He refused to ask the question, though, right? At least I'm attempting to ask the question. You didn't answer, Jabari, and you're not going to answer.
What question?
I said, of the people in the Adam and Eve's island, are they black people? You didn't.
sa.neter muted me. I was answering.
What was the question about the people in the Adam and Eve's island?
I'm trying to answer.
Can I ask the question? I mean, can I answer? It's real quick. Did the writer of the passage that Zoo read, did he say it was an idiom?
Reggie, that was your word.
Did the writer
Reggie, that
did
was
the
your
writer
word,
of the passage say that it was an idiom?
Yes.
Now, I know.
It's the word said idiom right there. Yes. What are we talking about?
Okay, so if the word says idiom, tell us what idiom means.
We're gonna look it up.
What does idiom mean?
I just gave you an example of an idiom.
No, tell us what
the black bulls. The black
don't mean
bulls.
that it don't mean black people.
Well, I appreciate
it's a phrasal expression. Come on,
I appreciate your answer, but and I will also just say,
am I wrong, Reggie?
But it has characteristics with the word. Idiom is about
idiom is a word. And
so you're not gonna answer the question, though, Jabari. You still ain't answer that question.
Idiom, I would consider the Adamant Island people black people. I would.
Thank you, brother.
But and I tried to answer it then. I tried to answer it then.
Hold on.
But,
appreciate you, bro.
But I want to say, but wait. Let me say, an idiom is a word.
The whole world black
that means something different than when you translate it literally.
Whatever you do, make sure you do it in the toughest environment. Mac double.
All right. This is the time for Smash, Jabari, and Sekou to close us out, man. I'm sorry. Y'all can roll out if y'all want. But
it is 4 hours in. I get you don't have to apologize, Sa. I mean,
today you got spanked, brother.
That's every day, though. Remember, I never won over here. Remember, I'm good with this.
All you Garfield likes, y'all got spanked today. So
you're a hater now.
All you Garfield likes.
All right. Okay. I can't believe you did that, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Why would you put me in the middle of that, yo?
sa.neter, what I just want to last little point.
No, that's it. That's it, Amira. Ain't no more questions. Sekou, take us home, brother.
Yeah, I just have one question for Ankh. Ankh,
no questions, man.
Oh, okay. I should just close out. Okay, that's fine.
You librarian, Sekou. You librarian, bro.
Come on, no talking with they close out, brother.
For the first time.
Stop for 1 minute. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to close out, including God damn it, including So let me give Zoo first, because Zoo is new over here.
There's 3 people on this that are part of this that are presenters. You're gonna give everybody a chance to close out. We here too.
I'm giving them 2 minutes. They only get 2 minutes.
Everybody just
6 in the morning. You close out first.
That's not how we do this.
I'm gonna just say, sa.neter, thank you for letting me on. This was a great show.
Yo, he's closing out. Y'all
Zoo, send me that source, please, brother. Can you put that source?
I'm not saying him nothing, Zoo. He don't respect you.
You got me, Zoo.
Yeah, this was a great show, sa.neter. Thanks for letting me on and giving me opportunity to show that black people call themselves black way before colonialism and all of that. So we can get into that further some other time. Peace until next time, man.
All right, peace. Brother Ankh, go ahead, close us out, man.
Big up to Smash Scamwells. He a hater.
Nah, come on, man. Stop that.
I'm just saying big up to him. He a hater.
Nobody's scamming, brother. Just close out.
No, he's scamming intellectual. Listen. Let's be real. Hey, sa.neter.
You're smoking intellectual crack.
All right. No. Stop, man. I'm going to try you one more time. Close us out, brother.
Hey, sa.neter. I didn't see you put anybody in the back. They exhibited the same type of behavior. I'm just thinking you know that.
Man, it's time to close out, bro.
I'm closing out. So what I would like to say is, right, I'm surprised at Jabari not knowing what an idiom is. I'm actually surprised that Jabari, right, don't know when a Egyptologist says that if we brought the Egyptians back in the 30s, right, okay, they would be considered black. That's exactly what she said, right? And I'm saying, and she said by American standards. I thought that all the freedom fighters up here would actually know what American standards on race was. It was pseudoscientific. I thought y'all knew that. But since y'all don't know that, I'm fine with that. So I can officially say, Smash Scam Wellington, Jabari the Professor, Sekou the Wild Guy, right? They're all pseudos because they
We have to take the name. He doesn't deserve the name Ankh. His name is Bobby Banger, the police officer from UK. He's not Ankh.
You're muted, sa.neter. I don't know if you're trying to speak.
Yeah, I was saying, brother, stop calling people that name up here, brother. He's not no scammer. He's not selling.
Hey, let me share the screen.
He's not doing none of that. No, wait till you close out, bro. Close us out without the ad homs, brother. I'm not gonna let them do that to you. Trust me. Close us out. I'm not gonna let them call you no name. Close us out, brother.
So anybody who can look up what the racial standards was in America, in the South, in the 30s and the 40s, will clearly start to get the message. These guys come off as some kind of teachers of black people in the middle of Black History Month, but yet they're going to adhere to the American standards of race. I suggest that black people in North America learn about what the standard of race is in the scientific community, which is universal. You can go to an anthropologist in Ghana, and they will say that they're not black people. You can go to an anthropologist in Cuba. They will say that they're not black people. You can go to an anthropologist all over the world. They're going to be consistent. Calling yourself black, real black atheist, black and I'm proud, black African power is an exclusive African-American thing. We make the shit shake. We have taken a negative. They said our skin was filthy and black. And the fact that we was dark skinned, we was ignorant and uneducated. The term put us on the bottom of the totem pole. We took that and we turned it into a positive. But that's for us. That's our shared experiences as Black Americans and African Americans. But on the continent, prior to colonialism, these people had agency. They had their own names. They had their own tribes.
And
I'm done with that.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate
all right,
you,
all right.
Appreciate the opportunity, bro.
Neil, close us out. Let's go.
Yeah, so I just want to say, good panel tonight. A lot of things I think Ankh need to go back and check his sources on, because the point of the fact that he says it's pre-colonial stuff, but he doesn't recognize that even back then, way back, Ethiopia, the name comes from the Greek people. It's nothing to do with the land. The DMT, which would be like Dempt or something of that nature. You got Suri people there. He's dealing with the people from the colonial perspective himself and trying to throw that like we all been under it. We all up under it. So when we ask
My
him
fault.
the
Say it
question,
again, Neil. I missed it. Say it again, brother.
I'm saying
don't say it again, brother.
Okay.
You got to close out, bro.
So what I'm saying then is that if we was at the basketball game and he seen the brother 9 times out of 10, he'd call the brother black like us. That's it. Peace to the fam.
Peace. Thank you. All right, my brother, Armin Rob. Go ahead, man. Hurry up. Come on.
I just want to say I appreciate you, and everybody on the panel. I appreciate you. Would be more specific with the brother. I was just thinking if it was me, you, and that brother sitting at the lunch table, if a policeman came in there, he would describe us as 3 male blacks. Straight up.
Damn,
right, bro. Because they racist as hell. I agree.
All right, brother Reggie. Reggie, let's go. Take us home, Reggie.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time. We have to be honest on the term Kemet, you. Egyptologists have largely ignored what these Nile Valley Africans said themselves. Right? People have been speaking for them. We've had the Greeks and early Egyptologists, but they have not been fair to the ancient people, what they said. We have Kimmit, the adjective that those Africans used. The language of these people have been deciphered, right? And we failed to understand that. And there has been a vocabulary of related words in German, in English, French, and Coptic, right? The usage of the term Kim is determined by the determinatives or the classifiers and the text that it lives in. Very rarely do Egyptologists and others, right, put these words in the context in which they live in. Sonoran said the adjective was not used for the Africans in the hinterlands, right? He was not correct. Smash Rockwell showed the Great Black Nubian, and I showed where the so-called Cushites, right? Those groups of people came all the way from the deepest part of Sudan and became the kings and called the land Kimmit, right? And referenced themselves with the same titles. And so if we read the text, right? If we read the text, then we can only from the text only know what they said. So anybody arguing against what they called themselves, they must show the text. It's been deciphered, it's been cataloged. Now, I admit that the words change over time, right? So people that have used it changed, but when those ancient Egyptians, and I'm gonna close, when those people called the ancient Egyptians finally went to the Sudan and looked at Jebel Barco, they said themselves, these are our ancestors, and this is where our God, Amun, lives. And we fail to understand that those people began to call themselves Kem, right? Whether it was symbolic, right, or whether directly, it does not matter. They called themselves, in our language, English, the Black. We have hundreds of names, but in this day, we could call ourselves Black Panthers and New Black Panthers, right? We can use metaphors, right? Whether symbolic or directly, we can use that. But these ancient African people began that process. So how dare, without reading the text, how dare, without reading the text and the sentences that it lives in, for people to say what they called themselves. And this is Brother Reggie, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, brother. All right, brother Sekou, you up, Sekou?
Yes, peace and blessing. I'm very happy tonight. We had a good conversation, except Ankh came in and kind of make it look weird. When I went to watch Dr. Cooney and Cora show with Ankh and Garfield, they have an interview with this professor. And what I see, they brought the professor to debunk Egyptomania in court. They came to debunk Egyptomania, and they have some specific questions. The first question that Ankh asked this lady is whether ancient Egyptians were Black, or we should just call them Africans. And the reason he uses the word Black because he knows what Black is. That's what I thought. That's the reason why he asked her whether they should be Black. And this lady went ahead and said, well, she played around with a lot of words. She said the word African would be appropriate, but she went down. She said, however, I'm not saying they were not Black. In a modern context, or what we call Black people, they will definitely be considered Black. Now, when I leave Africa, I'm from Liberia. Nobody have ever called me Chinese, even by mistake. I've been to Europe. Nobody have called me Japanese by mistake. All people have always said, oh, are you Nigerian? Are you Jamaican? They always connect me to people who look like me. Everywhere I went in the world, people always, oh, are you Nigerian? Are you Jamaican? Are you Ghanaian? Then I'm saying, oh, I'm Liberian. There is some affinity. They don't mistakenly call me Japanese. So the question we are asking today, it's not about whether people call themselves Black or not. When we bring those people back into our modern world, will they be classified as Black African like us? And we say, yes, that's what we will classify ancient Egyptian. Now, it takes a coward to be able not to be able to affirm that. When these racist Europeans were going around and said, anybody with a dark melanin is an idiot, cannot produce science, cannot produce anything. They didn't make the demarcation then. They didn't talk about race as a social construct. When they went around and said darker skinned people were unintelligent, and now our scholars have proven that there were darker skinned people in the world who built civilization. Now suddenly, dark skinned people don't exist. We have a Black man in this room saying that if they brought me to America, he doesn't know whether I'm Black. Now we are dealing with people who are having a problem called psychosis. That's what we are dealing with. Schizophrenia is what we are dealing with. People who cannot identify reality. And I have to tell you something, sa.neter, for this channel, be very careful. Even though we are bringing up people who want to bring it, there are Black people who are bent to destroy the struggle of Black African people throughout history. They are very educated. They read a lot of books.
but they are the most dangerous people among black people because they always want to align with the mainstream. It makes them look intelligent. They wear glasses. They want to look nice. They want to speak good English. They want to align with the mainstream. If Diop was following the mainstream, we will not be here today. If Teofilo Obenga and Diop and Dr. Ben, they could have followed the mainstream, but they deviated because they want for what they call direct knowledge. We needed to rescue our history. We needed to rescue. It is the history of Kemet. It shows the human contribution. All of human beings contributed to civilization. It was not only white people. White people for 500 years have told the world that it was the white people who brought civilization to the world. They were the Aryans. Anywhere you saw civilization, do you know there was a time they said Great Zimbabwe was not built by black people? Do you know there was a time they said the empire of Ghana was built by white Arabs and the Berbers? It was not Africans. Do you know that there was a time they said Nubians were white? They did all of that. Kemet is the last one. They did it to every civilization in Africa. They said it doesn't belong to black people because the black skin is what makes you inferior. That was the pseudoscience that established European academia. Even this Dr. Carrier or whoever she called herself, I still consider her as the last stronghold of a dying horse of the European mind. They are still the last stronghold because they are still polishing the world. Do you know what she said? She said Tahaka and the 25th dynasty were the first African imperialists. And guess what? Ankh, go back to that video. Ankh and this man from Jamaica, they celebrated when she said that.
Yeah.
They were like, wow, yeah.
Yeah.
She said the 25th dynasty were the first African imperialists. And they were celebrating. They were happy. That's how you see traitor. That's how you see what I call coward.
So you let the nigga call me all them names, yo, and put them down there, yo. Is that how you doing that song?
Don't get upset.
I'm not upset.
It's all right. We trying to beat the Garfield like out you, brother. It's
okay. All right, I'm out, yo. That's some bullshit. Yo, you let this wild ass coon from.
Nah. You let
no,
go.
That's what you doing?
Me? What you?
No, that's what you doing,
brother. I don't know what you're talking about. Calm down.
Okay, if you offended Ankh, I take that back. I take it back.
Well, we don't need to talk about the expert. We don't need to talk about our guest. We don't need to talk about the expert. Come on.
But hold on, man, for a minute.
No.
I don't believe.
Don't call them by names.
Because
brother, you said don't call them by names.
You used to call this man. I mean, not used to, but still
say don't call them by names right now.
On this brother, man.
That's fine, but you said right here, right now.
Get it a little.
sa.neter. All I'm saying is, you told me. You say, brother, you put me down in the thing like I was a kid. And I took it, nigga. Right? I played the whole Garfield games and I took it, yo. And then you said don't call them by names, and I took it. But as soon as them wild ass bitch ass niggas called me names, you ain't put them in the back, yo. So I'm gonna end with this, duh. So
hold up, I'm trying to bring you back to reality.
Hey, bro.
I'm trying to bring.
I don't need to be around a bunch of clowns like that, yo. That's
clownery. You
okay? That's
trying to strip the Garfield out of you, brother.
That's what you're doing. So you making a mockery. That's what you're doing.
The mockery.
Okay. So you put me in the middle of that Garfield shit.
Nah, brother, you down with the nigga.
Nigga, I pick my friends like I want to pick my friends, though, yo.
There you go. See, you down with the nigga, bro.
Then? I'm down with that nigga.
I'm saying what I'm saying, bro. You down?
So you down with Chief X? Right. See what I'm saying, nigga? You brought all them bitch ass niggas back on here. See how you did it? And then you want to try to control me and tell me I'm a grown man.
One minute and I'm done. 1 minute and I'm done.
Let's get some decorum.
Your mouth, you must say cool for no reason.
All right.
Let's get some decorum. Come on.
You started out calling me names. Jabari, you didn't say anything about decorum when this nigga started calling me names.
I was silent. Now we're over talking each other.
Now we over talking. I want you to know
each other.
Hold on. Y'all over there talking shit about sa.neter. Y'all need to cut it out.
I don't talk shit about
sa.neter.
I don't talk shit about sa.neter. I don't talk shit about sa.neter. Now I will.
But
now I will.
I don't care. I got alligator skin. I don't care about that shit.
Me too.
I'm not gonna cry.
Me too.
Come on.
Yes,
Jabari, you know it, bro.
Come on.
Them to him. All right.
Talk about
price preset up
in time, man. Come on, man.
Okay, all right. I'm just letting y'all niggas know, yo. Everybody got channels, B. Everybody talk shit. All right. Everybody talk shit.
Yes.
Corny as hell, Jabari. Just for the record, yo.
Hegel is one of the European philosopher he's the one who developed the term sub-Sahara Africa, the one they love using a lot. He divided Africa into two and said one part is sub-Sahara and the other belonged to the white race and the European race, and they created civilization. What our scholars did was to rescue our civilization. That there were dark-skinned people that look like you who built civilization. That's the point. The point is your skin does not determine your intelligence.
You're racist, yo. You're straight racist. Nigga.
Come on.
You're straight fucking racist,
I don't believe you letting Sekou get you like
no,
this.
he's not getting to me.
Nah, you gotta
let me finish. I'm done.
To me, sir.
All right, let him go. You gotta let him finish. Man, go ahead, Sekou.
So I'm closing up very quickly. So for me, what we have done, Eurocentrism has been destroyed. And it has been destroyed to show that every human being on this planet contributed to civilization. The Africans did, the Chinese did, and it was not just white people. So we are happy that our civilization has been rescued. Ancient Egyptians were black. If Ankh doesn't know what black is, let him go look in the mirror. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know what black is. Jabari don't know what black is. None of y'all do.
Let's get it.
We're not hearing you, brother.
That one too. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
It's just deteriorated into a state where when we can't prove ourselves with sources, we refer to name calling. You know what I'm saying? We got people online currently on the panel that are hosting hate groups, currently just hosting hate groups against people like Brother Jabari and myself in particular, right? Now, it's funny, I say, and I heard when I was young, you don't lie on me if you don't want me to tell the truth about you, right? And so a lot of things have changed in what we've been teaching over the years. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show my YouTube, if y'all will allow me. I'm going to do this quick to share my screen, right? And here we'll see. I'll go back to, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Y'all might need to mute because it might cause an echo.
Yeah.
This is me 14 years ago. Smash Rockwell, 16,000 views 14 years ago, with my novice intentions of trying to spread the sa.neter, right? I mean, again, sa.neter, learn sa.neter. Y'all could go watch this old video and just see just how bad I was. Listen closely. Make sure y'all listening. Y'all can hear that? Oh, y'all can't hear the audio.
No, we can't hear sound. So you might.
I gotta make sure.
That was me, Smash. Play it.
Oh, what you mean that was you?
Yeah, I had it on mute.
Oh, okay. Let's make sure we can hear the audio this time.
What are you playing though?
This is me 15 years ago doing the sa.neter.
Is it commercial music?
No, this ain't no commercial. It's just me doing the sa.neter. I won't play it for long.
This is one of your albums?
No, it ain't music.
All right, go ahead.
It's a video of the sa.neter. Just me trying to inspire people on YouTube 14 years ago to get into it. Can y'all hear the audio?
Yes.
And I said, Rena. That's hotel right there, but you got to put the T and the P.
All right, now, that was me being such a novice. I'm going to go to my brother Bobby Banger pager 14 years ago, and I want you guys to listen close to what he says, and I'm up out of here.
You ain't smoking weed as long as I did, or smoke crack as long as I did. So I'm a step aside as a young man. You ain't smoking weed as long as I did, or smoke crack as long as I did. So I'm a step aside.
Nah, come on, Smash.
Yeah, all right, I'm out. Peace.
Come on, Smash. Don't do that. Don't do that, brother. Come on, man.
See, you see what he did, yo?
No, but I didn't know what that was.
But that's how he respect you, though.
But I would have stopped him. I didn't know until the end.
But I'm just saying, Sekou and all of them did. Listen, I know. Listen, brother. I'm just saying, Sekou routinely called me all kind of names before I even came on the panel. Right? Jabari, the only one that didn't do that. And I don't even like Jabari. Smash did the same thing. Smash did the same thing.
You just said that.
Bro. I don't even like Jabari. Bro, I'm saying Jabari. I don't like Jabari because he's actually, you know what I'm saying, involved with academics, bro. and I expect more out of him. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like these little games he play, if we could just have a real discussion and not do all that old extra shit, it probably go well, yo. I just be mad at Jabari because he in the thick, yo. He teaches. So I'm saying, Smash is a fucking illiterate, yo. Jabari wouldn't have did you like that. He respect the platform. Smash sneak that shit in. Like, really, nigga? That's what he do. Now, I came to the community humbly and told them about my drug addiction, right? And I did it for a reason. So the kids wouldn't get involved with drugs and alcohol like I did in my life. So this for me, yo, is a release for me, bro. When I teach the people, whether y'all agree or not, yo, I do this to make up for the things I did in my life, bro. I want to be a beacon to the Black community, African American community, that dog, you can change your life around, yo. You can change around from criminal activity, from using drugs and alcohol, yo, and be clean and sober for 35 years, yo. I want to be the example that I want to see in the world, yo. And for trash to try to take that away from me and make fun of it, dude, that wasn't funny when I was homeless in Baltimore, Maryland. That wasn't funny when I got shot up. That wasn't funny when I was selling heroin and cocaine to the community. I was out of my mind then. I used it to get back in my mind, right? And whether me and Jabari agree on stuff, we just having scholarly conversations. You know what I'm saying? We having fun for real. It's a good show for us. But them two start calling names and all this now. I got them, right? Talking about who they gonna slap. I got you. Smash already know he got to smack me. He know it. He know ain't no turning back from that. So I'm just saying, yo, that little thing he did after you warned him, you warned everybody over and over again not to do it, and they all did.
Now I'll tell you what though, Unc. If y'all really want to get it in like that,
not for that change.
No,
bro.
listen.
I can't do it.
No,
I
listen
can't
to
do
me.
it.
I'm not talking about knowledge. I'm talking about a celebrity boxing match, brother.
I don't box niggas like that.
I gotta stop it.
Like
Now that is really trying to be Don King.
Popping when
He's trying to move to the real Don King.
You Don King now, yo. You Don King like that,
He's
yo.
trying to move not just from the theoretical Don King, but the real Don King.
Like that, yo.
So I know them type of words, brother. That means it's on and popping on site. So I'm saying, brother, we can do it right.
Do what right? Hold on. Wait. Do what right? No, I'm asking you do what right?
Yeah, on 135th Street. We
do
can
what?
A little boxing match, brother.
Could we
between who?
Hey, we could make some money. We could.
I know between who?
You and Smash. You and Smash.
Brother, I'm 57 years old, yo. I ain't knocked a nigga out in 35 years, yo.
Let's shift.
I stopped fighting when I got shot at 16.
Guys, I'm about to leave without closing.
All right, close out.
Going sour now.
No, Smash, please don't do it no more, brother.
No, we chilling.
Come on.
I said, don't lie on me. Don't lie on me if you don't want me to tell the truth on you.
I know, hey, Smash, why you a bitch ass nigga though? Why you a bitch ass too though?
There you go, lying again. There he goes, lying again. Man calling me.
Close out. Let Jabari close out.
Listen.
Close us out, man.
sa.neter, you got to keep these tighter.
All right.
Because I think one of the things that can happen here is that we can forget what we're really talking about.
Right. You're right.
And when we get into all of these other things, what ends up happening is it defeats what we're trying to do.
Everything that y'all just did. Right.
This is actually, and I would not, listen. Now, it's funny that some folks are upset about being called names. I get called everything. And I never respond, right? I never respond. So that's just the reality. So let's just be clear about that. I think we need to have a higher level of discourse. But I also have to chastise my brother Ankh for something. He doesn't want us to call ourselves Black. He doesn't want us to call people in the other part of the world Black, but he's very comfortable using the word nigger. I want you to juxtapose that for a second. Black is an outdated word, but nigga is fine. Black is a word that has to do with the Jim Crow South, but nigga is good. We have some real problems that we have to work on. We have to work on this. I'm really, really worried about the direction that this is going in. What we are doing tonight is we are pushing back against what has been said about our people for hundreds of years. And Sekou said it correctly here. For hundreds of years, Black people were filthy, ignorant, primitive animals. And now that we've finally proved that it is those same Black people that gave the world mathematics, science, medicine, literature, and yes, religion, now they're saying the term Black don't count no more. That's where we're at. And we have people who are now working against their own interest. I don't know how exactly it happened, but we have people working against their own interest. I don't want us to get sidetracked. The reason why we had this discussion is because there are people who are saying that Black people are not the people who founded ancient Kemet. And as we ask questions, they shift the goalposts like they were on trailer truck wheels. The goalposts at the 50-yard line, the 10-yard line, the 100, it's all over the field. We're not talking about whether the people who actually live there would have used the word Black for themselves, and they did at times. And we're certainly not saying they have the same concept of race that we have. What we're actually simply saying is, if we were transported back there, or they were transported to this time, would they be considered Black? And that is what Dr. Kara Cooney said. She didn't say just if they were in the 1930s in the Jim Crow South. What she was trying to say is the people who gave the world civilization would be persecuted like the same Black people in the United States. Let's not try to mischaracterize what she was trying to say. And I don't agree with all that she said, but it's really unfair for us to mischaracterize what she was trying to say. And she clearly said in the video I played you that they would like you not to have listened to, she said, if they were here today, we would call them Black. That is their expert. And now they want to muddy the waters and talk about everything else. Let's be really clear what we are talking about. We have to get to the point where we recognize that people like us gave civilization to the world. And we have to make sure that we are not arguing with ourselves about these ridiculous arguments. There are plenty of Black scholars who would articulate this for you. But some people just like to bring in the Europeans and then complain about our community. All they do is complain. Our community does this. They don't understand. They don't read. They don't understand. All they do is complain about us to people from outside of our community. How dare you? That's not how family behaves. Maybe we shouldn't call you Black. You know how Dave Chappelle had the racial draft and you would trade people to another race? Maybe you should be on the block and be traded to another race. Because finally, when we're at the point where people of African descent, Black people, are acknowledging what it truly means to be Black, now we want to say none of that matters. I want you to ask, did Trayvon Martin get a chance to not be Black? Did George Floyd get a chance to say, I'm not breathing, guess what, I'm not Black, and he took the knee off his neck? We know what we're talking about. Don't try to get confused. And let's also be clear about this. When Kwame Nkrumah gave his speech for independence, he said he was talking to the Black people of Ghana. When Patrice Lumumba was leading his resistance movement, he said, Black workers unite. When Nelson Mandela came forward and said, I have been in jail and I'm a Black man that will be the president. Of course, people on the continent call themselves Black. By the way, I travel on the continent. I don't even know why they tell me about the continent. I'm always there. And the way they describe the continent is unrecognizable. We have to do better. Because ultimately what we're trying to do is say that Black people can do whatever we choose to do. And we must unite and move this forward. I'm not going to let them say that we can't call ourselves Black, but we could call ourselves nigger. What kind of upside down world have we entered? That's the problem that we're in. And so I want to just say to you, family, let's continue to do the work. And when people are wrong, let's tell them they're wrong. We don't have to use animosity or insults to tell them they're wrong. Just tell them they're wrong. And you should still be in their chat saying, when are you going to retract your statement and issue an apology for misleading us? Because the expert they brought to hit people like me, when they asked her about Christianity, who do you think they were trying to use the clips for? Were they not aiming it at me? And she agreed with me. They need to issue an apology. And at least Chief X recognizes that they lost. Now, I want to say one final thing before we close. As we continue to do this work, sa.neter and I, on the first Saturday of April, will be leading a tour to the African American Museum. I want you to join us on this incredible tour. If this tour works, you're going to get a chance to meet us, hang out with us, and go to see an important space together. We're getting to the point where sa.neter and I are going to do local and maybe international tours together. I want you to join us because it's going to be amazing. We are going to release tickets on Friday or Saturday. I expect they're going to go like hotcakes. The date is April 6th. We will be leaving from the state office building in Harlem at 6 a.m. If you can get to and if you're coming with us, the cost for the tour is $150. You're going to be able to come down on the trip with us, speak with us, meet with us, and get a 4 or 5 hour tour of the museum. And then we're going to come right back. We'll be back late that night on Saturday. If you are not in the New York area or you're not coming to the New York area, you can tell us and meet us at the museum. The cost for your ticket will be $30 to get a guided tour from a historian and be along with a brother that has led more of our people to knowledge than almost anybody else.
That's going to be fire, Jabari. I can't wait for this one.
It's going to be me and sa.neter.
DC, baby. Word. And if you're in them areas, I mean, come on. All y'all got to do is just get your ticket, $30, and y'all can come in.
So I'm going to be back on here Friday. We're going to, as soon as we make the website live, they're only going to be 50 tickets. You're going to need to get them quickly.
If you're coming from the Harlem area.
Yes. If not, you can meet us there. You have to let us know first. You can meet, because we have to make sure we get your ticket. You can meet us there and pay $30 for the tour. It's going to be an amazing day because it's going to be more than just a tour. We're going to get a chance to have camaraderie. Brothers and sisters are going to sit together, study African American history, break bread, eat food in the amazing cafeteria. And tickets at this museum are hard to get. We have secured 50 tickets and we might be able to get more.
And I'm going to have the license to film free.
And he is going to be able to film in the museum.
Free, y'all. It's going to be crazy.
There are some of you that have wanted to meet sa.neter. This is the weekend you're going to get to meet him. Some of you want to study with me and tour with me. This is the weekend you're going to be able to.
Here's the most important part. Right now, under the sound of my voice, when you get your ticket, make sure you put sa.neter on the ticket. Yeah, Jabari.
Anika, listen. Anika was saying, "What are you saying?" Listen.
This is how
sa.neter and I
You got to
have an agreement.
Bobby,
I want to see how many people he's gonna bring.
Yeah, you got to make sure you say sa.neter.
Not just from my network, but from his network.
That's right.
We want to see how many people he's going to bring. So when you get your ticket, there's going to be an area for you to say, I'm coming through sa.neter Studios.
That's right. It's going to be an area on there where y'all hit that. Make sure y'all hit that support for sa.neter, y'all.
And yes, Relentless Vic, the tickets are sold out for that date. You're correct. We have tickets. We have tickets. The date, once again, is April 6th. We're going to start our tour at the museum at 12 noon, but you better know we want you to travel with us. Travel with us. We're going to meet at the State Office Building in Harlem at 6 a.m. We're going to get on a bus, a beautiful coach bus, and we're going to go down together.
Hold up, Jabari. What day we going?
April 6th, brother.
Oh, shit. I ain't even catch that until I see my man Max Bird in there. It went over. You know what April the 6th is, Jabari?
What?
That's my birthday, bro.
Your birthday is on April 6th? I
didn't even catch the date. That shit just went right over my head until I see Max Bird in the chat saying sa.neter's birthday, April the 6th. Wow. That's fire right there. Y'all really got to come show me love now.
Listen, I did not realize that was your birthday, sa.neter. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, see, that's how the spirit works, bro.
And my birthday is March 25th, so I'm also in Aries.
A birthday gift for me right here. So
listen,
that's
you need to come through, okay? It's going to be an amazing trip. And if you come to this one, there will be more. If it doesn't work for us, we're going to just say, hey, we'll just do what we normally do. But if this works, expect that we're going to go to the International African American Museum. We're going to go and lead tours of the Geechee Gullah Islands. We're going to go to Uncle Tom's Cabin in Canada. We're going to study the Underground Railroad. We're going to do some trips in the United States that are going to be amazing. You need to come. So with that, know that the tickets will be available starting Friday and Saturday. And we may even run a promotion that if you get them within the first few days, there may be a discount. So you're going to need to get them quickly in order for you to get tickets. Does that make sense? Now, listen, if you're going there yourself, then you would have to actually pay $30 for the tour and meet us at the museum. Does that make sense? I'm really hoping that you're all going to come. I'm looking forward to being there with you. And this is the beginning of us studying our history. This is the beginning of us studying our history. Tickets from the music from Harlem will be $150 round trip. Pay your $150, take your nap on the bus, eat some food, laugh, talk about history, get to know the folks that you see all the time just on YouTube. You're going to meet us in person. And then we're going to have an amazing tour of the museum. We're going to stop halfway, eat in its amazing cafeteria, and then come back to New York. This is going to be an amazing tour. For those of you who have copies of my books, this is a good time to get a signature, and I'll have copies of the book there for sale as well. So I want you to be sure that this is going to be incredible.
Yeah, this is going to be fire right here.
Okay. Good. With that, let me say, peace, family. I'm always honored to speak to you. Let's not let it get acrimonious, because the reality is we believe our position strongly, and sometimes we get into the heat of the battle. But let's make sure that we are arguing with scholarship and moral fiber instead of insulting each other. Let's get there, okay?
Right. And all right. Brother Jabari, we
with that, the divine force in me greets the divine force in you. I'll see you soon. Peace.
Peace. All right. I want to thank everybody, man, that came through tonight. This was a great show. You know, Ankh, my man, I love my brother Ankh, but this is just the time of me having fun with the brother. You know what I'm saying? Having fun with him, letting Jabari and them beat him up a little bit, you know, try to snap some sense into his head and shit, you know, bring him back, you know, hit that coconut head, let him come back home, man, because he's really way out there. He's out there, man, trying to bring him back home. Remember, He was the man that put Kimmit on trial together, his team. He was the man that put his team together, Kimmit on trial. I don't know what the hell happened. But anyway, peace and black power, family. I'm out of here. Peace.